Chapter 1074. Seizing another's body was much less compatible than reconstructing the golden body. After all, the reconstructed golden body was formed according to the cultivator's own condition. Although it was impossible to completely match, it was still more suitable than directly seizing another's body. However, Coiling Dragon had casually taken over a god's body. Under the dual tempering of the Immortal Sutra and emotional pressure, it had managed to perfectly match his primordial spirit in just over 10 days. Was it a coincidence that Lu Qianrui's God King body was very suitable for Coiling Dragon, or was Coiling Dragon's appetite so good that nothing was taboo? Chen Hao didn't know. However, this was undoubtedly a situation that Chen Hao was very happy to see. The reaction seems to be very intense, Chen Hao muttered to himself as he thought of the expressions on Helian Wuzi and the others' faces when they heard that he had a few more women and children. But it really has nothing to do with me, my original body. Indeed, Chen Hao didn't feel anything even now. In the depths of his heart, he didn't even accept being a father. Sorry, he really didn't have the joy of being a father, let alone any feelings. Of course, Chen Hao knew that if he fused with the second anima, everything would be overturned. However, as of this moment, he was truly standing in the position of a bystander, complaining about the injustice of his second anima. Qi. Shaking his head, Chen Hao sent out a beam of energy. In an instant, a huge palace appeared around him, and he immersed himself in cultivation again. The Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree couldn't completely digest the endless vitality that it had devoured in a short period of time. Of course, this didn't require Chen Hao to complete, but Chen Hao had to participate. Before he left, Zhou Qinglong had given him a life seed that wasn't inferior to the Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree. Even the Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree couldn't devour it. It could only refine its own vitality and constantly approach its aura. Even for Chen Hao, this process was very profound and mysterious, and he could obtain great benefits from it. Chen Hao's goal was to refine the life seed that Zhou Qinglong had given him into his own body. If he could do it, he might obtain a freakish ability like Zhou Qinglong. His physical body could explode for fun, and with his true undying bloodline, how terrifying would he be? Kill. Kill. Let's fight. 3 months after Chen Hao and the other human cultivators joined them, those human cultivators who were much slower than Hu Meinyang and the other human cultivators finally saw the fleeing non-humankind cultivators from the edges and corners of the core area who were running away from the core area like streams converging into rivers. Just like Hu Meinyang and the others back then, they didn't know what was going on. As soon as they saw it, they wanted to fight with their lives on the line. It was the last dawn, the last hope. All the human cultivators who rushed over at this moment didn't think about going back alive. However, when they charged forward one by one, they discovered that the foreign race cultivators were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Many of them, who did not even have a physical body, turned around and fled as if they had seen ghosts. Their auras were not weak, but no one wanted to fight with them. What was going on? They didn't know, and they couldn't figure it out. But seeing this situation, the human cultivators, who were puzzled, suddenly became more eager to fight and chased after them madly. For so many years, they had been forced to flee like rats. Now, they encountered foreign race cultivators who were afraid to fight with them. No matter what the reason was, they would kill them first. It didn't take long for the human cultivators to figure out what had happened from the outsider cultivators. As they got closer and closer to the core area, the group of human cultivators grew larger and larger. The name of killing God Chen Hao, after the primitive mystic realm, once again became the pride of the human race and the nightmare of the 9 major foreign races. Dawn. The dawn of hope before the human cultivators fought desperately and had time to show their power, had gradually risen into the sky, cut through the endless darkness, and illuminated the entire 10 Directions territory. They came to the core area with a pilgrimage heart and saw a palace condensed with supreme divine powers. Above the palace, 2 words were condensed, blooming with bright light and endless pressure of Tao law: proud heaven, after surviving a disaster. The human cultivators' eyes were filled with joy and tears of excitement. They silently and spontaneously knelt on the ground. Another piece. And another piece, they knelt for a long time without getting up. They knelt and wept bitterly, pouring out and venting for their dead Tao companions and brothers and sisters. At some point, the sound of Sanskrit of the great Tao, which contained endless Tao law and immortal light, softly drifted between heaven and earth within a radius of tens of millions of miles around the palace. Countless 7-colored lotus flowers poured down like lotus light rain from the 9 heavens, bathing all the human cultivators in it. Another piece. And another piece with tears in his eyes. The cultivator closed his eyes and naturally lay down on the ground, peacefully entering the land of dreams. In the dream, she seemed to see the majestic figure of a true immortal descending to save all living things. His handsome face and slender figure seemed to see the souls of countless brothers and sisters who had died in heaven. He waved his hand with a smile and left. The nerves that had been stretched taut for more than 1,000 years, and the essence chi and spirit that had been exhausted to the extreme in this day's dream, forgot all the pain and troubles and slowly recovered, filled up and improved. The soft Sanskrit of the great Tao gradually became magnificent and vast. Splash, an endless amount of spirit spring water suddenly gushed out. The heaven and earth of the 10th Direction territory moved and changed. Because of it, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye in the 10th Direction territory, with the palace condensed by Chun Hao as the core. The heaven and earth within a radius of tens of millions of miles were full of vitality, and the spiritual spring was torrential. The figures of the human cultivators had already sat cross-legged, and their bodies and minds were calm and peaceful. They were immersed in the magnificent and vast Tao sound, floating in the endless spiritual spring, like newborn babies, without any thoughts, desires, or desires. In a trance, their auras became stronger and stronger. Break and then stand, break out of the cocoon, and become a butterfly. Hiss. In the palace, Chun Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly stopped the chanting of the Sanskrit of the great Tao. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and a graceful and exquisite figure, full of essence, chi, and spirit, and releasing an extremely powerful aura, curled up her smooth and jade-like body, and floated in front of Chun Hao. Chun Hao gently took her into his arms. He bent down and stared at her. When he saw her slightly frowning, but suddenly hiding her little face in his arms, Chun Hao showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he gently raised his hand and cupped her beautiful little face. "You're sick and you need to be cured," Chun Hao suddenly said. The moment she opened her eyes, he kissed her seductive red lips. Third update, less than 3 days left, begging for monthly votes. The pursuers are fierce, please. Chapter 10, 75. Chun Shui, who had fallen into a deep sleep for 100 years, did not know what had happened, nor did she know what the current situation was. She only felt as if she had been reborn. Her physical body, spirit, and soul, in her perception, had all become much, much stronger. The entire heaven and earth, the entire world, in her perception, had become crystal clear. The moment she woke up, she felt that she was embraced by the most familiar smell. Even though she did not open her eyes, she knew that he was staring at her. It had been more than 10,000 years. It felt like a dream. She did not dare to open her eyes, afraid that it was really a dream. She hoped that this feeling would last forever and never disappear again. However, when her little face was held up, when the words, "You're sick, you have to be cured," entered her ears, she had no choice but to open her eyes. It was not a dream, it was all real. Seeing that face quickly approaching, she did not hide, did not close her eyes, and when her delicate lips were embraced, she even more passionately welcomed it. Even though there were many things she wanted to ask and clarify, at this moment, she threw everything to the back of her mind, a long-awaited kiss. Separated for more than 10,000 years, the abandoned lips. How could she let other emotions affect this intoxicating feeling? She, who was completely naked, responded passionately, took the initiative, kissed, hugged, tightly hugged, and wrapped around his body. Tears of happiness flowed out from her wide-open eyes that never closed. Her beautiful face flushed red. Her delicate body became hot and pink, and naturally, a tide that was born in a secluded path and died with the feeling of spring. How? Yes, want me? Yes, want me. What? Want me? Want me? Want me? Chun Shui suddenly used strength and tore Chun Hao's Taoist robe. Greetings to the killing god. Greetings to the killing god. Greetings to the killing god. 1, 2, 3, more and more voices, from weak to strong, instantly became a majestic shout that resounded through heaven and earth. Every voice was filled with endless excitement, worship, and reverence. The voices became louder and louder, and more people were shouting. Chun Shui, who was tearing apart Chun Hao's Taoist robe, suddenly froze. Her pretty face turned red, and her eyes were filled with resentment as she looked at Chun Hao. Chun Hao hugged her and kissed her hard on the face. He hugged her fiercely and pinched her round buttocks with his big hands. Xiao Shui, it's not my fault. When I let you out, I stopped using my Tao voice. They've all woken up. I missed it too. I missed it even more than you. Bah! I don't want to. Chun Shui said, shyly, with resentment. After she finished speaking, a ray of light flashed between her eyebrows, and she immediately put on her underwear, soft armor, and a blue dress. She turned her face away in a charming manner, raised her chin, and snorted. Chun Hao stared blankly, his heart filled with a strange feeling. Chun Shui, who had finally acted coquettishly, thought that Chun Hao would come to coax her, but there was no movement for a long time. She was so angry that she stomped her feet, but when she turned around, Chun Hao once again held her waist. Greetings to the killing god. Greetings to the killing god. What made Chun Hao and Chun Shui frown was that this greeting, which spoiled the mood, seemed to be deliberately against them, suddenly raised 2 pitches. Is the war over? Where are Xiao Wu and the others? Although Chun Shui did not know what was going on, she already knew the current scene. All the suffering had become a thing of the past, so she did not ask until now. They'll wake up in a few days. They're all here. Chun Hao pointed at his forehead and said, the war ended 100 years ago. I said that when you wake up, I'll pierce through the sky for you. No one can bully my Xiao Shui, my woman, my brothers and sisters. I want them to pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times the price. Next, I'll cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, leaving no survivors. In the 10 directions territory, except for the human race, everyone will die. The arrogant and cold murderous aura became more and more intense with Chun Hao's words. It made Chun Shui's delicate body tremble, but her heart was filled with warmth. She stared at Chun Hao in a daze, brimming with pride and gratitude. This was her cultivation partner, her man, but Chun Hao suddenly changed the topic, and the murderous aura around him dissipated. He looked at Chun Shui and said, I'm thinking before the war starts, should we fight 1,000 rounds? Uffed. Chun Shui, who was moved by this man who wanted to pierce through the sky for her, suddenly burst out laughing. She pushed Chun Hao away and said, You're not serious. I don't want to think about it. Really? It's none of your business. Forget it. I'm not ready either. We've persevered until now, and we only care about persevering for a while more. We'll wait for you to step into Hongmeng. Let's go, we'll chase them away. As Chun Hao spoke, he took Qin Shui's hand. Endless immortal light and Taoist principles immediately surrounded the two of them. With a buzz, the two of them directly appeared in the void above the palace. Killing God! Killing God! Killing God! In an instant, the human clan cultivators who had been kneeling on the ground burst into cheers that resounded through the heavens and earth. Chun Hao stroked the void with one hand, and the hundreds of thousands of human cultivators felt an irresistible gentle force lift them up. It's been 100 years. Now, instead of worshipping me, you should avenge your dead brothers and sisters and fellow humans. I believe that with your current strength, you'll be able to defeat the defeated foreign tribes. You go first, and Ao Tian's core generals will join you later. We only have one goal, and that is to kill all the foreign tribes in the 10 Directions territory. Kill, 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 kill. Sensing the boundless killing intent from Chun Hao's body, all the human cultivators, who seemed to have been reborn, suddenly burst into loud shouts that resounded through heaven and earth. Their murderous auras condensed into a towering killing intent that dimmed the heavens and the earth. Go, wash the 10 Directions territory with blood. Yes, wash the 10 Directions territory with blood. Wash the 10 Directions territory with blood. Chun Hao didn't use his Taoist voice at all, but the remaining hundreds of thousands of human cultivators seemed to be filled with adrenaline. They automatically formed an army around the powerhouses and divided into 10 directions. The battle was monstrous, and they roared the slogan, "Wash the 10 Directions territory with blood." After watching everyone leave quickly, Qin Shui looked at Chun Hao in horror and said, How did you do it? What? Their strength has obviously improved a lot. How is that possible? Oh, it has nothing to do with me. I just helped them break, and then rebuild with the help of my Taoist voice and spiritual spring. You did the same, and so did Xiao Wu and the others. However, of course, the treatment is many times better than theirs. Chun Hao shrugged and said indifferently, 4th update, seeking monthly votes. Just a little bit more. Soon. Chapter 1076. You've changed. It hasn't changed. Chun Shui looked at Chun Hao's puzzled look, and the corners of her mouth revealed a happy smile as she continued. You've changed, but you haven't changed. Chun Shui couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. She only felt that Chun Hao was very different from before, but nothing seemed to have changed. The only thing that had changed was his strength. It might not be difficult to help her, Helian Wuzi, Lan Feng, and the others improve, but it was hundreds of thousands of human cultivators, and they were all Daluo Jinxian of the same realm. What kind of strength was needed to do that? Chun Hao didn't seem to care about the Dao sound and the help of the spirit spring. But how amazing was it that one person's Dao sound could affect hundreds of thousands of people at the same time? The spirit spring, the supreme grade spirit spring, and it was a supreme grade spirit spring that was many times better than before. It could supply hundreds of thousands of Daluo Jinxian for 100 years. What kind of wealth was that? But all of this was nothing to Chun Hao. This was the true portrayal of a man attaining the Tao and his chickens and dogs rising to heaven. A man attaining the Tao might not even consider the chickens and dogs around him, but the aura he released inadvertently had an impact on them. To Chun Hao, such an insignificant action could transform hundreds of thousands of human cultivators, allowing them to break out of their cocoons and become butterflies, not to mention Qin Shui, and the other most important women in Chun Hao's life, his brothers and sisters. Tell me, I want to know. The two of them didn't return to the palace, but sat together on the floor. Chen Shui snuggled up to Chen Hao's chest and said softly. She knew that such a feeling, such an opportunity to be alone, was very rare. Even if a cultivator had a long life, such an opportunity was very rare for her. He didn't belong to her alone. She couldn't have him alone. Love was selfish for everyone. No matter how much she wanted it, she could only share it with the other girls. Otherwise, it would only be a headache for Chen Hao. She wouldn't do that. What do you want to know? I want to know everything. The previous battle, the experience of more than 10,000 years, especially who you know, Xiao Shui. Are you talking about women? You're not allowed to hide anything. Yes, my dear wife. It's a long story. It's really hard to explain. Many times, I have no choice but to do it. It's hard to talk about it. Xiao Shui. I won't say it, you see for yourself. Chen Hao directly condensed the light of memory and sent it to Chen Shui, who was glaring at him with resentful eyes. Annihilation, nirvana of true self, second anima, Milky Way star field, extraterrestrial life, primal chaos world, Hongmeng domain, Milky Way tunnel, 10 directions domain. Chen Shui watched bit by bit, her expression constantly changing, her mood fluctuating along with Chen Hao's experience. Chen Hao kept staring at Chen Shui's expression. He was a little nervous because he didn't hide anything from anyone. Almost all of his experience and state of mind at that time were completely presented to Chen Shui. Although white lies were good, Chen Hao wouldn't do that. From the beginning until now, he basically didn't hide anything from the women. A lie, even if it was white, would be covered up with countless lies. It didn't match his Tao heart, and he would let down the women. Several hours later, Chen Shui opened her eyes and looked at Chen Hao, then gently leaned on Chen Hao's shoulder again. In the future, let's never separate again, okay? Okay, in the future, your 9 lives or 10 lives except when necessary will be separated, okay? Okay, now you try to give me a little more time, okay? Cough, cough. Xiao Shui, once combined, 9 or 10 of me, even if separated, will still be me. There's no difference. Then put a label on 1/9 or 1/10 of you, and put my name on one of them. Give me as much as you can, okay? Chen Hao's forehead was full of black lines, and was full of regret and self-blame, okay? Chen Shui will always be yours and only belong to you. I'll be at your beck and call. Oh, no, anytime and anywhere I'll be with you, and never be separated. Chen Hao gently pulled Chen Shui into his arms and said, Then don't. If we don't divide evenly, others will have opinions. Uft, Chen Shui said, and then burst out laughing, and continued, I'm joking with you. In the future, after 9 lives are combined, don't separate anymore. Just take some time, like now, and accompany me. That's enough. Otherwise, if you have 9 or 10 of you and you go around fooling around, there will be even more. Cough, cough. Chen Hao was really speechless this time. How could this little brain have such a rich imagination? Xiao Shui, don't worry. I promise in the future that I won't. Shoo? Chen Shui stretched out a finger and blocked Chen Hao's lips and said, I don't need your promise. I've seen and understood that many times, just like what you said, I can't help myself. Maybe it's all destined. As long as you have me in your heart, it's fine. I have a very high awareness, and I already had such awareness when I wasn't with you. Xiao Wu, Xiao Lian, Yu, they all started earlier than me, but I didn't expect so many. But it seems to be inevitable. In the future, we will never leave you again, even if we stay in the big world in your mind. We have to look after you. I found that every time you leave, there will always be a woman who will automatically come to you and automatically have sex with you. whether it's kindness or resentment, whether it's hatred or love. It's all the same in the end. Cough, cough. Chen Hao was embarrassed, and he felt even more embarrassed. There was nothing to argue and nothing to say. The fact seemed to be like this. Xiao Shui, don't just talk about me. In these 10,000 years, I haven't had time to understand your situation. Show me. Chen Hao asked, You still don't know? I don't know. When I saw you, you were all seriously injured. When I saw Xiao Wu and the others, perhaps because they saw me, their bodies and minds were on the verge of collapse. I simply stimulated them to collapse, and they fell into a deep sleep like you. Our experience is very simple. In addition to cultivation, there is still cultivation, and there is also the development of believers of Ao Tian. There is nothing else. Details. I want to know all the details. Show me. Chen Hao said. No need, right? Chen Shui said. Do you still have something to hide from me? It's really nothing. It's just some meaningless things. All right, take a look. Chen Shui spoke helplessly when she saw Chen Hao staring at her, and then a strand of light of memory slowly rose up from between her brows. Fifth update, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 10, 77. Cultivating, praying, developing believers. Cultivating, praying, praying, cultivating. When Chen Hao finished looking at the light of memories that Chen Shui had refined, he did not say anything and only hugged Chen Shui tighter. Simple, pure. Just like what Chen Shui had said, she did not have much experience at all. For more than 10,000 years, cultivating and praying had taken up almost all of her and Helian Wuzi's time. Although Chen Shui had deliberately played down the feelings when praying, how could Chen Hao not feel it? More than 10,000 years of waiting, more than 10,000 years of unforgettable yearning. Women were that simple. Perhaps this was the difference between men and women. Men would love every woman they met, and would occasionally use their lower body to consider problems. But women, the vast majority of them, could do it from the beginning to the end. Once someone intruded into her heart, they would become the only one, making her give everything, give all her feelings, and could not tolerate anyone else. Roar! In the world of Chen Hao's mind, in the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, coiling dragons stepped on the mountain of white bones and roared to the sky. Rumble, whoosh! The mountain of bones collapsed, the sea of blood roared, and endless fear and pressure, as if frightened by the terrifying aura on coiling dragon's body, retreated far away. At the same time, the immortal scripture Tao marks that Chen Hao had condensed also disappeared in the sea of blood and the mountain of corpses under coiling dragon's bright eyes. Senior brother! Senior brother! Coiling dragon roared excitedly to the sky. Amazing! In the outside world, Chen Hao, who was sitting side by side with Chen Shui and enjoying the faint warmth, felt the aura that suddenly came from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and was slightly surprised. What? Chen Shui turned her head, raised her beautiful face, and asked, Coiling dragon, this guy's potential is endless. The divine race's divine king body was used by him, but only temporarily. I didn't expect. You will know when you see it. Qi. As Chen Hao spoke, a crystal light flashed between his eyebrows. Boom. Whoosh. A raging and violent aura, along with the crystal light between Chen Hao's eyebrows, suddenly appeared in front of the two. The moment it appeared, an earth-shattering pressure and terrifying blood qi exploded the air, forming gusts of wind. Ha ha ha! Coiling dragon laughed wildly. With a boom, his physical body, true yuan, essence qi, and soul suddenly soared once more. That aura, that appearance, let alone Chen Shui. Even Chen Hao was stunned. This is Lu Qianrui's body? Chen Shui asked in disbelief. Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, of course. However, this body seems to have been tailor-made for me. Look, the compatibility is perfect. It has completely transformed into my appearance. Ha ha ha. This is great. If she really looks like Lu Qian, she would be F asterisk king ugly. When Pan Long saw Chun Hao and Qin Shui together, his eyes flashed. After a moment of surprise, he immediately laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Pan Long's words made Chun Hao laugh out loud. Qin Shui also couldn't help laughing. The two of them didn't have any objections to this tall and sturdy body that was like an iron tower. However, if they were to say that it was handsome, it really wasn't on the same level. To be honest, although Lu Qianri was lacking, the appearance of his physical body was definitely much better than Pan Long's current appearance. However, the two of them were naturally more happy to see Pan Long's current appearance. Sister-in-law, I thought that my improvement was fast enough. I didn't expect that you're not inferior to me. It's not the same. Your improvement was completely through your own tempering. I only had this transformation with the help of your senior brother, Qin Shui said with a rare happy smile on her face. Pan Long's physical body had collapsed, and his origin spirit had left. Ever since she met up with Chun Hao, she had fallen into a deep slumber. Now that she was able to see Pan Long come back from the dead and be even stronger than before, Qin Shui felt joy from the bottom of her heart. Junior brother, I'm thinking your soul origin. Do you think it has something to do with the divine king physique? Your compatibility is beyond imagination. Chun Hao said thoughtfully while rubbing his chin as he stared at Pan Long, who was as tall as 4 or 5 people. It can't be, right? Senior brother, you can't say that. Your junior brother is 100% pure savage tribe bloodline. When I ascend to the Grand Mist realm, I'll try adding some blood essence to your body or refine it into a new body. You can try again. If it's still 100% compatible with your body, it means that your soul origin is a perverse existence. If that's really the case, I can let you try refining it with my undying bloodline origin. Ah, that's great. However, senior brother, there's no need to try. I've taken over the body of a foreign cultivator before. Although he was originally a weakling, my compatibility with him was not good at all even after refining for a long time. Lu Qianri's body was just a coincidence, and it just so happened to suit me. Pan Long said, "Oh, but you have to try." Although Lu Qianri's physical body is strong and it suits your temperament, the physical body of a god tribe is still limited by the laws of divine abilities. Otherwise, even if you don't have an extreme level physical body, as your cultivation level increases, you will become one. Qin Hao said, "Oh, that's true. Senior brother, are the sisters-in-law, Lan Feng, and the others here?" Pan Long did not continue with his question. Instead, he asked what he was most concerned about. When he entered the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, he was also cut off from the outside world. "They're all here, senior brother, Bugs and Xiaonan. Is there any hope? You have countless laws of divine abilities. Is there any way?" Although Pan Long did not want to talk about it, he could not help but ask. Xiaonan was Chun Hao's younger brother. After so many years of being together, they had a brotherly relationship, and he treated Xiaonan as his younger brother. Du Jing was also his sworn brother, who grew up fighting with him. When he learned that Du Jing had sacrificed himself and turned into countless poisonous bugs, he even wanted to die. Chun Hao's expression darkened, and he said, "For now, I don't know. Wait until I reach the Hongmeng realm. Then we'll see. 3,000 great paths and endless divine abilities symbolize the peak of a cultivator's existence." Unfortunately, Chun Hao was still limited by his cultivation level, and he still understood very little. "Oh, senior brother, sisters-in-law, then I'll go first." A hint of pain appeared on Pan Long's face, but he quickly suppressed it. Then, his eyes shone with boundless killing intent as he spoke. Go. Chen Hao and Chen Shui did not say much. Naturally, they knew what Pan Long was going to do. How? Accompany them. Accompany each of them alone. I'm going to. Okay, life and death are up to fate. We have to be more open-minded. Chen Shui said softly. Then, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed Chun Hao lightly on the lips. Then, her body slowly dissipated, turning into a gust of wind and flashing away. First update, transitional chapter, writing very, very slowly, pain. Dark Mountain continues. Chapter 1078, Bastard. In Chun Hao's mind, in an independent space, Hu Meinyang slowly woke up. The moment she woke up and saw that she was completely naked, she was shocked at first. Then, her face flushed red. Her eyes flickered for a while before she clenched her fists and cursed at the void. Whoosh! Immediately, the Tao laws around her surged, and her lithe body, which was faintly flickering with runes, shot up, breaking and re-establishing, breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. I won't thank you, bastard. You said thank you to me in front of so many people. Not only did you embarrass me, but you also transmitted your last sentence to me. What do you want them to think? Hu Meinyang gritted her teeth as she sensed the surging power in her body and the transformation of her soul and state of mind. She was embarrassed, very embarrassed. She had always thought highly of herself and was as proud as a peacock. It would be strange if she did not take Chen Hao's thank you for treating her as an outsider. Although there was no agreement between them, from what he did, in which aspect did he not already regard him as his path protector? Although he had explained it before she fell into a deep sleep, he had transmitted his words. What would Hellion Wuzi and the others think of her? It was not strange for such petty thoughts to appear in a woman's mind. In particular, she had already regarded Chun Hao as her guardian. In front of Chun Hao's companions, she could not ignore it. Bastard! Who are you scolding? Hu Meinyang shrieked. She suddenly covered her breasts and closed her legs. At the same time, countless Tao laws rolled out. Her undergarments, soft armor, and Taoist robes covered her body. Rogue! I can't help it. Since I want to help you temper, I can't wear clothes. Besides, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Chun Hao said with a smile. In his heart, he could not help but admire Hu Meinyang's amazing willpower. According to his estimation, Hu Meinyang, who had just woken up from a deep sleep, would at least be confused for a while like Chen Shui. He did not expect Hu Meinyang to jump up right after he brought her out. She was naked and alive in front of him. This visual conflict was much stronger than when she was in a deep sleep. Humph. Boom. Hu Meinyang was already angry. Now that she saw Chen Hao's smile, his indifferent appearance, and his shameless words, she became even angrier. Her aura suddenly surged, and an incomparably resplendent seven-colored light bloomed from between her eyebrows. She punched towards Chen Hao, as expected of an untamed rouge horse. Chen Hao's eyes narrowed. He gently opened his hand, and an endless amount of immortal light and rolling Taoist principles annihilated Hu Meinyang's powerful punch. At the same time, he directly grabbed her hand. Don't be discouraged. Although I haven't stepped into the Hongmeng realm, I'm still considered a Hongmeng. If you have the energy, go kill non-humankind warriors. Bastard, why are you doing this to me? How did I treat you? Fine. Just pretend I didn't say anything. You really think I'm going to follow you? I'm leaving. Hiss. Hu Meinyang felt Chun Hao's iron-like hand that could not be shaken at all. Her delicate body trembled. After she finished speaking, she abruptly pulled away and shot up into the sky. Whiz. Bam. However, as soon as she flew out, she crashed into Chun Hao's chest. Her eyes were almost filled with stars. Hu Meinyang immediately realized what was going on. She snorted coldly and turned around to flee in another direction. Bam! However, Chun Hao was like a teleportation wall that blocked her path again. Hu Meinyang gritted her teeth. She tried again, and again, and again. After dozens of times, tears welled up in her eyes. She glared fiercely at Chun Hao and said, If you don't care about me, why did you keep me? If I don't care about you, why did I keep you? Since when did you care about me? Since when did I not care about you? You just don't. What do I have to do to be considered caring? Like this? Whiz. Chun Hao, who was standing in front of Hu Meinyang, suddenly moved forward and kissed Hu Meinyang forcefully. Hu Meinyang struggled but could not break free. She suddenly made up her mind and opened her delicate lips, allowing Chun Hao to enter. Then, Chun Hao suddenly screamed and retreated with his tongue sticking out. How dare you bite me, Hu Meinyang? I'll bite you to death. Come on, come on. Chun Hao stared at Hu Meinyang angrily. Hu Meinyang was not afraid at all. On the contrary, seeing Chun Hao like this, she was very happy to provoke him. After the two of them stared at each other for a few seconds, Chun Hao suddenly laughed and said, "This is the true color of a rouge horse. So you like to bite?" "Humph, I like to bite you. I'll bite you to death. You dare to bully me now that you've grown up? Dream on. Actually, I like to be bitten by you too." Chun Hao said, "You're crazy." Hu Meinyang could not understand what the eccentric Chun Hao was trying to do, but the look in his eyes was very shameless. "Don't stop me. From now on, I have nothing to do with you. I don't want to see you anymore." Chi. Hu Meinyang leaped up again, but after flying for a moment, she suddenly stopped. "All right, then you can go." Chun Hao did not chase after her. Instead, he shook his head and said, Hu Meinyang was furious. I'll fight you to the death." Chi. This time, Hu Meinyang did not leave. She directly pounced on Chun Hao with bared fangs and brandished claws. She did not use her divine ability at all. Anyway, it was useless even if she used it. Since she did not use it, Chun Hao naturally did not use it either. In the end, Hu Meinyang rushed over and pushed Chun Hao down. She pressed on top of him and opened her mouth to bite everywhere. Chun Hao seemed to let out a miserable scream as he struggled with all his might. After Chun Hao resisted a few times, he blocked Hu Meinyang with his mouth and bit her. Chun Hao did not hesitate to attack again. His tongue was still bitten, but this time he did not care at all. He continued. Not only that, but his big hand also wandered around this arrogant rouge horse's body without restraint. After a while, Hu Meinyang's struggling gradually quieted down and fell into a serious kiss. Hu Meinyang knew that she had lost. She had lost completely. Although she had lost a long time ago, at least she did not lose face. But now, she had lost everything. This was obviously Chun Hao's intention, but she still fell into it step by step in the end. Just like how she could not control her grievances and tears before falling into a deep sleep. "Meinyang, actually, I really like to bite. Why don't you bite me?" When they were very restless, Chun Hao and Hu Meinyang separated from each other and didn't continue. They lay on their backs and didn't look at each other. After calming down for a while, Chun Hao suddenly turned his head and looked at Hu Meinyang. "You're crazy." Hu Meinyang glared at Chun Hao and said. However, Chun Hao chuckled and whispered something in Hu Meinyang's ear. Second update, begging for votes. Please everyone. Chapter 10, 79. Hu Meinyang frowned slightly and said, "What's wrong with that? What do you mean?" Cough, cough. All right, do what you need to do. When you return to the vast universe galaxy, resign from your sanus position. How can I do that? I need a successor. Successor my ass. The reason your Misty Rain Pavilion has those rules is entirely because your strength is weak. I've given them a large amount of spiritual items and magic treasures so that the Misty Rain Pavilion can directly develop into a top sect. When the time comes, I'll help you settle it. My woman, I don't like to show my face in public. I don't want you to spread your peacock tail in front of others and attract bees and butterflies. Take off your mask of hypocrisy and live your domineering and true self. I don't know how to say anything touching, and I don't know how to coax you. 10,000 years ago, we didn't have an agreement. Today, 10,000 years later, you and Little Snow are harmonious, or rather, merged into one body. I know what that means. Of course, the narrow-minded you might feel wronged if I say this. Actually, you don't have to. In the primal mystic realm, we went from being enemies to being enemies. You and I know what that feels like. A woman like you is something that all men want to conquer. I'm not a woman. Feelings are always mutual. When you conquer, you'll also be conquered. Go, Little Wu is awake. Little Snow and Coiling Dragon are already there. Hu Meinyang was a little confused by Chun Hao's string of overbearing words, but this time she felt very comfortable listening to it. She asked, "You haven't seen Xiao Wu and the others yet?" When she saw that Chun Hao didn't answer, she curled her lips and glanced at Chun Hao with a seductive expression. She snorted and suddenly transformed into a flowing light that left proudly. Little Wu and the others just didn't wake up earlier than you. Once a woman falls, she becomes a fool. She's so easy to trick. Alas, I'm too awesome. How can there be a rouge horse in this world that I can't tame? If Hu Meinyang were to hear Chun Hao's muttering, she would definitely go mad with anger. Buffed, Little girl, didn't I tell you not to look and listen? A burst of laughter suddenly sounded out in his mind, causing Chun Hao to frown slightly. I'm sorry, I just happened to be looking for you. I just happened to overhear. Chun Hao, you're so domineering, so strong, so manly, but do you like to bite? F***CK. That. Hu Meinyang doesn't even understand. Such shallow things. How stupid. That's called pure, okay? Do you think everyone in the Sky River sector can understand all this nonsense? Chun Hao reprimanded with a dark expression on his face. The spirit chi in the Sky River sector had been extinguished, and the civilization on the road of science and technology was almost exactly the same as the civilization on Earth. The current state of society, culture, morals, media, communication, and so on, if one did not know that they were two different worlds, there would be no difference at all, including the language and popular things. Everything was exactly the same. This was a very inconceivable and unbelievable thing, but it was the truth. Chun Hao even suspected that there was some kind of connection between Earth and the Sky River sector. TSK, I'm still very pure. Don't you understand? You're a little girl, aren't you shy? What's there to be shy about? I'm destined to be your woman. Isn't it normal to talk about this? Hurry up and say it. In the future, don't peep without my permission. I really don't understand. Your divine sense is obviously very weak, but you can hide it from me. You're so annoying. After you fuse, you'll find that the person you like is no worse than them. Big sister, can we talk about it after the fusion? Xiao Wu is awake. What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. Open the mountain of corpses and blood sea to me. My consciousness wants to go in and cultivate. Little Nurse Lu, we said unhappily. So fierce? Okay, if you're not afraid, go in. Chi. Chun Hao directly sent out a strand of divine sense, opening the mountain of corpses and blood sea to the little nurse. Also, your brother, Du Jing, they're all dead. Don't you want to go to the place where they died? At least set up a cenotaph to mourn them, right? You only know how to be intimate with your woman. Humph. Cough. This is already the world of cultivation. Not you. Okay, I should go. Maybe they really left something behind before they died. Chun Hao wanted to refute, but then his heart sank, and he muttered. What Chun Hao didn't know was that in the sealed space in his mind, little nurse Lu Huey's pretty face revealed a smug look. I'll give you a surprise. The second life likes me the most. I want you to like me too, although it's all you. Who knows when you'll fuse? So handsome, so manly, hee hee. Although the little nurse had awakened some memories that didn't belong to her, these memories didn't have any effect on her state of mind. Only the awakening of divine sense and unique skills. Her personality didn't change at all. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and Hellion Woozy, who had been awake for a while and was neatly dressed, appeared in front of Chun Hao. Her pretty face was as cold as the moon, her graceful figure, and the ethereal aura after the awakening of the endless cycle of reincarnation made Hellion Woozy's unique temperament even more soul-stirring. Hellion Woozy, who had just broken out of her cocoon and become a butterfly, her soul, state of mind, and physical body had all undergone a metamorphosis. As she looked around, bright, chaotic divine, light bloomed from her eyes. Her aura was even stronger than that of Hu Meinyang and Chen Shui. She just stood there, but she gave people a feeling that they couldn't bear to blaspheme and didn't dare to look directly at her. Goddess, even Chun Hao couldn't help but praise her in his heart. It wasn't that Hellion Woozy was more beautiful than Chen Shui and Hu Meinyang, but the extraordinary temperament of her endless cycle of reincarnation wasn't something that Chen Shui and Hu Meinyang could have now. How? Come, let brother take good care of you. Chun Hao, who was a little stunned, immediately threw the goddess to the back of his mind. No matter how noble and cold the goddess was, she was still his woman. As he spoke, he pulled Hellion Woozy into his arms. Unlike Hu Meinyang, before falling into a coma, Hellion Woozy, who knew that Chun Hao even had several children, directly asked to see all of Chun Hao's experiences. She was very puzzled. She wasn't surprised that Chun Hao had a few more women. What was strange was that he even had children. Cultivators weren't mortals. They could only have children if they wanted to. Before they were ready to have children, it was necessary to cultivate energy into qi. She didn't think that Chun Hao would have the idea of having children now. How could he have children? Tiana sector, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, is extinct. The chaotic space outside also has no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How? Is this true? What Chun Hao didn't expect was that Hellion Woozy, who had just looked at the light of memory he had condensed for a while, suddenly showed a look of surprise and looked at him to ask, "Until now, there are only 13 votes today. I'm crying. The pursuers are getting closer and farther away. There's only a little more than a day left. I really don't want to be defeated. Please everyone, with the support of the monthly votes, Wushan. Wushan, continue to write." Chapter 1080. Of course it's true. What's wrong? Chun Hao is puzzled. Nirvana space. It might be the Nirvana space. Hellion Woozy said with a hint of excitement and surprise. Nirvana space. What's that? Chun Hao was even more puzzled. Not to mention that his realm was not there yet. Even if his realm was there, he, who cultivated without a teacher, did not have much understanding of the concept of the Nirvana space. In my awakened memories, before I was sent into the endless cycle of reincarnation by my master and many powerful experts, I heard them mention the Nirvana space. The characteristic of the Milky Way sector should be the Nirvana space. It's a space formed after the collapse of the greater thousand worlds controlled by the immortal emperor and peak existences. All the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would condense into the body of the immortal emperor, turning into the spirit of all things and falling into the eternal cycle of reincarnation. When he truly awakens again, the nirvana space would once again become a greater thousand world. The ancient powerful figures and cultivators would all see the light of day again and start a new era. Oh, Chun Hao was slightly surprised. At that time, my master and the other side, the master of our greater thousand world, was only a hair's breadth away from becoming an immortal emperor. But it was just a hair's breadth away that caused our greater thousand world to have no hope of starting a new era. Little Wu, you mean that when you reach the immortal emperor realm, you can revive all the collapsed cultivators? I'm not very clear about the details. At that time, they were preparing to work together to condense the inextinguishable imprint for me. I only heard it. However, it's all related to the immortal emperor's incarnation of the spirit of all things. That's the endless cycle of reincarnation of the immortal emperor. The spirit of all things gives birth to all things in the world, as long as there's a little imprint left in the nirvana space. After he fully awakens and recovers his strength, he can trace back to the origin and be reborn again. I don't know if it's a real revival. Maybe it is. Hellion Wuzi naturally knew what Chun Hao was thinking, but she really did not know the details. Even her master back then did not know. The immortal emperor was only a legendary existence. Even in today's the great world of Xiandi, it was uncertain whether there was an immortal emperor. Lu Hui, while Chun Hao was frowning in contemplation, Hellion Wuzi suddenly spoke again. Could it be the soul of all living things? Through the light of Chun Hao's memory, Hellion Wuzi had learned about the existence of the little nurse, Lu Hui. She also learned that Chun Hao had taken all the natural people of the Skyriver sector into his mind's macro world. Of course, he also knew that Lu Hui had an innate spirit body and that she had obtained an astonishing improvement in a short period of time. To be precise, it was an inconceivable improvement. In particular, in the memories that Chun Hao had passed to her, Lu Hui's divine sense was extremely mysterious. She was clearly only in the heaven immortal realm, but Chun Hao could not lock onto her. Hellion Wuzi couldn't help but be suspicious. When Chun Hao heard Hellion Wuzi's words, his heart skipped a beat. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. You wait, Chun Hao said to Hellion Wuzi. After he finished speaking, his divine sense directly integrated into the sealed space in his mind. Lu Hui, what are you doing? Chun Hao suddenly transformed his divine sense into a form and entered the sealed space in his mind. When he locked onto Lu Hui's aura and appeared in front of her, he was shocked. At the same time, he was also shocked. She was sweating profusely. Her whole body was filled with a Tao Law aura that was weak to Chun Hao, but was so mysterious that he could not understand it at all. In front of Lu Hui, there were 3 pure bloodline vitality pulsating. Chun Hao, why did you suddenly come? I was cultivating. You scared me to death. Lu Hui's eyes were full of panic, but she immediately pretended to be angry and said, What is this? Chun Hao's expression was full of shock as he looked at the 3 pulsating bloodline vitality. His eyes widened, and from shock to excitement, he said with a trembling voice, It's nothing, Chi. As Lu Hui spoke, she suddenly waved her hand, and the 3 balls of bloodline vitality entered between her eyebrows. Chun Hao grabbed Lu Hui's shoulder and stared straight at Lu Hui, who was avoiding his gaze, and asked, Nirvana space, spirit of all things. It's you, right? What Nirvana space, spirit of all things? After hearing Chun Hao's words, Lu Hui was no longer panicked. She stared at Chun Hao, who was formed by his divine sense, and asked curiously, "Still pretending?" Chen Hao asked, "Chen Hao, why are you so fierce? I wanted to give you a surprise. I'm so tired, and you're still fierce to me." The nurse, Lu Hui, looked at Chen Hao's fierce appearance and immediately said with grievance, tears welling up in her eyes, "You really don't know?" Chen Hao looked at the nurse's expression, and his heart softened. His urgent tone became gentler. "You're talking about nirvana space, spirit of all things. How would I know? I just wanted to help you save your brother, Du Jing, and Lin Xia. I'm so tired. You're still fierce to me. Save." Chun Hao's expression suddenly became incomparably excited again. He said, "Little Hui, you can really do it." At this time, Chun Hao was sure that the nurse, Lu Hui, was the spirit of all things that Helian Wuzi had mentioned. In his previous life, she was an immortal emperor-level expert, the master of the Skyriver sector. Otherwise, how could she save people whose bodies and souls were destroyed with such a low level of cultivation? Moreover, although the divine power law that the nurse had condensed just now had a weak aura, its profoundness had completely exceeded his scope of understanding. This was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. I should be able to. It's just that my current realm is too weak. When I use this divine power law, it's easier to save some dead flowers and plants, kittens and puppies. It's difficult to save those who have just died. It's harder to save those who have been dead for a long time. It's even harder. It consumes too much energy. This is also the reason why you spent so much energy in the Spirit Spring Sea previously. Moreover, the sensing range of my divine sense is too small. Although I've integrated a lot of it into the 10-direction territory, it's still very slow. It's too difficult to capture the aura that they left behind. It's also because of this that I asked you to go to the place where they died. It's easier that way. Now, I'm only using the bloodline aura in the Mountain of Corpses and Blood Sea to trace their origin aura according to the power of their prayers that you obtained in the second life and condense their bloodline origin for them. This, you can even condense this? Yes, I can condense the bloodline origin of everyone around you, but I can't condense yours. My divine sense can't sense it. Also, I can help Ling, and Li Yang's souls to nurture and restore them. Humph, aren't you fierce to me? Girl, why didn't you tell me earlier? How can I do that? If I told you earlier, what would you do if you were merciful and didn't kill those bastards of the outsiders who caused people to die with you in the second life? I was waiting for you to kill all of them before giving you a surprise. I'm the first female lead hiding behind the scenes. You must have watched too many brainless dramas. Fine. You really don't know anything about the silent space and the soul of all things? Didn't you awaken some memories? Fourth update, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1081. I've only awakened the laws of the divine ability. Nirvana space, soul of all living things. What are they? Do they have anything to do with me? Soul of all living things sounds very powerful. Could it be? As Nurse Lu Hui spoke, she suddenly became excited and jumped up. Chen Hao, could it be me? Could it be me? Chen Hao choked. After staring at the girl for half a minute, he said, "It's not you. Watch less of those stupid dramas in the future." Humph, then why are you asking me this? You made me excited for nothing. All right, we'll go to the place where Xiao Nan collapsed immediately. What else can I help you with? If you need anything, just say the word. As long as I can do it, I'll satisfy you. The sooner, the better. Chen Hao said, I don't know if you can help me, but you want to let me out. Forget it. If I go out, the other you won't be happy. Who cares? Can you go out faster? That's you. Don't be so cruel, okay? There's no need to go out. There's an abundant supply of heaven and earth spiritual chi here. It won't be slow. Besides, I thought about it. Before you fuse, it's better not to see them, lest they get bullied by you. Chun Hao opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't say anything. He really didn't know what to say to this nurse. It seemed like she didn't have any concept of his second life and first life, completely treating them as the same person. Moreover, she seemed very sure that after he fused, he would hold her in the palm of his hand. He couldn't be sure of anything else, but Chun Hao could at least be sure that she was definitely not more important than the other girls, even if Chun Hao was sure that this girl should be the legendary soul of all living things, an existence at the peak of the immortal emperor level. Then you continue. I'll leave now. Oh, you're leaving just like that. Is there anything else? You're so excited and happy. Shouldn't you express your gratitude to the female lead? Chun Hao stared at the young nurse, who had a serious expression on her face. She slowly closed her eyes and lifted her small face. She almost stood on her tiptoes. Her heartbeat quickened slightly, her breathing quickened slightly, and her face turned slightly red. He frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. In the end, he transformed into his human form and kissed the young nurse on her cherry lips. Then he ran out of the room in terror. Even Chun Hao couldn't help but admire his superhuman charm. The immortal emperor, the spirit of all living beings, was actually so affectionate to him. At the same time, Chun Hao was a little worried about the future. F***CK, an existence like this whose cultivation base would soar by leaps and bounds. Once it surpassed him or awakened its true memories, what would he do if it came to settle the score with him? This must be taken seriously. Moreover, he had to keep a distance from him. He could not afford to make an irreversible mistake. Unless she had not fully awakened by the time he reached the immortal emperor level. Otherwise, even if she really had feelings for him after the fusion, he had to restrain himself. That's not right. If she's really in existence at the immortal emperor level, even if the greater 1,000 worlds were destroyed and she transformed into the spirit of all living beings and entered the eternal cycle of reincarnation, she should have her own set and restrictions. There's no reason for her to be so easily subdued by me, right? Could it be that I'm also an incredible existence? The moment his mind stepped out of the space in his mind, Chun Hao was puzzled. That's impossible. I'm indeed a special existence, but it's because of my own efforts. Chun Hao knew very well how he was born. That's not right either. At this moment, Chun Hao was suddenly at a loss. He was him in his previous life, which was the crystallization of Li Yuan's memories, the fusion of Li Yuan's and Yi Xian's genes. However, if this kind of technological method gave birth to a life, the soul would still come from reincarnation, right? F***CK it. I'll figure it out one day. Chun Hao had a headache thinking about it and gave up directly. Perhaps he was really not simple, but what did it have to do with him? He already had his own path and his own complete life. Chun Hao did not think that he would destroy this life, just like Xiao Wu gave up her life before the eternal cycle of reincarnation for him and focused on this life. Then, the him in this life would be the real him. The previous life is over. I only want this life. How, what did you say? Nothing. Xiao Wu, where Xiaonan died. Do you still remember? Of course I remember. It's at the edge of the area. Why? Helian Wuzi asked. Take me there. Xiaonan can be resurrected. Lu Hui should be the spirit of all living beings. Chun Hao transmitted his voice to Helian Wuzi. Don't make a sound. Don't let her hear you. She doesn't know her real situation. Oh, Helian Wuzi replied via sound transmission, but her cold little face was filled with shock and excitement. Xiaonan could be resurrected. This was undoubtedly something to be excited about. Moreover, since Xiaonan could be resurrected, could Du Jing, Lin Xia, and the core members of Aotian be resurrected? Chi. After Helian Wuzi pointed out the direction, Chun Hao directly grabbed Helian Wuzi and disappeared with a buzz. The great teleportation technique was activated to the extreme in an instant. Even the small wisdom number 1 could not achieve this speed. Helian Wuzi did not see the scene of Chun Hao capturing the 9 golden dragons and killing millions of foreign race cultivators with her own eyes. At this moment, she felt Chun Hao's abnormal speed, but it made her have a clearer understanding of Chun Hao's strength. She looked up to a tall mountain. He was both happy and helpless. He was happy because of Chun Hao's strength, but helpless because he was also considered to be at the top of the top geniuses. However, even though they were at the same level, there was a huge gap between their strengths. He couldn't even look up to Chun Hao on the way to the place where Xiao Nan collapsed in Chun Hao's mind world. Besides Long Ting, who was still sleeping, Chun Yen, Xia Yuyu, Tantai Lien, Long Ningle, Bailey Ningbing, Lon Feng, and other members of Ao Tian woke up one after another. Unfortunately, Chun Hao did not have the chance to communicate with the girls who had been separated for more than 10,000 years. When everyone knew that Chun Hao had the ability to resurrect Xiao Nan, Du Jing, and Lin Xia, they were shocked and excited, especially Lon Feng, who was so excited that he cried. However, Chun Hao and Helian Wuzi did not tell everyone about the spirit of all living beings. This was too exaggerated for everyone, so it was better to keep it a secret for the time being. Anyway, all kinds of miraculous things had happened to him before, so no one would be too surprised if this terrifying ability was attributed to him. All of you hand over all the magic treasures, items, and so on related to Xiao Nan, and condense all your memories about Xiao Nan. Half a month later, they finally arrived at the edge of the Shifeng territory, where Chun Nan collapsed. At this moment, apart from Long Ting, who was still in a deep slumber, Chun Hao brought out the great world in his mind and said, "Fifth update, looking for monthly votes." Chapter 1082. Chun Nan's memories would allow Lu Hui to better grasp Chun Nan's aura. Everything related to Chun Nan contained Chun Nan's aura imprint. The more she collected, the less effort Lu Hui would have. If there wasn't even the slightest imprint, then even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Even Lu Hui wouldn't be able to revive Chun Nan with her heaven-defying inherited abilities. Of course, that was impossible. Not to mention anything else, just the power of faith that Chun Hao's second anima had collected was enough for Lu Hui. Although Lu Hui was only in the celestial immortal realm, the time when Chun Nan, Du Jing, Lin Xia, and the others died was very short compared to the time when the nirvana space disappeared in the cultivation world. Secondly, in the 10-direction territory, the primordial chi was chaotic. It was the existence that blocked all the mysteries of heaven and had the ability to seal the aura after the collapse. Without a doubt, this was the greatest help to the still weak Lu Hui. Chun Yen condensed the light of Chun Nan's memories and everything related to Chun Nan. She had long since cried her eyes out. Lu Hui and Chun Nan were twins, so they had been inseparable since they were young. Not to mention the things Chun Nan left behind. Even Chun Yen herself could be detected by Lu Hui's subtle perception. Lu Hui could sense a large amount of Chun Nan's aura imprints. "Little sister, don't cry." After Chun Hao absorbed all the memories into his mind, he pulled the grief-stricken Chun Yen into his arms and gently patted her back, comforting her. "Big brother, second brother, can you really revive him? Yes, trust me. Don't cry. Follow Xiaowu and the others and join the human army. Lead them and kill. 60 years, it'll take around 60 years. When you come back again, little Nan will appear in front of you. Go. Kill. 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 Kill." In the 10 directions domain, The scales of victory had completely tilted towards the humans of the vast universe galaxy. As General Aotion led the remnants of the human army to slaughter in all directions, the foreign battlefield that connected the 10 directions, star fields, and the ancient chaos-boundless universe began to play out. It was a tragic war that hadn't occurred since the 10 directions, star fields were divided. Since ancient times, the foreign battlefields had always been the battlefields where the various galaxies clashed. There were killings all the time, but under normal circumstances, these battles could only be called battles and not wars or campaigns. That was because the cultivators from the various galaxies chose to fight with the foreign races in order to train themselves. There was no distinction between friend and foe. Even the cultivators from the various galaxies would kill each other in the face of benefits. It was similar to the situation in the primitive mystic realm. However, at this moment, the flames of war had never been seen before in the foreign battleground. The number of non-human experts and cultivators was millions of times more than before, and all of this was aimed at the humans of vast universe galaxy. It was just that the 9 galaxies now had their own choices and goals to choose from. On the surface, it seemed as if they were fighting alone, but they were only exposing themselves. Kill! Boom! Angry roars resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The sounds of battle and explosions could be heard everywhere. The flames of war burned everywhere. Corpses littered the ground, and blood flowed like rivers. It was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than the 10-direction territory. Hongmeng Supremes flew everywhere. Daluo Jinxian was not even qualified to be cannon fodder. This was the battlefield of the Hongmeng Supremes. How many Daluo Jinxian Supremes could compare to a Hongmeng Supremes of the same talent? This was a battle that was completely beyond the 10-direction territory. Among the 10 galaxies, the real deciding factor was the number and combat strength of the Supremes of Hongmeng. The humans of vast universe galaxy did not have an advantage in terms of numbers compared to the other 9 galaxies. This was related to the human race's bloodline talent. In the beginning, the human race was the weakest compared to the other 9 galaxies. However, the human race had an advantage. After stepping into the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, they were more well-rounded and stronger in terms of combat strength. Moreover, as time passed and they reached perfection in their minor realms, their combat strength would become stronger and stronger. This was also the reason why the rulers of the human race were always the strongest in the 10 galaxies. Chun Hao and the other cultivators in the 10-direction territory were completely unaware of the situation in the 10-direction galaxy. Although Chun Hao had speculated that this was not a temporary alliance through the Golden Dragon Galaxy and the other 9 galaxies' alliance to kill the human race in the 10-direction territory, it was premeditated and an agreement had been reached in the outside world. Moreover, the other party would not only target the 10-direction territory. There must be a series of actions. However, he did not expect the war in the 10 galaxies to break out so quickly and so early. Unfortunately, whether they knew or not, it was useless. Before they advanced to the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, they could not leave. Experts from the outside world could not enter. The only difference was when the 9 galaxies alliance, including their rulers, saw that no one had triggered the heavenly punishment to step into the Hongmeng realm for more than 1,000 years, they all thought that the time was ripe to make a move. If they delayed any longer, the human race might sense the abnormality and be prepared. In their opinion, the Golden Dragon Galaxy, Lu Qianri, and the others had already controlled the entire 10-direction territory. After this, the human race would not have another Supremes of Hongmeng. Tyrant's Jin family. In the depths of the core palace, a figure sat cross-legged. exuding endless immortal light and Tao nomological pressure. His aged face and powerful aura would make any cultivator's heart palpitate. This was the Jin family's patriarch. More than 10,000 years ago, he was just one of the many top masters in the tyrants. However, more than 10,000 years ago, he suddenly comprehended a supreme technique and became an existence that was on par with the ruler of the Chaos Galaxy in the Tyrants. Even the Tyrants' ruler was courteous to him and called him a brother. This time, he was the instigator of the 9 Galaxies Alliance in the 10-Direction territory and the 9 Galaxies' war against the human race in the chaotic Grand Thousand World. Even the overlords of the Tyrants couldn't do such a thing. After all, no one in the 10 Galaxies would truly trust each other. It was even more impossible for them to form an alliance. After all, in such a situation, anyone would be worried that their galaxy would follow in the footsteps of the vast universe galaxy. However, the Jin family's patriarch did it. However, at this moment, the Jin family's patriarch, who was sitting cross-legged alone, frowned slightly, causing the wrinkles on his forehead to wrinkle even more. It's been 1,800 years. Why is there still no reaction? The Jin family's patriarch's aged voice muttered to himself. It doesn't take much time to comprehend the Hongmeng energy. The only thing that delayed it was refining the prototype of the Great World. Perhaps it's because of the huge harvest this time, so it needs to be refined more perfectly. Killing the humans of the vast universe galaxy should also take a lot of time. I'm overthinking. The Jin family's patriarch suppressed the little bit of uneasiness in his heart. No one knew that even Yilan would not be able to recognize this old man's true identity. The Shao family's patriarch. Chapter 1083. The Shao clan patriarch's 10th anima. Shao Yan and Chun Hao were both destroyed at the same time. However, this misfortune turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Thanks to Shao Yan and Chun Hao's golden scales transforming into dragons, as well as the fluctuations of the Starry River Tunnel, he was able to gain enlightenment of the true 10th anima. But at that time, he had to quietly leave the Shao family in the vast universe galaxy after Chun Hao and Shao Yan died, because Yilan's nirvana was about to succeed. Once Yilan successfully recovered to his peak state, he was no match for Yilan and Chun Wuliang. He needed time. He needed to condense the true 10th anima. So he left. Moreover, he became the Jin family patriarch without much effort. With the 9 Lives mystic technique, he had the ambition to unify the ancient chaos billions of years ago. The fusion and separation of the 9 lives were very simple. He had already paved the way, except for the god race's innate physical body, which he could not condense. The other 8 lives were like the Jin family patriarch. They had great weight in the major galaxies and were top figures. This was also what he could do that the tyrants, or rather any tyrants, could not do, and that was to unite the 9 galaxies. The Golden Dragon was his 10th anima. 5,000 years ago, he was born in the tyrant's chaotic galaxy. In the Daluo Golden Wonderland, he was invincible and became the #1 person in the tyrant's Daluo Golden Wonderland. He was also known as the #1 Grand Luo in the ancient chaos vast thousand domains. Originally, the Shao family patriarch's strength would soar if he directly fused, but this time he went all out. It was fine if he did not do it, but if he did, he would take it in one fell swoop. That was why the 9 galaxies were united, and the Golden Dragon was their leader. When the Golden Dragon stepped into the supremacy of Hongmeng, his strength would be heaven-defying if he fused. At that time, he would not be able to kill Yilan, but he had absolute confidence in suppressing him. Yilan, if not for Yilan, he would have already unified the ancient chaos vast thousand domains. They had been rivals for so many years. Logically speaking, he should have understood Yilon thoroughly, but Yilon always gave him a feeling that he could not completely see through him. This was also the main reason why he had only fused with the 10th anima to advance to Paragon Hongmeng in the 10 Directions domain. As long as the Golden Dragon refined the prototype of the macro world to the peak of perfection, he would be able to establish a connection with his original body, which had transcended the 10 Directions domain's heavenly design shield without triggering the heavenly punishment. But now, more than 1,000 years had passed, and there was still no connection between their auras. That was why he felt uneasy. However, after thinking about it for a while, he didn't care about it anymore. All he had to do was wait. When the gold dragon returned, when Hongmeng, the supreme of the humankind, was almost dead, it would be time for him to join forces with the 9 galaxies and attack the divine palace of the humankind. Endless darkness, fragmented fragments. Without consciousness, without thinking, it was impossible for him to have any to life. This was no longer life, but the fragments of the life imprint that had collapsed. It was just a weak strand of energy between heaven and earth. Its final fate was to merge with the most mysterious river of fate between heaven and earth, and recombine with the energy of the other life imprint fragments to form a life imprint. He would no longer be himself. After stepping into the endless cycle of reincarnation, even if he obtained a new life, it would have nothing to do with him. This was the end result of the destruction of both body and soul, or perhaps fate. In the macro world in Chen Hao's mind, the little nurse, Lu Hui, was pale and sweating profusely. Every time she collapsed, she would recover to her peak state and start again. Even Chen Hao, who had yet to fuse with the second anima, felt pity for her. Chen Hao still didn't understand. He still couldn't sense any of the profundities of the law of divine ability that little nurse Lu Hui had condensed. However, he knew that with the little nurse's current cultivation base, using such a heaven-defying inherited divine ability would definitely cause extreme damage to her body. He felt pity for her, but he couldn't stop her. He couldn't give up because he wanted his little brother to be resurrected. Pity, heartache, but Chen Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The only thing he could help the little nurse was to condense the pure and boundless spiritual chi of heaven and earth to help her recover as quickly as possible. However, little nurse Lu Hui didn't care about this at all. Every time she collapsed, her only request was to receive a kiss from Chen Hao, who had taken the form of his divine will, a kiss of care and care. Even if Chen Hao was absent-minded and touched the surface of the water lightly, she would reveal a proud and happy smile, and her beautiful face would turn red. That expression, that satisfaction, that innocence, that infatuation, Chen Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, he felt guilty and touched, especially when he thought of the little nurse Lu Hui's true identity. An immortal emperor. What did he do to make an immortal emperor, the incarnation of the spirit of all things, so attached and infatuated? He couldn't help but kiss her half-heartedly. After the little nurse collapsed again and again, it turned into an intoxicating kiss. The little nurse, who even knew how to bite and what not to say, didn't even know how to kiss. Every time, the clumsy but passionate response and the initiative to kiss were filled with infinite passion, as if it was the most wonderful thing in the world to her. This was a very inconceivable thing. At least in Chen Hao's opinion, it was very inconceivable. Kiss. It was really just a kiss. How could it be as exciting as the first kiss every time? However, the little nurse's feelings couldn't be faked at all. Chen Hao didn't understand, and it was impossible for him to understand. Lu Hui didn't know, and it was impossible for her to know. Billions of years, tens of thousands of lifetimes, endless reincarnation, thousands of galaxies rolling in the mortal world in the endless darkness there was no time, no space, and no laws. There was only endless darkness. Fragments that ordinary people couldn't sense, gradually gathered and fused together amidst the mysterious waves that cut through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What was the nirvana of the true self? In front of this kind of mysterious summon, the gathering and reorganization of the life imprint was far from enough. The spirit of all things, the birth of all things in the world, the birth of the origin of life, in a trance, a faint wisp of consciousness slowly grew in the endless darkness. Brother, 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 I still want to be your brother, your biological brother. Brother, the fragments condensed into the first wisp of consciousness. In the weak consciousness, it floated, circled, and repeated over and over again, calling out, "Big brother, brother." That was Chun Hao's greatest obsession and greatest hope at the last moment of his life when his body and soul were destroyed. It was an obsession that cut through the 9 heavens and 10 lands, pierced through the endless galaxies, and shook the unpredictable heavenly Tao. Chun Hao, his brother, had been his idol since he was young. He had always been chasing after him, but he had never caught up. He was very tired, but he had never given up hope. He could be slow, but he couldn't stop moving forward because he firmly believed that no matter how long it took, millions of years or even tens of millions of years, as long as he could step onto the peak of martial arts, he would be able to reunite with his brother at the end, just like when he was a child, with his sister, with his brother, and together. Chapter 1084. However, he did not manage to wait for that moment. In the face of such a terrifying and unstoppable attack, how could he let his sister die? His sister was not only his brother's sister, but also his brother's woman. She was also his sister. His death in exchange for his sister's life was the best outcome. Sister, when your brother comes back, remember to tell him that I want to be his brother in my next life. That way, I might be able to catch up to him. Let him take revenge for me. Don't. Goodbye, sister. I'm sorry that I never had the ability to protect you. Brother, goodbye. Those were the last words he left behind in this world. With endless unwillingness and strong obsession, he burned himself and used his body and soul to block in front of his sister. In this world, other than the cultivation base at the peak of martial arts, what else could shake the unfathomable heavenly Tao? It was obsession, an obsession that could shake heaven and earth and connect the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Brother, brother, in the weak consciousness, there was a call that could only be sensed but not expressed. The young nurse, whose face was pale and covered in sweat, looked at Chun Hao, who was formed by his divine sense. Lu Hui's face was covered in tears. Chun Hao, who was formed by his divine sense, did not cry or shed tears. However, his transformed body trembled violently, trembled, until he could no longer control his emotions. He hissed and turned into a mental turbulence, dissipating in front of the young nurse, Lu Hui. Outside his mind, Chun Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, cried. Boundless guilt, boundless heartache, watching Xiaonan's consciousness gradually condense and her soul origin gradually gather and recover, he should have been excited and happy. However, at this time, he only felt guilt and heartache. Big brother, big brother. The words big brother were like needles that pierced into his heart and soul. Brother? Did he fulfill his responsibility as a brother? Did he? Although it had always been the hand of fate that forced Chun Hao to constantly move forward and almost could not stop for a moment, it was not entirely his fault. But at this time, Chun Hao could only blame himself deeply. Even though he had already sensed his younger brother sacrificing his life in the great 1,000 worlds of ancient chaos, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth and connecting the galaxies to pass on the Tao, The obsession in his mind had already caused him to go crazy and numb from the pain. However, at this moment, Chun Hao still could not bear it. Chun Hao, Chun Hao, don't be sad, okay? Xiaonan will come back to life soon. Everything will be fine soon. Don't be sad, okay? The nurse's soft but trembling voice echoed in Chun Hao's mind. I'm not sad. I'm not sad at all. Girl, don't worry about me. Continue, you're sad and I'm heartbroken. Continue. I can't continue. How about you seal until you reach the second life? No need. After running away from it. Once, did he want to run away from it a second time? It's time for me to face it. I should have faced it long ago. I'm me, and I'm also me in my second life. The time to merge will come eventually. I'm fine. Don't try to sense me anymore. Continue. Chun Hao closed his eyes. Suddenly, he began to chant. The Sanskrit of the great Tao instantly drifted out from his mouth. However, at this moment, the lotus-blossoming tongue concept did not appear. Instead, there was only a dry grand Tao outline scripture that no one could understand or comprehend. However, Chun Hao continued to chant faster and faster. His voice became louder and louder as he repeated it over and over again. Rumble, rumble, mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. In the end, Chun Hao's voice became more and more terrifying and vast. Walking the great Tao alone, walking the great Tao alone, walking the great Tao alone. If this heaven, this earth, this heavenly Tao, this fate must walk the great Tao alone in order to reach the peak of the great Tao, then why would I want the peak? I don't need it. If my brothers and sisters, family, and friends all perish one by one, then what's the point of me reaching the peak of the great Tao? I don't need it. Walking the great Tao alone. I insist on walking it. After chanting for an entire month, Chun Hao suddenly stood up amidst the collapsing mountains and cracking earth. He faced the sky and kowtowed. Following that, a long roar erupted, and the heavens and earth suddenly shook. Their expressions changed. Wind and clouds gathered. The great Tao is merciless, just like pigs and dogs. Chun Hao pointed to the sky and cursed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and the endless Tao laws suddenly gathered even more crazily. Heaven, earth, fate, heavenly Tao, F***CK, your mother. Buzz. Roar. The heavens and earth seemed to be furious. The wind swept the clouds, and night fell. If the heavens force me, I will pierce the heavens. If the earth force me, I will destroy the earth. Heavenly Tao, fate, what the F***CK. Crack. Terrifying lightning and endless heavenly might came down mightily. At this moment, the little nurse in Chun Hao's mind sensed Chun Hao's condition and the aura of the outside world. She was already dumbfounded and had stopped all her actions. Her eyes were dull and her face was filled with horror. It was not Chun Hao's vulgar curses, but the aura that Chun Hao released at this moment. It was an aura that dominated the heavens and earth. No, it was an aura that looked down on the heavenly Tao. I am me. I want to be me. I want to be me. I want to follow my heart. I want to follow my will. No one can F***king control or manipulate me. F***K. Off you mother ****. Break for me. Boom. The moment the lightning that seemed to contain the light of destruction came crashing down, Chun Hao threw a punch toward the sky. Rumble, the fist light was extinguished, and Chun Hao was drowned in the endless lightning. Silence. No one heard it, not even Chun Hao. The moment the light of destruction came crashing down, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly appeared between the brows of the stunned little nurse. Her eyes seemed to have changed into a different person in an instant. She became a supreme existence that looked down on the world and stood at the peak of the great Tao. Her cherry lips, which had kissed Chun how many times, were still as excited as if it was her first kiss, coldly spat out 2 words: silence, with the macro world in Chun Hao's mind as the core. A ray of light as black as ink spread out the moment the lightning of destruction came crashing down. In an instant, it enveloped Chun Hao's entire body. After doing this, the little nurse directly fainted and fell into Chun Hao's macro world in his mind. Rumble, the terrifying fluctuation, swept across the entire 10-direction territory. What happened? At this moment, no matter which corner of the 10-direction territory they were in, whether it was Qin Shui, Hu Meinyang, Helian Wuzi, or other human clan cultivators hiding in a corner at the edge of the territory, they all looked up at the sky in horror. No one knew what had happened, but no matter how far away they were, the lightning that seemed to be able to destroy the world was imprinted in their eyes. The brief light of destruction only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. The 10-direction territory also returned to normal in an instant, as if nothing had happened. In the place where Chun Hao pointed at the sky and cursed, and where Chun Hao collapsed, a ray of black light surrounded a 3-meter radius. Yes, only 3 meters, which was just enough to wrap around Chun Hao, and not much space was left. When the heavenly might dissipated, this ray of black light also quickly dissipated as if it had never appeared. When the black light dissipated, Chun Hao's frozen consciousness was finally unobstructed. He got up with a dusty face and looked at the remaining aura of destruction around him in shock. Third update, seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1085. What happened? Chun Hao felt refreshed, his thoughts were clear, and his meridians were flowing smoothly. His whole body was filled with an unprecedented essence, energy, and spirit, as if he had been reborn. However, apart from the terrifying aura of destruction in the world, he could no longer feel any heavenly Tao law, unity of heaven and man, and drawing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth seemed to have become an extravagant hope. It was as if he was independent of heaven and earth, incompatible with heaven and earth, incompatible with all Taos. Patter, patter, patter. Drops of cold sweat dripped from Chun Hao's forehead. Boom. After a long time, Chun Hao suddenly struck out with his fist, causing boundless Tao laws to roil and whistle. The ground that was already covered in ravines and was covered in desolation collapsed with a bang, and a fist print transformed into a mark of the Tao that emanated dazzling and profound crystalline lights. Phew! Staring at his peak state punch, Chun Hao's expression turned better. He took a long breath and said, "Motherf Astersker, my Tao, my own Tao. From now on, it will be my heavenly Tao. Comprehend you? Bah!" Phew, that was close. Strong in appearance, but weak in reality. Damn it, I was scared to death. Thinking of the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth that appeared before, Chun Hao felt a lingering fear. His brother, Chun Nan, aroused his deep self-blame and pain. He suppressed it strongly and recited the primary outline of Tao to calm his emotions. Then he fell into madness, blamed heaven and earth, and cursed loudly. Unknowingly, he entered a state of madness, pointed at the sky, and shook the heavenly Tao. His heaven-defying action led to the arrival of the world-extinguishing thunder. No, how could the world-extinguishing thunder dissipate without even touching me? After that, Chun Hao commanded in his heart. Hiss! He instantly traversed a distance of 5,000 kilometers. When Chun Hao appeared once more, the laws of the heaven Tao and spirit energy of the heavens and the earth had suddenly recovered their liveliness, and he was able to sense it with a command in his heart. Hiss! A wisp of divine, sense immediately fused into the great world in his mind that he had sealed. In an instant, it arrived beside the young nurse, Lu Hui. When Chun Hao saw the young nurse lying motionless on the ground, her face deathly pale, her essence chi, spirit, true essence, and even the heaven and earth spirit chi of this world extremely weak, Chun Hao's eyes trembled slightly. Then he waved his hand and sent out a beam of immortal light. Then a shadow appeared in front of him, tracing the origin and recording the past. In his mind, he was the absolute ruler. Even if he didn't sense what had happened before, he could replay it with a wave of his hand. Extinction. Nirvana. Chun Hao saw the nurse's shock and horror. Then, as if he had suddenly become a different person, he crazily erupted, and a ray of pitch-black light bloomed from between his eyebrows, concealing heaven's secrets. Light of Nirvana. Chun Hao was unable to comprehend it, but combined with his own experience just now, he was able to deduce that it was the light of Nirvana emitted by the little nurse that blocked his aura, causing the terrifying world-extinguishing thunder punishment to dissipate into nothingness. Chi, 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 chi. Chun Hao, who was drenched in cold sweat again, suddenly pointed at the little nurse. Majestic and pure energy poured down and surrounded her. A moment later, the little nurse screamed and woke up. The moment she opened her eyes were filled with boundless fear. However, when she saw Chun Hao, who was in the form of his divine sense, right in front of her, she immediately covered her small mouth. Chun Hao, you scared me to death. You know what you're doing? What am I doing? I don't know. I just saw that your aura seemed to have connected heaven and earth and transcended this place. I saw that the terrifying will of the heavenly Tao was about to annihilate you. You were F*King, cursing the heavens. Luckily, you're fine. The little nurse looked at Chun Hao with stars in her eyes and patted her plump chest as she spoke. Thank you. It seems like I've done something. Seems like it. But what's the use of thanking me? Let's do something practical. Okay. Chi. The little nurse suddenly screamed. When she reappeared, she was no longer in Chun Hao's mind, but in the space of the 10-direction domain. In front of her, Chun Hao was looking at her with a smile. True body, true body. Chun Hao, I can't do this. I'm fine in there. A strand of my divine sense is still comforting you. When I come out, I'm separated. Woo smack. Chun Hao directly blocked the little nurse's words with his mouth and kissed her tender and beautiful lips fiercely. The little nurse was immediately dazed, although it was not much different from her divine sense. This girl was as excited as her first kiss. In addition, this was his true body. Naturally, she was so excited that she was dazed and blissful. In the future, every time I scold you, help me block it once. F*CK until it loses its temper. One day, I'll be able to trample it under my feet. I'll ravage it however I want. T, heavenly Tao. Woo, Chun Hao was in a good mood as he transmitted his voice to the little nurse's mind. The dazed little nurse even forgot to transmit her voice and did not make a sound. Immediately, Chun Hao took the initiative to separate from her, but the little nurse was still unsatisfied. Okay, hurry up and recover. Continue to save Xiao, Nen, so you can't hold it in anymore. Ha ha. F*CK. Chun Hao's face instantly darkened. He cursed and directly sent the little nurse, who was trembling with laughter, into his mind. Immediately, he slapped between his legs. F*CK. Can't you be more honest? Naturally, your reaction is a bit too intense. This was the difference between the divine sense and the true body. However, this was really not Chun Hao's fault. It would be strange if any man did not have a reaction after hugging and kissing a little beauty for a while. It could only be said that the little nurse, Lu Hui, was really too fierce. She dared to say anything, think anything, and even look at anything. Chi, with a flash of his body, Chun Hao once again used the great teleportation technique. In an instant, he returned to his original place and sat down cross-legged. This short change made Chun Hao's mood much better. The past was the past. He just had to grasp the present and not let any regrets happen. At the same time, this change also strengthened Chun Hao's Tao heart. His own Tao, his own heart, no one could shake it, not even the heavenly Tao. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye from the time they started to revive Chun Nan. Chun Yen was the first to rush back to Chun Hao's side. After 50 years, her body was emitting a strong, murderous aura. Needless to say, her hands were stained with the blood of foreign cultivators. Who knew how many lives she had taken when the estimated 60 years, which was 60 years, Helian Wuzi, Tantai Lien, Xia Yuyu, Long Minghuan, Long Ningle, Bailey Ningbing, Lan Feng, and the others all arrived. Even Chun Shui, Hu Meinyang, and Pan Long, who did not know that they could revive Shaon and when they left, also arrived. Obviously, they had met each other in the past few decades and received some information. The core members of Proud Heaven, who were originally with Lan Feng, did not return. They continued to lead human cultivators in a frenzy to hunt down foreign cultivators. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Chapter 1086. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Endless immortal light, endless Taoist principles, and endless mysteries floated in the great world in Chun Hao's mind. The blood chi in the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, the bright vitality on the Tao manifestation immortal fruit tree, and the purest spiritual chi in the endless spirit spring sea continued to gather and combine under the young nurse's mysterious divine ability. Thump, 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 thump. Chun Hao, you're about to succeed. Quick, give me something substantial. Big sister, madam, stop fooling around. Once I succeed, I'll give you whatever you want, and I'll let you do whatever you want with me, okay? Can't you see that everyone is waiting anxiously? If you succeed, you'll be too busy being happy to care about others. Forget it. I'll leave the rest to you. My soul will return to my body. My bloodline will take shape, and my physical body will be formed soon. All right, take a rest, Du Jing, and Lin Xia, and leave the rest for now. What do you mean by for now? The three of them are the people you're most familiar with. The origin of faith they've gathered is powerful, and the memories and auras in your bodies are also very powerful. That's why I'm barely able to do it. Do you want me to die from exhaustion? All right. Are you sure there's no problem? There's no problem. You just need to keep the energy flowing. I'm going. I'm really going. Smack. The nurse was so angry that she stomped her feet. Suddenly, she rushed to the side of Chun Hao's divine sense, kissed him, and pinched him hard. Then, she quickly left. Chun Hao touched his face and revealed a slight smile. Then, his mind was completely immersed in the dazzling immortal light and boundless blood energy. Half a year later, Big brother, big brother, big brother. Ah. Boom, boom. Chun Nan's mind went from murmuring in a daze to the moment his soul returned to his body and fused back with his fleshly body to the moment when his true voice rang out. Chun Nan's eyes snapped open, and he threw his head back and howled. Xiao Nan. Chun Hao called out softly as he looked at Chun Nan, who had awakened but had yet to fully return. At this moment, his heart was filled with warmth, and he clenched his fists in excitement. He had succeeded. He had been revived. Brother, it's you. It's you. Brother, are you calling me? Chun Nan, who was howling madly, suddenly trembled and looked around. Ah, brother, it's really you. It's really you. I, I didn't die. Brother, you're here. You're finally here. Where's Xiaoyan? Chi. Chen Hao looked at Chun Nan, who was awake, but still in a state of confusion and violent fluctuations. He suddenly pointed a finger, and a strand of immortal light merged with memories entered between Chun Nan's brows. Chun Nan was stunned. Then Chun Hao took out his Taoist robe and put it on Chun Nan. Then he took it out of his mind's macro world. Xiao Nan, second brother. The moment Chun Nan appeared, Chun Yan cried happily and hugged the dazed Chun Nan tightly. Xiao Nan, it's Xiao Nan. He has been revived. Ha ha ha. Pan Long roared at the sky, and his huge body released a terrifying power. He was extremely excited. Insect, you'll be back soon. We brothers will be reunited again. Ha ha ha. Brother Pan, let's have a fight. I'll let you beat him up. Boom. Unable to vent his excitement, Lan Feng suddenly charged at Pan Long violently. Bang, bang, bang. They started to fight. In an instant, Lan Feng was completely overwhelmed by Pan Long's huge body. Pan Long punched and kicked Lan Feng. They did not use any energy, and Lan Feng's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. Blood splattered everywhere, but they were laughing happily. This is not enough. When the insect comes back, all of you can attack him together. The girls also smiled as they looked at Chun Nan, who was in a daze. After a while, Chun Nan's empty eyes gradually recovered. He saw Chun Yan, who was crying and laughing, hugging his sister excitedly, and many familiar faces. He saw Pan Long and Lan Feng, who were mutilating themselves, and his brother. His eyes did not move away. Hugging his sister tightly, Chun Nan felt the familiar aura. He really had it. Tears poured down his face as he stared at Chun Hao. Brother, is this real? I'm really alive. Am I not in a dream? It's real. Brother, I thought, I'll never see you again. I won't see my sister. I won't see my parents. I won't see my sisters-in-law. I won't see Brother Pan. I won't see Brother Lan. Brother, where's Brother Do? Soon, very soon, he'll appear in front of us alive and kicking. Xiaonan, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll never be separated from you again. Brother, Chunyan jumped out of Chunan's arms. She laughed and cried. Xiaonan, second brother, I'll let you have my embrace this time. Ha ha ha. Pan Long and Lan Feng, who were fighting each other, were focused on Chun Nan. When they heard Chun Yan's words, they laughed out loud. Chun Nan smiled as well, but he didn't move. He said, Xiao Yin, I've never tried to snatch anything from you. My embrace is yours. I'm a real man. Brother, I'll be as strong as you. That's what I want to see the most. Chun Hao said with a smile. As he spoke, he touched Chun Nan's head. Although Chun Nan's height was the same as Chun Hao's, and their auras did not reveal the age gap, Chun Nan did not dodge. He was just like a child. Others could not touch his head, but it was not a problem for him at all. Brother, my body and soul were clearly destroyed. How did you save me? Chun Nan's emotions quickly stabilized, and he asked the biggest question in his heart. At this time, apart from Helian Wuzi, Qin Shui, Hu Meinyang, and the others also pricked up their ears. The general outline of the great Tao, all things in the world, even if their body and soul are destroyed, the fragments of their life imprints can be gathered again. In this 10-direction territory, the secrets of the heavens are shielded. Most of your fragments are still in this space. All right, let's not talk about this. Go into seclusion in my mind and cultivate for a while. I'll go save Du Jing and Lin Xia. Senior brother, we'll wait for you. Let's go kill those damn foreign tribes first. Brother, after the seclusion, I'll go kill them with Brother Pan and Brother Lon. Chun Nan exuded a fierce, murderous aura, and his eyes shone brightly as he spoke. Chun Hao's light of memory had already told him what happened after he died. It comforted his soul and state of mind. All right. Chi. Chun Nan and the others turned into streaks of light and flashed away. Chun Shua, Hu Meinyang, and the others were no exception. After everyone left, Chun Hao's figure flashed, and he activated the great teleportation technique. In his mind, he had already awakened Chun Ling and Li Yang. Only the two of them knew the place where Du Jing died the best. At this time, the two of them already knew that Chun Hao had the ability to completely restore them, and they no longer thought about falling into the reincarnation cycle. Fifth update, Wu Shan continues. Last 5 hours, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1087. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years ago, Chun Nan, one of Ao Tian's core generals who had been killed by the Golden Dragon, appeared again. All the alien races who had been killed by him or received the news were terrified. It was understandable that Pan Long appeared, but how could a person whose body and soul had been destroyed appear again? 60 years ago, which was 40 years after Chun Nan's resurrection, Du Jing, who possessed terrifying poison skills, had single-handedly killed tens of thousands of foreign experts. In the end, the Golden Dragon and the other commanders had to intervene to kill him. Du Jing, the poison hand, had reappeared. His heaven-defying poison skills and heaven-defying combat strength were even more terrifying than before. He didn't even need to use his senses to hunt down enemies. Everywhere he went, poisonous insects would cover the sky. Anything that was hidden within his range would find it difficult to escape his poison hands. 40 years after he appeared, he was always accompanied by Lin Xia, who had died once. Now Ao Tian's core generals Li Yang and Chun Ling appeared again and killed all the alien races. Chun Hao, the god of slaughter, hadn't appeared since he killed millions of alien races. But everyone knew that it was because Chun Hao didn't want to fight, and he also wanted to give his brothers and sisters a chance to vent their anger. The endless escape and the death of their companions made the alien race cultivators taste the pain that the human clan had once faced. The defeated alien race's morale was soaring. The human clan, whose strength had skyrocketed, turned into an unstoppable slaughter. Some alien race cultivators had a mental breakdown and chose to die desperately. They endured the humiliation and fled everywhere. But not many could escape, and even more couldn't escape far. Death was approaching bit by bit. No one stopped. In the cruel cultivation world, no one would repay kindness with evil. An eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth could be found everywhere. Almost all of them took revenge 10 times or even 100 times more. Ruthless. Perhaps this was why the Great Path was ruthless. No one knew that the crazy hunting and the battle that was 100 times more tragic than the battle in the 10 Directions territory had already begun at this moment in the extraterritorial battlefield in the 10 Directions galaxy. Itoda, the newly promoted Supreme Master of Hongmeng, volunteered to enter the extraterritorial battlefield not long after his return. Itoda's name, a name that had once been hidden, resounded throughout the extraterritorial battlefield, causing chaos in the ancient Great Thousand World. No one knew the relationship between him and Chun Hao, the god of slaughter. However, in the short span of 100 years, this human cultivator, who was only at the early stage of supremacy in Hongmeng, had an impressive battle record that made foreign masters flee upon hearing his name. Itoda Ito, a peerless genius of the human race who had appeared out of nowhere. What is the killing god? Itoda Ito was the real god of death. the most monstrous genius of the human race in billions of years. It is said that he is the disciple of our vast universe galaxy's strongest controller, Yi Lan. If the god of slaughter Chen Hao doesn't die and reaches the Hongmeng realm, he might have the power to fight against him. That's right. That's right. I'm afraid only the god of slaughter, Chen Hao, can match him in terms of talent and battle prowess. F***CK, do you want to die? Edo Taichi has announced that he will kill anyone who calls him god of slaughter again. No matter if he is an alien or a human, he will kill him. That's strange. Why doesn't he want such a powerful title? Other than the god of slaughter, there is no other word that can describe him. What do you know? The god of slaughter, Chen Hao, was the strongest controller of Yi Lan's disciple. However, he has become a legend. We call him god of slaughter now. How can such an arrogant genius like him be willing to do that? That's true. Such a genius would never want anyone to be associated with him, like his shadow. God of slaughter. God of slaughter? That's right. I think this title is more suitable for Itoda Ito. God of slaughter. God of slaughter. Save me. God of slaughter? You King Ball. I can save you, but if anyone calls me god of slaughter again, I will kill them. Soon, the human cultivators and Itoda Ito's changed title, god of slaughter, died again. God of slaughter, god of slaughter. They are on par with each other. The arrogant and violent Itoda Ito is obviously not satisfied with this title. Then what should we call him? God of slaughter? What the F***CK? What does slaughter have to do with god of slaughter? God of slaughter. God of slaughter. Human immortal, earth immortal, sky immortal, or true immortal. God of slaughter. Brother, it's not a problem to have an empty head. Don't go into the water. You can't even kill a god of slaughter. How can you call yourself a king? You are not domineering at all. If Itoda Ito hears this, he will kill you. Cough. You can't call him god of slaughter, right? That's not bad. God of slaughter. Domineering, mighty, louder than the god of slaughter. I think so. Isn't it a bit too heaven-defying? The legendary god of slaughter, let alone ancient chaos. Even the great world of Cien D doesn't have one. It's just a title. It's not like we have to kill in god of slaughter. I think this title is good enough. Itoda Ito will definitely be satisfied. Who the F***CK calls me god of slaughter. I will F***CK your ancestors and kill you 18 times. Itoda Ito's domineering voice made the human cultivators confused again. God of slaughter, what else can we call him? Damn it! What the human cultivators didn't know was that Itoda Ito was even more depressed than them. He wanted to say, the god of slaughter is my boss, my master. You F***king put me on the same level as my boss and want to surpass my master? But he couldn't say that. When he stepped into the extraterritorial battlefield, everyone who knew his identity was blocked by Yi Lan. Although Itoda Ito didn't say the possible situation in the 10-direction territory and the reason why his master stepped into the 10-direction territory directly, Yi Lan summoned Empress Dowager Itoda alone, which seemed to have seen through everything. After a few questions, Itoda Ito couldn't resist and confessed. At that time, Itoda Ito knew that Yi Lan had discovered the abnormality in the extraterritorial battlefield because the 9 galaxies hadn't really united yet. Also, no human cultivator had advanced to Hongmeng in the 10-direction territory for more than 1,000 years, so they had discovered the abnormality. Therefore, Itoda Ito stepped into the extraterritorial battlefield and couldn't expose any information about him and Chen Hao. Everyone who knew Itoda Ito's true identity was blocked by Yi Lan. Will this world change because of you? Maybe, Yi Lan sat cross-legged in the depths of the sacred hall. Extremely profound celestial light constantly bloomed from the center of his brows. Blood essence was constantly spurting out from his hand, forming numerous profound runes that were arranged in a strange manner, divining the mysteries of heaven. But it was chaos. No one knew that the target of Yi Lan's divination was Chun Hao. It was just like how he had divined his own daughter all those years ago. It was completely chaotic, and there were no signs at all. His daughter back then was Daluo Jinxian. The current Chun Hao was also the Daluo Jinxian. It was the same puzzle, the same chaos. Sixth update. In the last 4 hours, Dark Mountain was still fighting. There were no miracles. They kept dropping, but Dark Mountain didn't give up. Brothers and sisters, monthly votes. Please, monthly votes. Chapter 1088. Hiss. Yi Lan muttered to himself. After the mysterious immortal light that he had used his life essence to deduce dissipated, faint wrinkles suddenly appeared on his youthful face due to the nirvana of his true self. He seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. At this moment, a crystal light flashed between his brows, and a heart-shaped pendant with a beautiful character engraved on it appeared in front of him. It was translucent like an amethyst, but it contained a vast amount of energy. Ing. Until the end of the world. Ing. I'm sorry. Yi Lan gently held the amethyst-shaped pendant in his hand, as if he was holding up his favorite treasure. He gently caressed it. I thought I could do it after 1,000,000 years. I didn't expect it to be 10 million years in the blink of an eye. 10 million years. You don't know what he did to me. I could only place my hope on our daughter, but she disappeared. She has been gone for tens of millions of years. Now, it has been billions of years. I'm sorry. I have no more hope. No more. I was in despair. I even gave up. But someone appeared, someone who has a lot to do with our daughter. His name is Chun Hao, and he came from Earth, a world that I've never heard of before. It's a world that doesn't even have cultivators. Perhaps it's the Nirvana realm, or perhaps it's the spirit of all things. I don't know. He was born because of our daughter, but he can't be considered our grandson. He only fused with our daughter's bloodline in a special way called science. He grew up very quickly, and he gathered a lot of karmic luck. He has a lot of luck in love, and he has a top-grade true immortal, or perhaps an immortal artifact that surpasses that. He has the 3,000 great Daos that have disappeared from the world called Earth, and even I can't comprehend much of the profound scriptures. He's now in the Daluo Golden Wonderland, but he has the qualifications to step on the path to becoming an immortal emperor, and he'll definitely be one of the best. Because back then, I was not as good as him. Ing, forgive me. He became my hope. I'm sorry. I can't rely on myself. I can't. I'm no longer who I used to be. I can't even reach the true immortal king realm. Hope. There's hope. If my hope comes true, Ing, will you be disappointed with the current me? Regardless of whether you will be disappointed or not, as long as I have hope, I will see you once, even if it is the last time. Yi Lan confided to the amethyst-like pendant, suppressing the past in the depths of his heart, never mentioning it to anyone. I'll help him. I'll do my best to help him. This is my last hope. Ing, don't worry, I'll make him learn to endure and not repeat my mistakes. Yi Lan's sparkling eyes became resolute. She immediately placed the pendant into the core of her mind. Xiao Feng. Asterisk crash. Asterisk following Yi Lan's shout. Space-time suddenly shook, and a figure abruptly appeared before Yi Lan. Master, a crisp voice rang out like a silver bell, carrying a trace of surprise. Back then, when Master asked you to go to the limitless star, you were still brooding over it. However, Master never told you the reason. Yi Lan looked at the figure in front of her with doting eyes. and said softly, "Ah, Master, I'm sorry." Disciple now finally knows that Master already knew that the limitless star would rise and become an existence not inferior to any other star. Now, many Hongmeng Supremes are fighting to establish sex on the limitless star, the Providence Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi, and Heaven Tao laws gathered. There are already very, Master. Seeing Yilan shake her head slightly, Xiao Feng lowered her head and grabbed her Taoist robe like a little girl. Xiao Feng, limitless star, patriarch, limitless. Only personal disciples like heavenly venerate Yuanru knew her true gender. In the entire limitless star, patriarch limitless image was an old man with an immortal aura. That's not why Master asked you to go. It's time to tell you the truth. Your master's only daughter, Yi Xian, condensed from the longevity token's origin blood essence. Ah. Xiao Feng instantly widened her eyes in surprise. Don't be afraid. You're you. You only obtained a portion of little Xian's bloodline inheritance. Your soul is a spirit that has been nurtured for millions of years. It's also an immortal spirit body. The divine ability laws that Master passed down to you are not Master's. Ah. Xiao Feng was shocked again and said, Master, it's the Xiao family patriarchs. Unfortunately, Master fought with him countless times and only comprehended the surface. Your third anima is also the limit. Oh, Master, you want to unseal my true body and second anima and let me fuse? No, your second anima has already advanced to the Hongmeng realm more than 1,000 years ago. You have 2 Hongmeng realms. Your third anima must also reach the Hongmeng realm. Moreover, it must be at the peak of the late-stage Hongmeng realm before Master allows you to fuse. Oh, Disciple understands. Master is doing this for Disciple's sake. But Master will unseal a portion of it and let your third anima be completely connected with the true body's memories, aura, mind, and soul. Ah, Master, didn't you say that only by completely sealing Disciple's third anima and letting Disciple rely on Disciple's own cultivation and comprehension would the best effect be? That's right. But now, there's something more important. You must immediately enter the 10 directions domain. Xiao Feng revealed a look of fear, but before he could finish his sentence, he obediently said, Master, Disciple has just stepped into the grand, heavenly realm. Go in. Disciple will listen to Master. Chun, how is in the 10 directions domain? Yilan said directly. This time, it was Xiao Feng's turn to widen his eyes in shock. In his mind, he suddenly thought of the heaven-defying existence that had been his disciple for a few days, but hadn't cultivated much. Go in and inform him to come back as soon as possible. In the outsider battlefield, we need him. You sacrifice your third anima to acquire the Great World Seal. Then use the fastest speed possible to form it into an embryonic form. Provoke heavenly punishment. And bring Chun Hao, Proud Heaven, and everyone else back here. Remember, if they haven't refined the embryonic form of their major world to the peak of perfection, don't let them trigger heavenly punishment. Chaos is about to descend. Master can only sacrifice the strength of your third anima. Master, Disciple understands. Disciple was born because of Master. What's the big deal about sacrificing this little bit? Besides, Master, Chun Hao is still my disciple. Xiao Feng said without hesitation, and a smile appeared on his face. Yilan frowned and thought to himself, great luck in love. What a sin. Master, you still haven't told me why you let me enter the boundless planet. Is it because of Chun Hao? 7th update. It hurts. I've been killed again. In less than a day, I've been killed 4 times. 26, I'll be killed again soon. Dark Mountain, continue. 2 more hours. Try to write another chapter before midnight. If you still have votes, please vote for Dark Mountain. Thank you. Chapter 1089. You can say that. Back then, I spent an endless amount of life essence to deduce little Jade's vitality, but it was all chaos. Later, I missed little Jade and condensed you. Through you, I deduced that there was a great opportunity related to your bloodline essence in the Wuji star. At that time, I didn't know if it was little Jade. After all, you obtained very little of little Jade's bloodline inheritance. But since it was hope, I naturally couldn't give up. Now, I've proven my deduction. Although tens of millions of years have passed, I see. Master, is Chun Hao related to Sister Yi Xian? I only know that he came from another world. At that time, I didn't tell you because I was afraid. You don't have to explain. Even if I tell you, I won't do anything to him. Instead, I'll find out sooner. He's related to little Jade. All right, I'll send you to the 10 Directions territory now. Yes. Xiao Feng's little face revealed a touch of excitement. You little girl, let me remind you, that boy already has a lot of women and can't take care of them all. Who knows how many more he'll have in the future? Master, what are you talking about? Xiao Feng's pretty face suddenly turned slightly red. All right, go on, Qi. Yilan waved his hand, and the space-time tunnel opened. Xiao Feng flashed and disappeared before Yilan's eyes. Yilan shook his head, helplessly. How powerful was this boy's luck with women? Even Yilan couldn't figure it out. Yilan only knew that the brothers around him had it much harder. At the same time, Yilan also knew that those who walked with him, regardless of their character, would unswervingly stay by his side. It would not change for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even longer. It was unlikely that it would change. Faith, so devout that they would give up their lives and everything for faith. It was not something that could be achieved by the prayer technique he taught. The tea cools down when the person leaves. It was not the case for him at all. Was it as simple as having great luck with women? It was simply a raging tortoise. Not to mention Chun Hao's women and Chun Hao's brothers. Even Yilan himself was willing to help this boy as soon as he saw him. Although Yilan hasn't seen Chun Hao's current strength, he can guess a thing or two just by looking at Itoda. He would not have any opponents in the 10 Directions territory, no matter who it was. According to the information revealed by Itoda, Yilan had already concluded that the current 10 Square territory must be flowing with blood. With Xiao Nan's death, it would be strange if God of Slaughter Chun Hao didn't kill Pa Tian. Xiao Nan's death, and according to Ito Ta, other members of Ao Tian might have met with mishap. Based on the current situation in the extraterritorial battlefield, Yilan speculated that the 10 Direction territory must be more unscrupulous. Perhaps the 9 galaxies had joined forces. Who was behind this? Yilan, who had lived for billions of years, knew who it was even if he used his, but to think. Back then, when that old bastard from the Shao clan quietly disappeared, he knew that it was not because he had given up. It was just that they didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Moreover, this road had been paved for countless years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to unite the 9 galaxies so smoothly. Wanting to unify the ancient chaos is simply a dream. Even if the masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm are all dead, as long as I am here, as long as the temple is here, no one can shake the vast universe galaxy. If I were back then... Yilan shook his head and did not continue. Itoda. At this moment, in the majestic palace of the tyrant's chaotic galaxy master, hundreds of incomparably powerful auras gathered together. The true immortal masters of the 8 galaxies, including the God Clan, the Insect Clan, the Dark Demon Clan, the Winged Clan, the Goblin Clan, the Elf Clan, the Sky Demon Clan, and the Ghost Clan, were also in the palace of the tyrant's master. At this time, several old men with the strongest auras were muttering at Toda's name. When did such a monster appear in the vast universe galaxy? How can one person deter the 9 galaxies? Did any of you find out about him? It's said that he's a disciple that Yi Lan Xue hid. We don't know anything else. Brother Zheng, it's not important whether we have specific information about him or not. What's important is how to solve this. Send out the true immortals, or completely fall out and join forces directly. Someone looked at the tyrant's master and said, "We can't send out the true immortals." Before the overlord of the tyrant tribe could speak, the head of the Jin family, who was sitting beside him, suddenly spoke up. This was undoubtedly a matter that suppressed the tyrant's master's dignity, but the top powerhouses from the various galaxies didn't feel anything, as if this was a very natural thing. The tyrant's master also didn't care and looked at the head of the Jin family, as if waiting for him to continue speaking. Although there aren't many true immortals in the vast universe galaxy, their strength is much stronger than our true immortals. There's no way around it. Once we send out the true immortals, the real war will break out, and blood will flow like rivers. It's destined that countless people, including the true immortals, will pay with their lives. Now, what we need to do is to kill as many of their Hongmeng Supremes as possible. This is the foundation. Activate the foundation of the human race's divine temple. Itoda is nothing. My disciple, the Golden Dragon, can easily kill him when he comes out. It shouldn't be long. Moreover, Yi Lan and Chen Wuliang must have seen through the clues, so there's no need to hide anymore. Let's shed all pretense of cordiality and join forces. As long as we don't send out the true immortals for the time being, the head of the Jin family, who was also the Xiao family's patriarch, said in a deep voice, "Yes, the head of the Jin family is right. There's no need to hide. Let's join forces. Makes sense. Let's do that." Good. I agree too. In an instant, people from the various galaxies voiced their agreement and expressed their stance. This meeting of the 9 Galaxies Alliance was to report and exchange the results of the various galaxies, and the major galaxies specifically pointed out Itoda. This person's strength was really terrifying. He was only a beginner Hongmeng Supremes, but he could kill Supremes at the peak of the late Hongmeng Supremes, and even great perfection Supremes like Child's Play. He was running around in the human army alone. He would show up wherever he was needed. He was like a firefighter. His actions had seriously affected the battle results of the other galaxies. Okay, since everyone agrees, let's send a message to our people. With the tyrants as the core, we'll give the order to surround and kill him. Okay, it's decided. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With the end of the meeting, the palace of the tyrants suddenly bloomed with bright immortal light and terrifying space-time fluctuations. At the same time, the palaces of the tyrants in the distant 8 galaxies suddenly bloomed with bright light at the same time. Swoosh, swoosh. Immediately, the experts of the various races disappeared on the spot and left quickly. 8th update. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1090. Whoosh. In the 10-direction territory, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space, and then a figure appeared in the space there. The 3rd time, the weakest time, she was dressed in a light green dress, and her long black hair was tied up with a pink ribbon. Her eyebrows were slender like willow leaves, and the tips of her eyebrows were slightly raised like smoke. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her skin was fair and rosy. She was like the little sister next door, elegant and pleasant fresh and refined. If Chun Hao saw her now, he would only see her appearance and not feel her aura. Chun Hao would definitely frown and even tease her. This girl was none other than the girl Chun Hao met in Patriarch Limitless Palace when he was first summoned by Patriarch Limitless. Of course, Chun Hao didn't know that this girl was Patriarch Limitless Xiao Feng. More than 10,000 years ago was the most difficult time for the Limitless planet. She had just entered the third anima and was only in the heavenly immortal realm. Her first anima had been sealed by Yilan and had nothing to do with her. Her second anima had been in the 10 directions domain for nearly 10,000 years and hadn't come out. At that time, there were only 50 years left before the Yang planet was reshuffled. She had no choice but to enter the vast universe galaxy in her third anima. It was the most terrifying place for any cultivator of any realm. It was also the periphery of the ancient chaos void domain. As long as she could break through to the grand Luo realm in her third anima, she would be able to protect the Wuji planet. That was absolutely insane. After all, when Chen Wuliang had sent that idiotic patriarch of the Shao clan to the Antiquity Chaos Desolation region, he'd been scared half to death, let alone a tiny heavenly immortal like her. However, she had no other choice. Fortunately, Yilan stopped her. Now, 10,000 years later, her third anima had reached the great circle of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. However, she had just broken through, and it wasn't the best time to enter the 10 directions domain. Phew, what a pity that Master sealed all the cultivation insights of my true body and second anima. Every time is brand new. Forget it. I'll find my freakish little disciple first. God of Slaughter Chen Hao. Humph, no matter how powerful he is, he was once my disciple. Xiao Feng thought of the first time he met Chen Hao and the time when Chen Hao treated him as Ancestor Wuji's maid. The 10 square territory is in chaos now. It's better to be careful. Hiss! Xiao Feng withdrew his aura and quickly headed toward the depths of the 10 direction territory. Although his master, Yilan, did not say much, chaos was coming. This sentence was enough to explain everything. At the same time, Xiao Feng was also curious about how Chen Hao, who had been destroyed more than 10,000 years ago, returned to the 10 square territory. Xiao Feng moved forward quickly but cautiously. However, what made her feel strange was that after flying for half a month, she actually didn't see a single cultivator, whether human or foreign. Although the 10 direction territory was vast and boundless, the cultivators who were immersed in it were the convergence of the 10 major galaxies. Moreover, most of the cultivators had stayed there for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. The number was definitely huge. Why hadn't he met a single one after such a long time? Chi, 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 chi. Just as Xiao Feng was getting more and more flustered, the void suddenly seemed to be torn apart. Huge warships appeared in front of Xiao Feng's eyes. Xiao Feng widened her eyes in surprise, and the energy around her body was instantly raised to the limit. She didn't sense anything within 1,000 miles. They just appeared out of thin air. Miss, don't be nervous. At this moment, the cabin door of a warship opened, and a human cultivator with a powerful aura appeared in Xiao Feng's sight. You just stepped into the 10 direction territory a few days ago, right? We're the 11th squad of the 3rd Legion of the Proud Heavens Association. Welcome to the Proud Heavens. Ah, don't be surprised. Now that the human race has dominated the 10 direction territory, we're cleaning up the remaining cultivators of the foreign tribes. You're alone, so you're not in danger. We welcome you to join us, but we won't force you to. The cultivator, who was obviously the squad leader, stared at the little beauty of the human race. His eyes were bright, and his tone was gentle, but the confidence and pride between his eyebrows were undisguised. Of course, this was not his pride, but his pride as a member of the proud heavens and a squad leader. Flying machines. His squad of 1,000 people had 20 flying machines. Moreover, they were flying machines that were completely different from the ones condensed by the law of divine ability. They flew at an astonishing speed and had powerful detection abilities, but they would not trigger any energy fluctuations of heaven and earth. Cultivators who used energy and the law of divine ability as the basis of their senses would not care at all even if they sensed movements, such as air currents breaking through the air within 1,000 miles. They would only notice when they were within 1,000 miles and within the range of the naked eye. These were all provided by the god of massacre Chun Hao. They played a great role in the battle to clean up the foreign tribe cultivators. However, these flying machines were not condensed by Chun Hao. They were the top warships temporarily borrowed from the Skyriver Sector Alliance's military from the Mind World. I'm in. After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Feng suddenly showed a touch of excitement and said, "Good. Congratulations on becoming a temporary member of the Proud Heavens. Miss, please tell us your background, name, and faction you belong to. Can I not report it? My identity is a little special. Can you take me to see the god of massacre Chen Hao?" It can't be. Xiao Feng's words immediately surprised the squad leader and the human cultivators who were watching her, and they looked a little displeased. "Miss, no matter how special your identity is, you must report it. This is the rule of the Proud Heavens, even though you can only be a temporary member now. This is the first thing. Second, our president is not someone anyone can meet. Even I have only seen him once. Third, you just came in. How do you know our president is in the 10-direction territory? Okay, I'm the disciple of Xiao Feng, the master of the infinite star field, and the junior sister of the god of massacre Chen Hao. Can you please tell me where he is?" "Miss, are you serious?" The captain was surprised. If it were more than 10,000 years ago, many people would not have heard of the infinite star. But now, in the vast universe galaxy, no, in the ancient chaos boundless world, who did not know the origin of the god of massacre Chen, how the infinite star, in the vast universe galaxy, in a short 10,000 years, the infinite star had gathered more destiny than the 36 main stars. It was an existence second only to the vast universe star, and it was still growing stronger. Countless experts in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm had applied to establish their own sects on the infinite star. Chun Hao was one of the direct disciples of the master of the infinite star field, Patriarch Infinity. Everyone knew this now. "Of course it's true," Xiao Feng said without hesitation. Junior sister, she was his master, but she could not reveal her true identity. After all, she was in the third life, and her aura was very young. If she said she was the master of the god of massacre Chen, how wouldn't that be terrible? Cough, cough. If that's the case, we can help you pass on the message. If it's true, as long as our president summons you, we can immediately send you over as fast as we can. First update. The explosion will continue. Brothers and sisters, can you give the guaranteed monthly votes to Dark Mountain? Thank you. Thank you, Sister Bensheen, for becoming the 7th leader of the Proud Heavens. Thank you, Brother Drunken Red Dust, for your generous rewards and all the brothers and sisters who voted for me. Thank you, requesting monthly votes. Chapter 1091. Yes, thank you. However, you have to tell him that the first time Chun Hao met my master, the limitless ancestor, was in my master's palace. Otherwise, He might not remember me. It was my master who told me to look for him. Xiao Feng said, "All right, that's not a problem. Come to our battleship and wait. We'll have news soon." Yes, yes. What? President's junior sister? All right, I'll report this first. Wait for me. In the battleship, the squad leader immediately contacted the senior captain. After the senior captain received the news, he immediately reported it to the leader of the 3rd Legion, the master of the Wuji Starfield, the disciple of the Wuji Starfield, and the president's junior sister. Although it had not been confirmed, no one dared to impersonate her. After all, Xiao Feng had made it clear that she wanted to meet Chun Hao. Only a fool would impersonate her. Therefore, the members of Ao Tian did not dare to delay. The leader of the 3rd Legion was the son of destiny, Lan Feng. Boss's junior sister? Who? What's her name? Let me see. Why don't I remember Boss having a junior sister from the Wuji Star? When Lan Feng received the call in the aircraft, he was a little curious and doubtful, so he asked directly. As Chun Hao's brother, Lan Feng knew everything about Chun Hao after more than 10,000 years. Not to mention Chun Hao's senior brothers and junior sisters, Lan Feng even knew about Chun Hao's friends who had started cultivating when he was young. This was because he had followed Qin Shui, Helian Wuzi, and the other sisters-in-law back to the Wuji Star. Anyone who was related to Chun Hao and the other women had received help from them. It was like returning home in glory. Of course, they had gone there to recruit the most loyal followers of Ao Tian and gather the power of faith for Chun Hao. Leader, she didn't say her name. She only said she was the disciple of the Wuji, Starfield, and the president's junior sister. She didn't seem to want to reveal her identity, so we didn't ask too much. Leader, why don't you pick her up and ask? All right, pick her up. Miss, come here. Our commander wants to see you. Legion commander? Yes, the leader of our 3rd Legion, Legion Commander Lan Feng. Lan Feng? Is he here? You'll know when you get here, the captain said. At this moment, Lan Feng's battleship was already connected to his battleship. All right, tis TSK, little beauty. Don't tell me Boss secretly took care of her. Lan Feng's eyes lit up when he saw the squad leader bring in a fresh and lovely girl through the huge display screen. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. This is... I know, Chun Hao condensed it. You are Lan Feng? You know quite a lot. Are you my boss's junior sister? Lan Feng asked. Not bad. Why haven't I heard that Boss has a junior sister? I know all the disciples of the limitless ancestor. What's your name? Lan Feng asked. Can I speak to you alone? Xiao Feng said with a slight frown. Sure. Lan Feng said, I'll take my leave. The squad leader said directly. After that, he retreated outside and closed the door of the communication room. Lan Feng, Controller Yi Lan asked me to come to the 10 Direction territory to find Chun Hao. Ancient chaos is in chaos. We need him and the core members of Proud Heaven. What? What do you mean? Ancient chaos is in chaos. Lan Feng was shocked. He did not expect Xiao Feng to throw out such a shocking and random message. I don't know the details. Controller Yi Lan only said that the extraterritorial battlefield needs him and Proud Heaven. Who exactly are you? Controller of the Limitless Star, Xiao Feng. I have another identity. Controller Yi Lan's disciple. Your boss, Chun Hao, is my disciple. Why is it so difficult to see him? Cough, cough. Limitless ancestor, Xiao Feng. It's you? A girl? Your controller, Yi Lan's disciple? How? How is this possible? Chun Hao can prove it when he sees me. Hurry up and order them to take me there. It's urgent. My master said to take you away from the 10-direction territory as soon as possible. You can leave the 10-direction territory. I can easily comprehend the Hongmeng energy. My master asked me to sacrifice myself and condense the prototype of the great world to trigger the divine punishment and take you away. He asked you not to trigger the divine punishment before the prototype of the great world is fully refined. I have too many questions. Forget it. I'll contact my boss directly. Wait a moment. Okay. Lan Feng sent a message to Small Wisdom Number 1. Small Wisdom Number 1 was now in charge of all the battleships. Master, Chun Hao, who was sitting cross-legged in the palace and had begun to refine and integrate the Great World Mark, suddenly received Xiaoji's message in his mind. Lan Feng just sent a message saying that Controller Yi Lan sent the Limitless Ancestor to the 10-direction territory to look for you. Swoosh! Not long after, Xiao Feng, who was waiting, suddenly saw the screen flash and a figure appear. It's you! The moment Chun Hao appeared, he revealed a surprised expression when he saw Xiao Feng. Hee, you still recognize me? Xiao Feng giggled and said, Where's my master? Chun Hao asked with a frown. When he heard that Controller Yi Lan had sent the Limitless Ancestor, he immediately stepped into Small Wisdom Number 1. He was still puzzled. He still had doubts in his heart. How did Controller Yi Lan have a connection with old Ancestor Wuji? From the memories of the girls, the Limitless Ancestor had advanced to the Grand Mist Supremacy realm more than 10,000 years ago. The Limitless Star was many times more powerful than before and had surpassed the Yang Star and the other 36 main stars. I'm right in front of you, talking to you. Idiot! Good disciple, aren't you going to bow to your master? Are you looking down on your master now, that you're powerful? You don't tell me you're the Limitless Ancestor. Chun Hao clearly remembered that this little girl was the one who made things difficult for him when the Limitless Ancestor first summoned him. Sorry, I'm the Limitless Ancestor. Bow, good disciple. Ha ha ha. Xiao Feng was extremely proud. The god of slaughter Chun Hao still had to bow to her. Sorry, little girl, I've never seen my master's real face. Who knows if you're an imposter? Besides, the Limitless Ancestor is a man. Moreover, he had advanced to the Grand Mist Supremacy realm more than 10,000 years ago. That's just a rumor, okay? More than 10,000 years ago, I advanced to the Hongmeng realm. But that was my second life, and this is my third life. When I met you, I was in my third life. Don't be surprised. I'm Controller Yi Lan's only disciple. This is what my master comprehended from the Xiao family ancestor and taught to me. Back then, my master arranged for me to go to the Limitless Star because he predicted that the Limitless Star might be related to Sister Yi Lan. The truth is I met you. Why aren't you bowing to your master? Chun Hao's eyes flickered, and he frowned slightly. He was obviously shocked by Xiao Feng's words. However, to make Chun Hao bow to a little girl, especially when a disciple greets their master, gave Chun Hao a headache. Most importantly, this little girl was obviously teasing him on purpose. Second update. Begging for votes. Chapter 1092. Chun Hao could accept it calmly if Xiao Feng acted like a master, but what was the point of worshipping her like this? Words are no guarantee. Before meeting Senior Yi Lan, I'm sorry, but I don't know you as my master. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Chun Hao said with a frown. Boring. Xiao Feng pursed her lips. This was a serious matter, so she didn't continue to fool around. She directly repeated Yi Lan's words to Chun Hao. Chun Hao's frown deepened. Xiao Feng didn't dare to interrupt his contemplative look, even though it was just a projection. He came so quickly. What is senior, you mean? Chun Hao was puzzled. Did he want Xiao Feng to sacrifice her potential and bring him and the core warriors of proud heaven to put out the fire? However, they were now in the Daluo Golden Wonderland. Even though Chun Hao didn't know much about the extraterritorial battlefield, he knew that it must be a place where only the masters of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm could enter. He wasn't afraid, but the core members of Proud Heaven weren't so sure. It was too dangerous for a Grand Luo to go against a Hongmeng Supremacy. I wanted to stay in the 10 Directions territory for tens of thousands of years. It seems that I'm forced again. Chun Hao shook his head and looked at Xiao Feng on the screen. How long do you need to trigger the divine punishment? Master has already connected me with my original body. It's easy to comprehend the Hongmeng Qi. If I can get the Great World imprint quickly, I can complete the refinement of the embryonic form of the Great World in about 500 years. If there's a sufficient supply of spiritual energy, maybe 300 years, that's none of your business. Come over to me. Lan Feng, come over too, Chun Hao said as he looked at Lan Feng, who had also accepted the call. Then he cut off the connection. At the same time, Chun Hao sent a message to the girls and Coiling Dragon through Xiaoji. Leisure, I don't think it's possible for me to cultivate peacefully. Sitting cross-legged in the palace where the laws of divine abilities were condensed, Chun Hao said a little gloomily. Chun Hao had long known that the alliance of the 9 galaxies in the 10 Direction territory was not as simple as it seemed, but he did not expect it to come so quickly, since Yi Lan had asked Xiao Feng to call him. The situation must have reached a critical moment. Moreover, Yi Lan must have known about his current strength through Ito Ta. Let's go out and take a look at the situation. First, you can do it. Qi. Chun Hao's mind flickered. In the great world of his mind, the commander of the Dark Demon clan, who had long since broken down, appeared in front of Chun Hao, waving his arms wildly and howling. Fortunately, I didn't have the time to kill you. Qi. Chun Hao pointed his finger at the Dark Demon clan's leader. Instantly, an endless amount of immortal light trapped him. Then, Chun Hao sat cross-legged. His primordial spirit left his body and domineeringly attacked the Dark Demon clan's leader's soul palace. The Dark Demon clan's leader, who had long since broken down and fallen into a frenzy of fear, was completely under Chun Hao's control. I've already fused with it, but I haven't started refining it yet. However, it will only take a few years, Chun Hao thought to himself as he sensed the aura of the Great World brand in the Dark Demon clan's leader's soul palace. Then, his powerful soul power controlled the Dark Demon clan's leader's soul power and began refining the embryonic form of the Great World. At the same time, an endless amount of spirit spring water surrounded him. Qi. In about a year, Chen Shui, Hu Meinyang, Helian Wuzi, Pan Long, Du Jing, Chun Nan, Li Yang, and other core members of the Ao Tian sect all arrived outside Chun Hao's palace. Only Lan Feng had not arrived yet. Qi. At this moment, the palace was enveloped by a mysterious aura. Endless Dao laws surrounded the palace, preventing the people who had arrived from disturbing it. Instead, they waited outside. Qi. A few days later, a battleship quickly arrived above the palace. Lan Feng and Xiao Feng stepped out of the battleship together, chatting and laughing. They seemed to get along well. TSK. Lan Feng, you've gotten together so sneakily. Amazing. Not bad at all. Beautiful girl. Okay, my name is Du Jing. May I know how to address you? You're Du Jing? I'm Xiao Feng. I'm with... When Lan Feng awkwardly winked at Du Jing, Xiao Feng frowned and looked at Du Jing. However, he was interrupted by Du Jing again before he could finish his sentence. Feng? Ha ha ha. You have the same name. Not bad, not bad. You're a good match. You're almost comparable to me, and little Xiaxia. Du Jing hugged Lin Xia's waist, not thinking how shameless he was. Ever since he had sacrificed himself to become a demon, and Lin Xia had died with him, once, Du Jing and Lin Xia were inseparable. They were so close that they were like one person. The only thing missing was making love. Moreover, they kissed in front of everyone without any scruples. The others were fine. At first, Pan Long despised and beat them up every time he saw them. However, after a few times, he got used to it. Brother Lon, do you know why my brother called us here? You don't know? I don't know. The sisters-in-law don't know what's going on. They just asked us to hurry over. Chun, Nan was the most normal one. Xiao Feng, you tell them. Lan Feng looked at Xiao Feng and said, Xiao Feng originally wanted to say something, but when he heard Lan Feng's words, he only glared fiercely at Du Jing. Du Jing looked at the two with an ambiguous smile and suddenly said, I know, so it's because our son of destiny found us as sister-in-law. Ha ha ha. HM? That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Damn it. Worm, you died once, but you're still smarter than me. Pan Long patted his huge head and said, Xiao Feng wanted to vomit blood. What kind of people were these? These were the core generals of Aotian, who shook the primitive secret realm and the ancient chaos great thousand world. Their auras were indeed terrifying, but their intelligence. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Chen Shui. Nice to meet you. Hello, sister. I'm Hu Mei Nyang. Hu Mei Nyang smiled sweetly and followed Chen Shui. Helian Wuzi, Lan Feng is indeed the son of destiny to be able to find such a beautiful and young Dao companion like you. Your aura is very special. HM, the aura of your physical body. Helian Wuzi said with bright eyes, Sister-in-law, I'm Long Ting. You have the aura of the undying bloodline. Ha ha. Xiao Feng was tongue-tied, and his face turned green. Faced with the probing of so many powerful auras, one after another, they took the initiative to greet her. She wanted to say something, but she didn't have the chance to. Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Tantai Lien. Sister-in-law, I'm Xia Yuyu. Sister-in-law, we're Huan Huan Lele. Bailey Ning Bing. Bailey Ning Bing's face turned slightly red. She still had a knot in her heart. She was embarrassed to call Xiao Feng's sister-in-law in front of everyone. Brother, hey, little Yen, are you blushing? When Chun Yen called her sister-in-law, Du Jing interrupted. Chun Yen was already embarrassed, but still gathered her courage and moved closer to the army of sisters-in-law. Anyway, her brother wasn't here. She was interrupted by Du Jing, and her face turned red. She was so angry that she hit her feet and said, Stupid worm. Sister Xia, are you going to do something about it? Third update, looking for monthly votes. After an all-nighter, I'm very tired today, and my efficiency is very low. Dark Mountain will try to finish the fifth update before 12. Looking for guaranteed monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 1093. Io, sister-in-law Yen, how can you call me sister? Lin Xia said exaggeratedly. The word sister-in-law was loud and clear. Chen Yen was tongue-tied and stunned. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Lan Feng's head was hanging so low that it almost reached his crotch, but he was still holding it in. If he didn't want to explain, then he wouldn't explain. Why did he have to explain? This girl was not bad. He seemed to like her a lot. She was fresh and cute like the little sister next door. Also, she was the disciple of Yulan. How could she be bad? Moreover, he had learned along the way that Xiao Feng was in the third life, which was a divine ability that Yi Lan had comprehended from the Shao family's ancestor. His original body and second life were already Hongming's supreme beings. If he could deal with her, it would be a huge gain. Of course, the most important thing was that Lan Feng had repeatedly asked around and confirmed that Xiao Feng had nothing to do with his boss. Therefore, Lan Feng was unwilling to pass on his responsibility to his sisters-in-law. He sacrificed himself and stood in front of his boss for all the girls. Sister-in-law, don't be shy. We're all very casual people. You have to be thick-skinned in front of us. Otherwise, you'll only be bullied. Lan Feng has good taste, but so do you, sister-in-law. Our Lan Feng is just a little bit inferior to me and boss. His appearance, talent, and strength are all top-notch. Nonsense. Worm, Lan Feng is much more handsome than you. He's just a bit inferior to my boss and me. Pan Long slapped Du Jing away and said, "Buffed." This time, even Xiao Feng burst into laughter. What kind of people were they? Are you done talking? Xiao Feng finally seized the opportunity and asked, sister-in-law, why don't you introduce him to us? I'll do it. At this time, Lan Feng finally opened his mouth and said, Xiao Feng, I have another identity. The ruler of Wuji Starfield, Ancestor Wuji. Lan Feng's words shocked Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, and the rest of the people from Wuji Starfield. Ancestor Wuji, to them, this was like the heavens in the past. Moreover, wasn't Ancestor Wuji a man? I have another identity, and I'm Yilan's disciple. This is Xiao Feng's third anima. His original body and second anima are already Hongming's supreme. Whoosh, the crowd was once again in an uproar. Xiao Feng came to look for boss, and us under Yilan's orders. The ancient chaos is about to descend into chaos. The extraterritorial battlefield needs us. What? Lan Feng's 3 sentences were like 3 heavy bombs, causing everyone to reveal shocked and dignified expressions. That's why boss called us here. Look at this aura. Boss should be refining his great world imprint with all his might. At this moment, Xiao Feng glared at Lan Feng and couldn't help but say, it's about to take shape. She originally thought that Lan Feng would explain their relationship, but she didn't expect that this guy didn't even mention it. However, at this time, she couldn't care less. She continued, my master controller, Yi Lan, said that you can't trigger heaven's punishment before you condense it to a perfect state. We have to stop him quickly. It's fine. This aura doesn't belong to Big Brother. It's from the Sky Fiend race's commander. Li Yang, who had been smiling without speaking, said with a smile as he gently hugged Chenling, looks like we'll have to leave the 10 Directions territory. Chenling said, the extraterritorial battlefield needs us. The extraterritorial battlefield is basically a place where the experts of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm from the 10 major galaxies fight. However, our current strength is enough to enter the battlefield. Hu Mainyang said confidently after frowning slightly, her eyes shining brightly. Rebirth after rebirth, metamorphosing from a cocoon. Chun Nan and Du Jing had been reborn from the ashes. The imperfect impurities in their souls had been removed by the little nurse, Lu Hui. There was no need to mention their physical bodies. It was the same for Lin Xia, who had been the weakest. Her strength had also increased greatly. Challenging those of a higher level, I like it. I was just worrying about not having anyone to train with. Training in the extraterritorial battlefield will undoubtedly make us stronger. When the time comes to refine the great world imprint, it'll be even more perfect. That's simply wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. Xiao Feng's eyes widened when he saw how excited Ao Tian and the other famous geniuses were. Even if the reserved girls did not say anything, The faint ripples in their auras proved that they were no different from Coiling Dragon, Du Jing, and the others. Hiss! Hum! It was also at this moment that the palace shook abruptly, and an even more dazzling and majestic immortal light shot out. Everyone's here? At the same time, Chun Hao's voice drifted into everyone's ears. Boss! Brother! Hiss! A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. They frowned slightly when they saw him, but they knew that it was Chun Hao. Brother, don't go alone this time. You said, don't worry, I'll keep my word. We'll leave together, and we'll return together. Since all of you want to train, let's go together. Chun Hao. Yes, sister-in-law. What is it? Oh, Senior Yi asked you to sacrifice yourself, but there's no need for that. The disciples of the Sky Demon tribe are enough. There's no problem triggering heavenly punishment now, but all of you should make arrangements for the human legions. We'll kill for a few hundred years, and if we can't find any, just guard the core areas. There'll be a legion patrolling the area and kill anyone who enters. Once you're done, we'll depart, Chun Hao said with a smile. You. Xiao Feng clenched her teeth in anger. So Chun Hao had heard everything she said just now. It was one thing for others to misunderstand her identity, but Chun Hao already knew that she was forefather limitless, even if he did not admit it. Chun Hao didn't avoid Xiao Feng, and instead indifferently said, Fate came and went, and we didn't go through the ceremony of apprenticeship. Now that you've become my sister-in-law, let's write off everything from before. How could I? Before Xiao Feng could say anything else, Chun Hao turned to the others and said, Wives, brothers, hurry up and make arrangements. All right. Everyone went to the warship, and Chun Hao followed behind Qin Shui, but Qin Shui kicked him and shouted, Don't come near me. It's not you now. Xiao Feng stomped her feet in anger. She finally understood that this group of people were all scoundrels. This. Sister Xiao Feng, are you going to board my warship or wait here? Won't it be boring to wait? Come with me, Lan Feng said as he grabbed Xiao Feng's hand. It seemed unintentional, but the aura around him was very strong, and Xiao Feng, who was obviously much weaker than him, could not resist. She turned into a ray of light and flew toward Lan Feng's warship. Lan Feng, why are you such a bastard? Chapter 1094. Sister Xiao Feng, what's wrong with me? I had a good impression of you. Let go of me. Oh, I forgot. I'll arrange it first. You can do whatever you want. Although Lan Feng said that, he still didn't let go of her hand. Let go. Yes. At this time, Lan Feng slowly and reluctantly let go of Xiao Feng's hand, as if it was in slow motion. Shameless. Xiao Feng's face turned slightly red as she saw Lan Feng turning his head 3 times with every step he took. Every time he turned back, he would smile and nod. Lan Feng scratched his head. He didn't seem to care at all as he walked into the communications room. I'm the Infinity Ancestor, but I was... Xiao Feng felt suffocated, and her chest puffed up with anger. However, she didn't continue roaring in her heart. Too strong. They're all too strong. Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh. Although she was definitely an old person to these people, she didn't have the qualifications to be one now. Especially when she was in the 3rd anima, she was only a newcomer in front of them. When she saw Lan Feng, the enlightened master, she was shocked. Although they were in the same realm, Lan Feng gave her the feeling of looking up to a tall mountain. His aura was so powerful that it was a mess. This was much more than what she knew about Ao Tian's core generals. It could be said that after stepping into the 10-direction territory, everything she saw and heard was shocking. Especially after Lan Feng showed Xiao Feng his light of memory. She was even more shocked. Powerful. It was really powerful. Aotion led the human cultivators and killed almost all of the 9 Galaxies Alliance. Now, the 10 Direction territory could be said to be the world of the human race and Aotion's world. In the light of memory that Lan Feng gave her, she saw all of Lan Feng's amazing performances. This made her look at Lan Feng from the side. After meeting him, Lan Feng, the enlightened master, showed a terrifying aura and a handsome appearance. This made her and Lan Feng talk very happily. She didn't know that the light of memory that Lan Feng condensed deliberately strengthened his image and diluted the image of everyone, including Chen Hao. It even made them ugly. He could do anything for his brother, and he could stab his brother in the back for a woman. Of course, Lan Feng wasn't that ruthless. However, for the sake of a woman, there was absolutely no problem in elevating oneself and discrediting one's brothers. Lan Feng, who had been stimulated by Du Jing and Lin Xia, had long been considering the issue of a Dao companion. However, he had been suffering from the lack of a suitable partner. When he saw Xiao Feng on the display screen, his eyes lit up. He even suspected that Xiao Feng had an affair with his boss. After seeing him, Xiao Feng's heart was moved, especially when he sensed the other party's aura and found out about Xiao Feng's situation, and that he was basically unrelated to boss. How could he hold himself back? Finally, a woman who could move his heart had appeared after a long time of yearning. Humph, if you don't recognize me as your master, I won't recognize you as my disciple either. What's so great about that? Sure enough, it's just as master, and Lan Feng said. So many, Xiao Feng thought to himself. His right hand brushed against his left hand that Lan Feng had been holding. A strange feeling rippled through his heart. The limitless forefather had 3 lives. To her, this identity was just a mission, a fake identity. Although she had grown up on the limitless planet with 3 lives, her true heart had always remained at a higher level. After all, her master was Yilan, the strongest controller in the vast universe star system. Therefore, apart from direct disciples like Yuanru, or more accurately direct disciples, it was very difficult for them to see her true face. She, who had a broader sky in her heart, would not lower herself and have feelings for someone who was destined to be on a different level. However, the core generals of Proud Heaven were different. Boss, brothers, sisters-in-law, thank you so much. You must help me. My heart skipped a beat the moment I saw her in the communication room. The first thing Lan Feng did after entering was not to arrange for the army, but to contact Coiling Dragon, Du Jing, Qin Shui, and the others. F***CK, don't disgust me. Coiling Dragon waved his fist. Ditto. Du Jing also said, I'm serious. Boss, brothers, dear brothers, you have to give me a chance to perform. Also, if she has any prejudice against you for the time being, don't take it to heart. In order to highlight my glorious image, I can only betray you. So that's how it is. I was wondering how she could resist. Although I also exerted some pressure, it was not to the extent that she could not resist. Damn it, Lan Feng, you're really evil. Du Jing said, you're not a good person either. Lin Xia suddenly looked at Du Jing and said, originally, Lin Xia wanted to spar with Coiling Dragon, but Du Jing recommended himself and replaced Coiling Dragon. Since then, Lin Xia only went to find Du Jing. As for what exactly happened, only Du Jing and Lin Xia knew. Now, it seemed that there was something fishy. Du Jing immediately shut up. Old ancestor Wuji. Back then, he was the sky of all the cultivators on Wuji planet. And how was his disciple? I didn't expect him to be a woman. And the disciple of Senior Yilan. It's really unbelievable. Xia Yu said, yes, The world is strange. Cough, cough. That's her fake identity. Don't worry. When I'm done, I won't make you call me senior. Lan Feng said with a smug smile. All right, hurry up and make the arrangements. Don't tell them that we're out. Just say that we're in seclusion, and no one is to disturb us. Once you're done, we'll set off. Yes. 4 hours later, everyone had made the necessary arrangements. Chun, how completely controlled the Dark Demon Clan commander, who had become a puppet, and triggered Heaven's punishment. Everyone in Chun Hao's physical body entered the puppet's mind world the moment Heaven's punishment appeared, and the embryonic form of the mind world, Hongmeng, opened. Such a strong mind world. The moment they entered, Chen Shui and the others didn't feel anything, but Xiao Feng was shocked. Was this really condensed casually, or was it condensed by controlling the soul of this Dark Demon Clan commander? Xiao Feng had already connected with his original body because his master wanted him to bring Chun Hao and the others out. Therefore, the original comprehension and memories of his original body's cultivation appeared. The frame of this Dark Demon Clan commander's mind world was even stronger than his original body's and second animas. That's right. This Dark Demon Clan commander is the Dark Demon Clan's commander in the 10 Directions territory. He must be a super monstrous genius. The frame of his refinement must be stronger. Xiao Feng thought. She didn't think that Chun Hao had helped her condense it in a short 1 year. But the truth was that Chun Hao had done it in a year. Originally, the Dark Demon Clan commander didn't even have time to refine his frame. 5th update, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 10, 95. 1 year. In just 1 year, the framework of the prototype of the great world had become so powerful. What kind of concept was that? Unfortunately, Chen Shui and the others had not even obtained the Great World mark, so they had no concept of the prototype of the Great World. Moreover, they were used to seeing Chun Hao's Great World in his mind, so they did not feel anything about the framework of the Great World ruled by the Dark Demon Clan. As for Chun Hao himself, he did not feel anything either. When he helped Ito Taichi to refine the Great World, it was many times more powerful than the Dark Demon Clan commanders. I used the Dark Demon Clan commander to trigger Heaven's punishment. If we go out, I'm afraid we will reach the Dark Demon Clan's dark galaxy. Chun Hao's primordial spirit had returned to his mind, but he could still easily control the collapsed Dark Demon Clan commander. Yes, when we entered from the entrance of the vast universe galaxy. The 10 galaxies all have their own entrances. When we go out, we will go to the exit of the galaxy where our imprints are. Hu Meinyang said. Good. Then you all come into my great world in my mind. Okay. Your great world in your mind. Everyone replied. However, Xiao Feng was surprised. Sister Feng, our boss already has a great world in his mind. Don't be surprised. Let's go. I'll bring you into play. Lan Feng said hurriedly. As he spoke, he did not allow Xiao Feng to refute. He shamelessly grabbed Xiao Feng's little hand and plunged it into Chun Hao's glabella. The moment it went in, he winked at Chun Hao. The others were well aware of it, but their expressions did not change. They also plunged into Chun Hao's glabella. Well, don't say I didn't take care of you. The moment everyone went in, Chun Hao's lips curled into an evil smile. Of course, this was directed at Lan Feng and Xiao Feng. In an instant, in the great world in his mind, Xiao Feng and Lan Feng's terrified screams came out from the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Endless fear and pressure pounced on the two like ferocious ghosts. At the same time, endless mysterious Tao laws condensed in Chun Hao's mind and surrounded the two. The rest was up to them. Under fear was undoubtedly the best opportunity to develop a relationship. Crack, rumble, chee. Just as the terrifying heavenly punishment was about to end, the Milky Way tunnel that connected the 9 heavens, 10 earths finally appeared. Chun Hao took control of the Dark Devil Clan's commander and stepped inside. Wang. Space trembled, and the Dark Demon Clan commander appeared in the Star River tunnel filled with endless mysteries and ancient auras. 2 directions, 2 passageways. It was a light gate that had no end in sight, and one could see the end of it with the naked eye. It was shining brightly like a space-time gate. Chun Hao took a deep breath and completely concealed his aura. His figure flashed and stepped into the light door. Wang, Qi, time and space twisted, and Chun Hao suddenly appeared in the real great wide world. Just like Edo Ta back then, he sensed the fresh air and the vitality of all things. Although the world was weak, the laws of the heavenly Tao were more complete and stable. This made Chun Hao feel relaxed and happy. Ancient chaos. Chun Hao have returned. Roar. Chun Hao said excitedly in his heart, and then let out a long roar. Of course, he was completely controlling the Dark Demon Clan commander, and did not release his aura at all. Moreover, the Dark Demon Clan puppet that had stepped into the Hongmeng realm was definitely 10 times stronger than before. Chun Hao knew that if the Dark Demon Clan commander was completely controlled by his soul, it would definitely be 10 times or even 100 times stronger. Chi, 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 chi. In an instant, streaks of flowing light appeared and surrounded Chun Hao. Gao Kuan, Brother Gao, congratulations on ascending to Hongmeng. Congratulations, congratulations. Brother Gao Kuan is indeed the strongest person in Zenith Heaven. In just a little over 1,000 years, you have ascended to the Supreme of Hongmeng. This is really unprecedented. Brother Gao Kuan's aura is so powerful. It's only been a little over 1,000 years. Amazing, really amazing. What a pity, Brother Gao Kuan. If you had cultivated for a few more 1,000 years, you would definitely be stronger. Why are you in such a hurry to come out? The old men from the Grand Mist Supremacy realm who had gathered around praised him enthusiastically after a brief moment of shock. Gao Kuan had only just stepped into the Supreme of Hongmeng, but his aura was so strong that it completely surpassed all the old men present. These old men were the guardians sent by the Master of the Dim Galaxy to guard the entrance of the 10th Direction territory. They were basically sinners and would die of old age here for the rest of their lives. They were the same as Yen Baitian and the others from the vast universe galaxy. Advance when you're ready. What is perfection? I felt that I had enough, so I naturally came out. Everyone, farewell. Wait, Brother Gao Kuan, are you leaving by yourself? Where are you going? We'll open a space-time door and send you there. You don't have to waste your time. We can teleport you to the main cities of the major planets. You'll be there in a moment. An old man said, fawningly, "Oh, that's a good feeling. Send me to the nearest city to the extraterrestrial battlefield. I've just stepped into Hongmeng, and I need to fight." Hiss, 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 hiss. Chun Hao's eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight, as he said, excitedly. Everyone was shocked. That's right. Brother Gao Kuan, although you're just a beginner supreme of Hongmeng, your strength is enough to dominate the extraterrestrial battlefield. The old man continued, "Okay, we'll send you there." "Thank you." Brother Gao, you're welcome. I look forward to the day when you'll be in charge of us. Oh, maybe I'll remember you. Chun Hao was slightly taken aback, but immediately understood what they meant. Open. Buzz. Dozens of old men immediately raised their tokens, and the space-time door quickly formed in the void. Chun Hao cupped his fists slightly, turned into a stream of light and entered directly. Chun Hao, who had many experiences in disguise, was familiar with it. He was not worried about being seen through by the other party. After passing through the space-time door and appearing above a vast city, Chun Hao leisurely landed on a teleportation square that was similar to the center of the League of Defenders. Gao Kun, you're a Supreme of Hongmeng now? What a powerful aura! The moment they appeared, their divine wills locked onto Chun Hao, and they let out exclamations. No wonder he's the top Grand Luo of the Dark Demon clan. He's recognized everywhere. Chun Hao thought to himself, Chi, Chi. Immediately, several old men appeared in front of Gao Kun. Before they arrived, they cupped their fists from afar, and their expressions were filled with shock and friendliness. Brother Gao Kun, I didn't expect you to be promoted to a Supreme of Hongmeng so quickly. I'm afraid the title of the top Hongmeng in our Dark Demon clan will soon change hands. Ha ha ha. Congratulations. You're too kind. I've just been promoted to Hongmeng. Chun Hao smiled and cupped his fists humbly. Brother Gao Kun, you're here? Did the controller send you to the extraterrestrial battlefield? You can say that. I've just stepped out of the 10 Directions territory and need to fight. The extraterrestrial battlefield is undoubtedly the most suitable. That's right. With Brother Gao Kun's aura, you'll be like a fish in water in the extraterrestrial battlefield. Haha, this is great. With Brother Gao Kun joining us, you'll definitely be able to lead our Dark Demon clan to kill that monster from the human clan. Yes, the monster from the human clan? Who? Is he very strong? Chun Hao asked with a frown. Oh, brother, it seems you haven't received any news. There's a monster from the human clan in the extraterrestrial battlefield. His strength is terrifying, and his name is Itoda. He's killed countless people from our Dark Demon clan and the other 8 galaxies. Is that so? Chun Hao asked with a frown, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. In everyone's opinion, Gao Kun didn't care at all. However, what they didn't know was that Chun Hao was laughing in his heart. He wasn't surprised that Itoda was called a monster. After more than 10,000 years of training in the depths of the chaotic space, he had experienced countless life and death situations. To be able to survive, it was difficult for him not to be strong. Moreover, although the macro world in Itoda's mind was rushed, Chun Hao had done his best, so it wouldn't be bad. Then there was the comprehension of the 3 great immortal scriptures. How could it not be strong? Yes, since Brother Gao Kun is here, it's not his turn to be arrogant. But I'm afraid it's too late. Too late. A year ago, our Dark Demon clan formed an alliance with the tyrants and the other 8 galaxies to kill the human clan. The first task to complete is to kill the monster from the human clan, Itoda. Once he's dead, the human clan's spiritual pillar will be gone. It'll be much easier then. Humph, he's just a monster from the human clan, our Dark Demon clan, and the other 8 galaxies can't even subdue him. Shame. Everyone who can send me off. I've just advanced to Hongmeng, so I don't know anything about the extraterrestrial battlefield. I hope I can make it in time. I want to kill this monster with my own hands and show off the Dark Demon clan's might. Chun Hao said sternly. Impressive. Brother Gao, this is the entrance to the extraterrestrial battlefield. Please follow me. Okay. Brother Gao, the current commander of our clan in the extraterrestrial battlefield, is Du Qianfan. Once you enter, find our clan members. The commander will naturally be you. I believe Du Qianfan won't dare to compete with you. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'm mainly here to train myself. It's inconvenient to lead the army. Let's go in first. Okay, I look forward to Brother Gao's triumphant return. Please. Goodbye. Chun Hao cupped his fists and stepped into the huge teleportation portal. After a terrifying wave of energy, Chun Hao clearly felt that time and space were torn apart. It was as if he had entered a long and narrow ancient tunnel. This was definitely not as simple as a teleportation portal. It contained the aura of a galaxy tunnel. How did the 10 galaxies merge together to form the ancient chaos vast thousand world? Chun Hao did not have any information in this regard. How to enter another galaxy from one galaxy. Chun Hao did not know Chun Hao. However, Chun Hao fell into deep thought when he sensed that he had been sent into the tunnel by the enormous teleportation array. That ancient aura was very similar to the galaxy tunnel. Although it was not as strong as the galaxy tunnel, it had existed for an unknown period of time. Ancient chaos. Ancient chaos. The name of the vast thousand world was Ancient Chaos. Now, the 10 galaxies had been established. For hundreds of millions of years, no one had completely controlled it. It was also because of this balance, killing, competition, and snatching of resources without a unified management that the strength of the cultivators in the ancient chaos vast thousand world was far inferior to that of the chaotic vast thousand world. Through the situation in the 10-direction territory, Chun Hao was very clear that if the ancient chaos vast thousand world were to be united, it would definitely be stronger than the chaotic vast thousand world. Perhaps only Senior Yilan and the ancestor of the Shao clan know a thing or two. Shuttling through space similar to the galaxy tunnel, Chun Hao thought to himself, the ancestor of the Shao clan, at all costs, painstakingly worked for hundreds of millions of years in order to unify the ancient chaos vast thousand world. If there were no huge interests driving him, why would he do this? Unfortunately, Chun Hao did not know anything. His realm limited his cognitive level. He, who had been immersed in the great Tao alone, did not obtain much information from the experts. His knowledge of the ancient chaos vast thousand world was not as much as the chaotic vast thousand world. In the vast and boundless extraterritorial battlefield, there was no sky, no earth. The entire space was like a blood-red setting sun. The mountain-like boulders were just the smallest space dust here. Incomparably huge meteorite fragments were everywhere. Almost every meteorite was crisscrossed with ravines, fist marks, sword marks, and other traces of a great battle. Some were so ancient that it was impossible to determine their age, while some were newly left behind and were still emitting traces of Tao mark pressure. The smell of blood permeated the entire space, outlining a terrifying scene with the blood-red setting sun in the sky. Any cultivator who stepped in for the first time would be infected by this aura, and their battle intent would rise. This was the extraterritorial battlefield. The battlefield where the cultivators in the Grand Mist Supremacy realm fought had existed for countless years and coexisted with the ancient chaos vast thousand world. Just like the 10-direction domain, it was impossible to determine its specific spatial location. Just like the 10-direction galaxy, no cultivator could tell how they were connected. This was the existence that broke the spatial structure. Kill, 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 chi, chi, rumble, rumble, rumble. In this vast and boundless space, terrifying battles were taking place everywhere. Raging energy explosions, terrifying divine powers, and the sounds of battle resounded through the heavens and earth. It was a completely different concept from the battle in the 10-direction domain. Ito Kenta, die. Don't even think about escaping today. Kill, kill, kill. Tens of thousands of Hongmeng's supreme masters from the 9 galaxies surrounded Ito Kenta on a meteorite that was larger than an ordinary planet. Endless Tao principles and endless coercion covered the heavens and earth like an invisible net. Even the cultivators who worked together to release the coercion felt heavy pressure, let alone Ito Kenta, who was in the center. They couldn't even breathe smoothly. Ha ha ha. A bunch of idiots. Do you think you can kill me like this? Ito Kenta was bathed in blood, but his essence, chi, and spirit were burning fiercely like an erupting volcano. Mysterious runes surrounded him within 100 miles, resisting the terrifying coercion and Tao principles. His long hair and robe fluttered in the wind. His ferocious expression and scarlet eyes were wild and domineering. He didn't feel like he was on the verge of death at all. There was only a little madness, a little arrogance, and a little disdain. A chapter with more than 4,000 words, looking for monthly votes. The number of chapters will increase in the future, and the number of chapters will decrease. Chapter 1096. Kill, 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 kill. Chi, chi. With a loud roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, countless alien masters suddenly joined forces to launch an overwhelming attack. Saber light, sword shadows, fist radiance, endless Tao laws, energy that was as deep as the sea, and the pressure that could destroy the starry sky, violently shot toward Ito Ta at the center of the attack. Roar, roar. Boom, boom. Itoda, who was already full of fighting spirit, suddenly clenched his fists in front of him and roared into the sky. What shocked all the alien cultivators was that Itoda's roar, which seemed to be tearing the void, suddenly became louder again. It was like a dragon roaring in the sky, causing the surrounding space to explode continuously. Itoda's aura, which had obviously reached the peak, soared by a large margin. Roar. When the dragon-like roar reached its peak again, what made the hearts of the outsiders thump was that Ito Ta's roar once again burst out. Chi, 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 chi. The cries of the sparrow, the howl of the ghost, and the roar of the Qilin. Wave after wave, 5 waves erupted in succession, and they flowed without end. They were like endless waves, and each wave pushed the previous one to a new height. Break for me. It was also at this time that Ito Ta's wild voice was like a thunderclap which put an end to the roar of the Pentacold wave. The strength of his body soared by many times, and he punched the sky. Boom. Ita Taichi's fist pierced through the web-like Tao laws and pressure. His entire body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Chi, chi, chi. As soon as Ito Ta broke the seal, the overwhelming attacks collided, exploded, and annihilated. The entire huge meteorite was like a mushroom cloud, turning into gravel and dust. How can he be so strong? Is he really in the early stage of the Hongmeng state? Chi, 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 chi. He must have fused with an ancient beast. This is his true strength. Chi, chi, chi. Tens of thousands of people had gone to great lengths to catch Itoda like a turtle in a jar, but in the end, they still failed and let him escape. Chase, chase, chase after him. He's already an arrow at the end of its flight. No matter the price, we can't give him any time to catch his breath. Chase, send out the news. Tell the various armies to join forces. After the leaders of the 9 galaxies came back to their senses, they began to clamor crazily. A bunch of idiots. There's no need to chase after them. A terrifying aura suddenly sped over, traveling thousands of miles in an instant. Everyone heed my orders. The 9 Galaxies Alliance has issued a decree. Attack the entrance to the vast universe galaxy. Are you going to give up on Itoda? He killed so many of our people. Humph, we will attack the entrance of the human race. As long as we destroy it, do you think Itoda won't take the initiative to come? Unless he gave up on the human race. Execute. We haven't been able to kill this guy even after a year. There's no need to waste any more time chasing him. Chi, the blood-colored flowing light, concealed its own aura at a terrifying speed as it shuttled back and forth. He actually didn't chase after me. Itoda sensed the aura behind him. His twisted expression flashed with a trace of seriousness. Come out, Walla. A moment later, a crystal light flashed between Itoda's eyebrows, and streams of flowing light poured out. In an instant, countless human cultivators appeared around Itoda. Brother Itoda, thank you for saving our lives. Did you escape? Brother Itoda, thank you. Without you, we would all be finished. Damn it, the 9 galaxies have joined forces to kill us. Just when everyone was thanking Itoda, an enchanting woman with a particularly plump buttocks looked at Itoda, who was covered in blood, and said with heartache, Tenoda, I have the best sage level healing elixir here. You are so badly injured. Hurry up and recover. Tenoda, I have it here too. Eat it. Suddenly, another beautiful woman with a big buttocks came to Itoda's side, took out an elixir, and stuffed it into Itoda's mouth. Ito Taka's twisted and painful expression suddenly showed a smug and evil smile. He didn't pay attention to the gratitude of the people. He didn't even look at them. He stretched out his arms and took the 2 enchanting women into his arms. He opened his mouth on the left and opened his mouth on the right, and swallowed the 2 top-grade saint-level healing elixirs. Tenoda, don't. I am embarrassed. Tenoda, the other human cultivators, regardless of whether they looked young or old, all awkwardly averted their gazes. This is 2F * King Shameless. Too shameless, too obscene. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he rubbed and pinched the 2 women's buttocks, treating them as if they were air. Why are you still here? Do you want to see? I don't mind. However, when they chase after you, I will not be able to save you, Itoda suddenly said. After that, his eyes fell on the 2 women in his arms again. He said, Baby, don't be jealous. I am very powerful. Not to mention the 2 of you, I can take care of 10, 800s, or thousands of you. Ha, 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 ha. Bah, what kind of bullshit is that? It's useless. It's not as fast as our recovery. Hundreds of human cultivators were sweating profusely. The man swallowed his saliva and directly left with his fists clasped at Itoda. The woman blushed and flashed away. After a certain distance, some women couldn't help but look back. But in the end, they left again, reserved. How many people could put down their pride? After all, it was very rare. Although they had heard that Itoda was a monstrous genius who had no taboos with women, it was still too shocking to see it with their own eyes. This was not only a man who had no taboos with women, but also a man who did whatever he wanted to do with the whole world. He did not care about what others thought. He was lawless and did whatever he wanted. Too strong, too shameless, what a pity. Yes, what a pity. Damn it, if I were him, what kind of woman can I conquer? Not to mention others. In the extraterritorial battlefield, there are many talented and beautiful women with primordial bodies. As long as he is willing, I don't think anyone can resist his pursuit. Yes, it's not that he pursued them. In the beginning, many beautiful women with primordial bodies pursued him, but this guy ignored them. Every time he saw a coquettish woman, especially one with a big, but his eyes would light up. You see those 2 just now, they are famous for being sluts. Yes, you don't say, those 2 sluts' strength improved very quickly. Itoda, what a pity. I think it's not that he doesn't like young and beautiful geniuses with primordial bodies. It's just that he doesn't like any of them. Now, he is looking for these sluts for fun. He can do whatever he wants and doesn't need to take responsibility. Okay, stop discussing. Let's leave quickly and meet up with the army. damn it, the alliance of the 9 galaxies. Although our human race is strong, it is difficult to escape now. I'm afraid it will be more dangerous in the future. Around 10 p.m., there is one more chapter. Today, I guarantee that 10,000 words will explode. Looking for votes. Chapter 1097. The Grand Mist Supremacy Realm was the pinnacle existence in the ancient chaos grand thousand worlds, except for a few Taos severing true immortals. The talent advantage of human cultivators was very obvious in the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm as a whole. It was precisely because of this that even though there were few human cultivators in the vast and boundless extraterritorial battlefield, the 9 galaxies wouldn't be able to annihilate human cultivators within a short period of time, even if they were in an alliance. They were flexible and could run away if they couldn't win. If they wanted to form an effective attack, they had to chase, encircle, and kill repeatedly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to obtain a big harvest. The most effective, cruel, intense, and radical method was undoubtedly to attack the entrance of the human race. Once such a war was launched, it meant a bloody battle. Countless cultivators were destined to die, especially the attacking side, because the 10 entrances of the 10 galaxies were easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, no matter how many people there were, they couldn't enter at the same time. As long as the humans stood near the entrance and defended, they could achieve the effect of one man holding back 10,000 men. This was the biggest reason why the alliance of the 9 galaxies didn't choose this method at the beginning. If they could kill the current spiritual support of the human cultivators, Itoda, and then start to encircle and kill him, the effect would be much better. After all, Hongming's supremacy realm had a mind world. As long as a monster like Itoda saw a big battle, he would be a firefighter. If he could win, he would directly kill. If he couldn't, he would directly absorb all the human cultivators into his mind world. With his powerful personal strength, he would break through the encirclement and escape. This was a very troublesome matter. But now, after more than a year, they had spent a lot of manpower and energy. Tens of thousands of people finally formed an encirclement restriction, but the severely injured Itoda had escaped. This made them give up on pursuing Itoda. This was purely a waste of time. Then, they could only use the final method, which was to attack the entrance of the human race. They would pay several times the price in exchange for the final victory. As the narrow and long passage suddenly widened, Chun Hao appeared in a space with a radius of 10,000 miles. Countless Grand Mist Supremacy Realm Dark Demon cultivators were sitting cross-legged in it. After sensing the sudden fluctuation of energy from Chun Hao, many pairs of eyes immediately gathered. Gao Kun! Gao Kun! Chi! A powerful aura suddenly shot through the crowd at lightning speed, arriving in front of Chun Hao with an excited expression. "Junior brother, you're out? You finished tempering so quickly? An acquaintance?" Chun Hao frowned slightly. Although he had taken control of Gao Kuen's body and soul, he had not fused with Gao Kuen's memories. At his level of strength, Gao Kuen was like a worm to him, unable to withstand a single blow. Fusing with Gao Kuen's memories would stain his own soul. The people who knew him before were obviously not familiar with him because of the reputation of the puppet. But now, the middle-aged man who had rushed over was obviously stronger than the people around him, yet he called him junior brother. Very soon? I think it's already very slow. Chun Hao's expression didn't change at all. He only smiled and said proudly, "Junior martial brother, forget it. You've already come out. Could it be that you didn't go to see Master? Why didn't my teacher inform me of your arrival? I need to fight." Chun Hao said, "Senior martial brother, is that the entrance? I'm going." "Wait, Junior Marshall brother, I know you're strong, but it's really not good for you to go now. Even if our teacher knows, he won't let you go in now. Why? To preserve our strength. Preserve our strength. Those who are going in now, aside from 1,000 army commanders and commanders, are all ordinary characters and cannon fodder. Senior Marshal brother, what do you mean? I don't understand. Our 9 galaxies have formed an alliance and will soon attack the entrance of the vast universe galaxy. This is a battle to the death. Countless people are destined to die in order to annihilate the human race's cultivators. At that time, the human race will inevitably send out Tao-severing perfected immortals. There's no point for you to go now. Chun Hao's heart skipped a beat. Tao-severing perfected immortals? Yes. Now, no one dares to use Tao-severing perfected immortals. Once they do, it will be the final battle. Before the entrance is lost, the human race will definitely not use them. But if it's really lost, they will have to appear. Otherwise, our 9 galaxies will swarm in, and the entire vast universe galaxy will be turned upside down. Besides, it's an alliance of 9 galaxies, anyway. How can we be so stupid as to let the police station have them? I believe the other galaxies are the same. Senior Marshal brother, are you here to guard the entrance of our race? That's right. Just these few people. Ha! Junior Marshal brother, you were in the Grand Luo realm before, so it's not strange that you don't know about this. Look, that light door is the entrance to the extraterrestrial battlefield. Apart from there, no other place can be attacked. We only need to guard this place and kill whoever comes in. 1 man can hold the pass against 10,000. So, you can't go now. When the time comes, no matter how strong you are, if you go in, you will directly face the attacks of countless people. Our 9 galaxies alliance will have to sacrifice at least several times more people to be able to take it down. Indeed. Chun Hao frowned slightly, and then said, I heard that the human race has a monstrous genius called Etoda, right? Yes, that's right. He's very strong, very strong. Even Junior Marshal brother. I'm afraid. Ahem, you can definitely defeat him, but now is not the time. Don't think about. Senior Marshal brother, in your heart, you already think that I'm no match for him, right? You're just afraid of arousing my competitiveness, so you changed your words. I've made up my mind. Don't worry. Before the Tao-severing perfected immortal comes out, I'll leave on my own. Chi. After Chun Hao finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the light door. No, Junior Marshal brother. Chi. The expert suddenly released a terrifying energy to seal Chun Hao, preventing Chun Hao from stepping into the light door. He knew very well that if Etoda had shown his strength before, Gao Kuan might have been able to win. However, the recent news made him certain that Gao Kuan, who had just stepped into the Hongmeng realm, was no match for Etoda. Hundreds of thousands of people had set up a trap and eventually formed a siege of tens of thousands of people. They had joined forces to condense an extremely powerful seal. However, Etoda, who was seriously injured, had used an even more terrifying trump card to escape. Chi. At this moment, Chun Hao waved his hand casually without turning his head. Boom! The terrifying shock wave caused the entire space to tremble violently. Boom! 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 Poof! Senior Marshal brother, you're so weak. We'll meet again. The expert who had spat out a mouthful of blood was shocked speechless as he looked at his Junior Marshal brother, who had stepped into the light door casually. The surrounding cultivators widened their eyes in shock. Who was Gao Kuan's Senior Marshal brother? He was one of the top Hongmeng Supremes in the dim galaxy. Although he was not the strongest, he was almost invincible in the Hongmeng realm. He was also the disciple of the controller. It was certain that he would advance to a Tao-severing perfected immortal in the future. However, Gao Kuan, who was the strongest Grand Luo in the dim galaxy more than 1,000 years ago, had just advanced to the Hongmeng realm more than 1,000 years later. With a casual wave of his hand, he had lightly injured his senior martial brother. The sentence he had said before leaving seemed to be that he was surprised that his senior martial brother was not as strong as he had expected. No, it should be that he was much weaker than he had expected. This was simply too shocking. An early stage, supreme being in the Hongmeng realm. Only few. Junior martial brother is a genius, but could it be that he has encountered some amazing opportunity? This strength definitely has the ability to fight against an ordinary Tao-severing perfected immortal. Heavens, this is too exaggerated. This talent, could it be that he's catching up to Master? He hasn't seen Master yet. No, I must report this immediately. What? Jean left the 10 Directions territory and went directly to the extraterritorial battlefield. A majestic shadow suddenly appeared in front of everyone and asked with a shocked look on his face. The surrounding cultivators had already knelt on the ground. They looked respectful and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Although they knew this was only a wisp of the controller's primordial spirit, no one dared to show any disrespect. Yes, Master, nonsense. It's only been 1,000 years. Why did he come out so early? He didn't even tell me that he came out and went directly to the extraterritorial battlefield. Why didn't you stop him? Master, I stopped him. However, Junior Martial Brother insisted on fighting the human genius. Ita Tai Chi. Nonsense. Nonsense. Master, Junior Martial Brother is very strong. I used all my strength to stop him, but he injured me with a casual wave of his hand. How is that possible? Master, Junior Martial Brother is a genius. I feel that he must have had some amazing encounters. His strength is as deep as the ocean and unfathomable. The divine powers he used casually are beyond my ability. Are you serious? The figure's beard trembled. I dare not lie to you, Master. Good, good. He injured you with a casual wave of his hand. He already has the strength of an ordinary Tao-severing perfected immortal. Good, good. If that's the case, then don't bother about him. Ha ha. Send my order to the extraterritorial battlefield. Gao Kuan will be the commander of the Dark Demon Clan. Inform Gao Kuan. Master, Junior Martial Brother, went in so suddenly that he didn't even have a token. This little bastard. Well, let's ignore him for now. Just send the order to all the commanders. Report to me immediately if you have any news. Yes, Master. Buzz. A violent fluctuation came from the space, and Chun Hao suddenly appeared in the extraterritorial battlefield. The extraterritorial battlefield. Chi. Then a crystal light flashed between his eyebrows, and Chun Hao's true body jumped out of the puppet's mind world. Then Qin Shui and the others appeared by Chun Hao's side. We're here? This is the extraterritorial battlefield. What a terrifying aura. His perception is not even 1/10 of it. Just as Chen Shui, Hu Mei Nyang, Coiling Dragon, and the others were sizing up this foreign battlefield in astonishment, the crystal light between Chun Hao's eyebrows flashed once more, and 2 figures tumbled out. Lan Feng was brandishing his arms, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, his face filled with fear. Xiao Feng's face was also pale. However, he suddenly opened his eyes and let out a scream that was completely different from Lan Feng's. Lan Feng screamed in fear. Xiao Feng screamed in surprise. Ha ha! Seeing this, Pan Long burst into laughter. The other girls also couldn't help but laugh. How embarrassing! Lan Feng, you've embarrassed us all. Du Jing couldn't help but say with disdain. Du Jing, you're bullsh asterisk ting. I'm facing fear head on, and using fear to overcome fear. Can't you see how good my mental state is? How strong is my endurance? When I'm in fear, my state of mind transcends fear and comprehend the power of fear. You don't understand. Amazing. So that's how it is. Lan Feng, I'm impressed. I admit defeat. Du Jing cupped his fists and bowed with a face full of admiration. Well said. Pan Long was slightly taken aback and said, when I have time, I'll also try the Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. It seems pretty good. Hu Meinyang smiled. You'll all try it. Chun Hao put away Gao Kuan and sealed him in the Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood again. Chen Hao, I'm weak and can't do it here. You'd better send me into the Mountain of Corpses and Sea of Blood. Sister Xiao Feng, you're still going? Don't go in. I'll take you and kill the alien races. Isn't that great? You're the one feeling great, not me. I'm not that strong. Xiao Feng curled her lips and looked at Chun Hao again. Chun Hao, send me in. You're not afraid? Chun Hao was slightly surprised. Of course I'm afraid, but I've improved a lot, especially that boundless pressure of Tao. That was condensed by you, right? You've surpassed your master. Xiao Feng's face quickly became rosy again. She stared at Chun Hao and curled her lips slightly as she said. Lan Feng looked at Xiao Feng with a conflicted expression. The way Xiao Feng looked at Lan Feng made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. This fear wasn't just fear, but cough, cough. Chun Hao felt Lan Feng's abnormality and coughed awkwardly. He said, Sister-in-law, you two should go in together. Good disciple, you call me sister-in-law so smoothly. I'm your master. Master, do you know? You've received my inheritance. Inheritance, do you know? You've just arrived, and you're already bullying your master. Humph! Why aren't you exerting your pressure? Hu Meinyang, Coiling Dragon, Du Jing, Lin Xia, and Long Ting bullying me is one thing, but you, Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, Tantai Lien, Lung Minghuan, Lung Mingle, you're bullying me too? I'm the limitless old ancestor. I've controlled your bloodline origins. Only Little Nan, Little Yen, and Ning Bing didn't bully me. Humph, I'll remember this. Although I'm in the third life and was born around the same time as you, I still have my original body, and the second life, my master is Controller Yilan. Humph. When the time comes, I'll ask him to teach you a lesson for not respecting your elders. Especially you, my good disciple. It's fine if you don't want to acknowledge me as your master, but send me in. Let me earn enough and receive your inheritance. Once the highest inheritance. Don't think that I haven't taught you. Back in the second world, I personally fought with you. It's just that you didn't know it was me. No one expected that the limitless old ancestor Xiao Feng would suddenly flip out. No one expected him to be so sharp. This time, everyone, including Chun Hao, was dumbfounded. In particular, Chun Shui and the others from the limitless planet lowered their heads. Chun Hao was so conflicted that he felt a headache coming on. Everyone was speechless. What should they say? At the same time, they also understood why she hadn't resisted when they had called her sister-in-law. Only Little Nan, Little Yen, and Ning Bing, the three of them hadn't exerted their pressure on her. The others had all exerted their pressure, although they didn't feel that they had exerted too much pressure. After all, she had withstood it. But when they gathered together and thought about how she had been able to calmly endure the fear of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, They understood what was going on. Her endurance was strong, but her resistance was low. The reason was because she was in the third life. 10,000 words eruption complete. Requesting votes. Chapter 1098. Xiao Feng was in the third anima. If she hadn't entered the 10 directions domain, this wouldn't have happened. But when she entered the 10 directions domain, Yilan had already connected her state of mind, will, and cultivation comprehension with her original body. In other words, Xiao Feng had the mental state of her main body, but her strength was that of the Daluo Golden Wonderland. This was the reason why her endurance far exceeded the resistance of the third anima. Humph, my good disciple, you have nothing to say? Xiao Feng raised her head and pouted. She took a step forward and glared at Chun Hao. Chun Hao awkwardly took a step back and said that we overlooked your current situation. We didn't mean to pressure you. Humph, there's no need to explain. Send me in. Xiao Feng turned her face away. Xiao Feng, at that moment, Lan Feng suddenly said, "Don't blame them. It was all my wishful thinking. I was the one who wanted to exert pressure on you. I didn't realize that you were in the third anima, so I appeared and made you unable to resist. It made me think too highly of myself and think too highly of myself. I gave you an inch and wanted a yard. This has nothing to do with boss, the sisters-in-law, or the brothers and sisters. I apologize." Lan Feng. Chun Hao couldn't help but say, Lan Feng. How could he not feel Lan Feng's current mood? Boss, that's the truth. I was too naive. I'm sorry. Boss, we've already stepped into the foreign battlefield. Let's begin. I want to act alone. Don't worry about me. I'll go first. Chi. Before Lan Feng finished speaking, he turned into a streak of light and quickly left. His voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone could see that Lan Feng was trying to put on an unnatural expression. It wasn't easy for him to meet someone he liked. Furthermore, he had expressed his feelings in front of everyone and asked for their help. Who would have thought that he would end up making a fool of himself? The falling flowers were willing, but the heartless flowing water was merciless. Xiao Feng's words had already revealed a clear message. Brother, I'll go check on Brother Lan. Chun Nan frowned and looked at Chun Hao. Okay, little Xia, and I will go too. What can little Nan say with her clumsy tongue? Boss, don't worry. This kid will be fine soon. Du Jing pulled Lin Xia and chased after Lan Feng. Damn it, I'll just beat him up and nothing will happen. Senior brother, I'll go too. Anyway, it's too safe to be by your side. Rumble. The coiling dragon's huge body chased after him in a frenzy. Big brother, you guys go too. Be careful. Send me a message if anything happens. When Chunling and Liang also spoke, Chun Hao waved his hand and said, Chunling replied before she suddenly sent a voice transmission. Big brother, feelings will always be a matter between two people. Let nature take its course. In the blink of an eye, only Chun Hao, the girls, and Xiao Feng, whose expression had turned ugly, were left. Chun Hao looked at Xiao Feng. After a moment of hesitation, he said, as far as I can remember, this was the first time Lan Feng fell in love. He has fallen in love. So I should be moved. I should happily throw myself into his arms and become his Tao companion. Does that mean you'll accept all the women who fall in love with you? Or should I say, I accept all the men who are attracted to me? That's not what I meant. You didn't? My dear disciple, I'm afraid you don't even believe your own words, right? Send me in. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I won't force you to call me master. After this is over, we'll write off our relationship as master and disciple. and we won't owe each other anything. Chen Hao frowned slightly. You won't let me in? Fine, I'll just die here. Since Master asked me to sacrifice my life, I'll sacrifice it completely. Swoosh. As Xiao Feng spoke, he suddenly turned into a stream of light and flashed away. At this moment, Chen Hao had no choice but to move. A crystal flashed between his eyebrows. Xiao Feng resisted slightly and snorted at Chen Hao before entering the world in Chen Hao's mind. How? Chen Hao was the first to catch up to him. She grabbed his arm and said, Don't think too much. We've done what we should do. Let nature take its course. Yeah, brother, don't think too much. Brother Lon should be fine soon. How do you feel? There's no need to worry. I've blocked off her divine sense. When he heard Chen Shui and little Yen, Chen Hao looked at all the women that had arrived successively and asked, I feel. Long Ting patted her head. Hu Meinyang frowned slightly. Heli and Wuzi looked at the sky. The two sisters looked at each other affectionately. Bailey Ningbing bit her lip. Okay, I know, even if you don't say it. Don't worry, I won't fall into this dilemma. Master is right. Master? Which master? Master Xiao Feng. Lan Feng has feelings for her, but does that mean she must have feelings for him? Even for you, brother. I went through a lot of twists and turns, went through untold hardships, climbed a mountain of swords, jumped into a pot of boiling oil, and went through 81 difficulties before I finally got my hands on you. How can true love be so simple? Don't you think so? Chen Hao suddenly said with a smile, his eyes sparkling. The girls frowned and looked at Chen Hao. Brother, does that include me? Xiao Yan asked with a blushing face, after a slight pause, heartlessly burrowed into Chen Hao's arms. You? Brother has always treated you as my most beloved sister, a little girl who hasn't grown up. Now, it seems that you're still. How? I'm not a little girl anymore. Yes, those who should have grown up have all grown up. Brother feels that no one in the world is worthy of you, so I can only reluctantly be your brother and Dao companion. Fortunately, I'm not your biological brother. Just nice. Chen Hao said as he pinched Chen Yan's little face lovingly. Uffed, although Chen Shui and the others knew that Chen Hao deliberately didn't want them to feel a little heavy in their hearts and atmosphere. But when they saw Chen Hao's extremely doting look towards Chen Yan, and yet he said such shameless words, they couldn't help but laugh. Brother, I won't call you brother in the future. You're confusing familial love. What I want is love. Little fool, the highest level of love is familial love. Blood is thicker than water. That's love without a trace of impurities. A love that can't be cut off. You've directly advanced to the highest level of love, and you're still not happy? I'm not happy, Chen Yan said frankly. All right, actually what I want to say is that parents, younger brothers, younger sisters, family, these are all facts that can never be changed. No matter when, no matter what happens, it will never change. But Dao companions, brothers, don't think too much. I'm just speaking from my heart. I'm not saying that between us, Dao companions can meet and part at any time. Brothers and sisters who can give their lives for each other, can also leave at any time, or even turn against each other. I don't want to see such a situation. Chen Hao's gaze lingered on the girls as he said softly, How? Are you worried about Lan Feng? I'm not worried about him. It's just that my problem is very serious. I don't know if Master's third anima has anything to do with me, but I feel that it might have something to do with it. If it wasn't for me, Lan Feng might not have succeeded, but with me, it's very difficult for him to succeed. With only the few of you here, I'm not boasting, nor am I complacent. I just deeply hate this feeling. My brilliance covers up everything, and I can't harden my heart to refuse anything, especially beautiful women. You're moved, and I'm soft-hearted, and I'm moved. Chun Hao didn't look at the girls again, but instead looked at the void. It's like a curse that I can't break free from. Again and again. It's always unavoidable, making you accept it, calmly accept it, and finally indulge me. Chen Shui and the others quieted down, not saying a word. Chun Hao's expression and tone weren't joking. He was opening his heart and telling them what was in his heart. As for Chun Hao's words, Chen Shui, Helian Wuzi, Xia Yuyu, and Chun Yen didn't say anything. However, Tantai Lien, the sisters, and Long Ting all frowned slightly, especially Bailey Ningbing and Hu Mainyang. They felt as if he was talking about them. Many times, many people have said that I have luck with women. I also attribute this to my luck with women. I remember that the first person I liked was Xiao Mei, Sister Mei. At that time, I had just entered the Xiao clan of the Eastern Continent and became a cultivator of the secular world. She was good to me and was my personal instructor. At that time, I had just awakened the memories of my previous life. I had the body of a 12 or 13-year-old youth, but I had the heart of a mature man, including the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Sister Mei was a mature woman to me. I think, later, I quickly improved and left. Later on, Sister Mei, who had ordinary talent, was pressured by her parents to agree to Brother Xiao Feng of the Xiao clan. I only found out when I returned from the cultivation world. At that time, I pretended that I didn't care. I also thought that Sister Mei had found happiness, so I didn't care, but in reality, I cared. Later on, when I found out that Sister Mei had always been loyal to me, and that she and Xiao Feng were only Dao companions in name, I was very happy. Look, this is Sister Mei's appearance at that time. Chun Hao seemed to have completely sunk into the memories of the past. A crystal light flashed between his eyebrows, and he took out a small knife and a piece of iron wood. In an instant, Xiao Mei's appearance when she had sent him to the Royal Academy was vividly displayed in front of everyone. At that time, I understood Sister Mei's gaze. I was very fickle. Before I left Cloud State City, I used the golden snake coiling hand in a duel with Xiao Wu. At that time, Xiao Wu hated me to death. I attacked her chest and barely won. Moreover, our energy attributes made us like each other. When I went to the Royal Academy, I was together with Xiao Wu and Mo Yui. Xiao Wu was called Femme Fatale by me. You're still talking. Helian Wuzi didn't expect Chun Hao to change the topic and talk about her. She blushed slightly and said angrily, but her heart was filled with joy. First update. Yesterday, I really couldn't write anymore in the internet cafe, so I took my daughter out of kindergarten and played with her for a day. Today, I will write until midnight. I will write as many updates as I can. It will definitely explode. Those with monthly votes, please support Dark Mountain. Thank you. Chapter 10, 99. Femme Fatale, Pink Skeletons. A gentle village, a hero's mound. At that time, I was trembling with fear, as if I was treading on thin ice. In my previous life, to be exact, it was my other half who occupied the main position and influence to a certain extent. Even if it was love, I didn't dare to easily reveal it. Little Wu was ravaged by me like a man. Of course, it was to raise her cultivation and battle strength. I remember that at that time, I even instilled in her to use her beautiful appearance as a trump card that could be used. Chun Hao held Helian Wuzi's small hand and didn't stop continuing to speak. During that time, during one of my experiences, I encountered the remains of yin-yang dual cultivation. Coincidentally, I entered together with Yu, who had run away from home from the cultivation world. At that time, Yu's clear eyes were like a pure and flawless angel, pure and clear, without any aura of the secular world. It made me unable to control myself, unable to resist. Because of that kind of gaze, I didn't have any suspicions or worries. Unfortunately, I was forcibly separated by Yu's powerful father and grandfather. However, that also stimulated my strong obsession to step into the cultivation world. Sister Yu's eyes are indeed very beautiful, like a little doll's. Chunyen moved in front of the slightly red Xia Yu, staring at her eyes as she spoke. Xia Yu pinched little Yan's cheeks with both hands, indicating for her to be quiet. Afterwards, during the competition in Xuanwu Empire, I met little Lian. She was like a lotus flower, attracting people's attention, but her scheming was deep and ruthless. In the end, I, little Lian, Yang Fan, Li Yifeng, and I, Giant Pain, obtained the qualifications to step into the cultivation world of the Eastern Continent. When I left, I couldn't forget the scene of little Wu recklessly attacking the barrier of the teleportation light, crying out for me with a face full of tears. At that time, I discovered that no matter if it was femme fatale or pink skeletons, I had long been unable to part with them. When I stepped into the cultivation world of the Eastern Continent for the first test, I met a pervert, Dongfang Han. He made me nauseous for a very long time. You're the disgusting one. All right, listen to me first. In the beginning, I really didn't like Xiao Lian, and I wasn't moved at all. Even after I obtained Xiao Lian's primordialine body, it was also because of my responsibility. Xiao Lian, don't cry. You're the first woman in my life, and you changed because of me. I like you so much now. When I was training in the Eastern Continent, I met Xiao Shui, and we went through many life and death situations together. Later, I found out that the disgusting Lung Yihan was Xiao Shui. My relationship with Xiao Shui can be considered as real equals. It's a relationship that can withstand the test of trials and tribulations. Her blue dress made me dizzy, but at the same time, it also made me want to have her. Although I haven't gotten her yet. Cough, cough. I'm talking about her body. What are you trying to say? Chen Shui stared at Chen, Hao, and asked. Intuition told her that Chen, Hao, was being so frank. Although the girls wouldn't show anything, Chen Hao definitely couldn't be fair and would definitely cause some people to be in a bad mood. Don't worry. Wait for me to finish. Later, I was the first to leave the Eastern Continent and was chased by Xiao Shui. At that time, I was chased by the Eastern Continent's Devil Dao and Demon Dao, and I entered the 9 Nether Cold Pond in the origin space of Wuji Star. Later, because I couldn't help myself with Xiao Shui, I almost did that. Master Han, Mei took Xiao Shui away. I met Huan Huan and Lei Lei. At that time, without them, I'm afraid I would have died. I'm very perverted. In my previous life, I was a pair of beautiful sisters, but I can endure it and I can control it. When my god-grandfather became my Taoist companion, it was also because the 2 girls seduced me. Later, I let nature take its course. No, Huan Huan and Lei Lei suddenly blushed. Later, I met Xiao Ting. Brother Hao, you don't have to say any more. I drugged you to seduce you. It's just that I couldn't cook the rice with you. Long Ting was thick-skinned and said directly, speaking of which, we endured that drug. He. At this time, Bailey Ningbing turned her face to the side. She originally thought that Chen Hao would mention her, but instead of her, who was supposed to appear, he changed the topic to Long Ting, love and hate and love. Even if it was just a word or two, she would accept it. She had already thrown everything aside. The past was the past. Even if the evaluation was bad, she could accept it. But Chun Hao had skipped over her. It's not all like what you said. Back then, you treated me so well. How could I let you down? It's just that your appearance is what I'm most conflicted about. Fortunately, the result of my divination has been proven correct, Chun Hao said. At this point, he looked at Bailey Ningbing, who had turned her face to the side, and said, Ningbing, when I first met you, you were high and mighty like a queen. You ordered me to be your Tao partner, and even threatened me at that time. I had the urge to kill you, if it was possible. Later, when we stepped onto the Ying planet, you became crazier and more unreasonable. Fortunately, you didn't do anything that truly angered me. You also didn't want to kill me. That time, I stripped you. Stop it. Bailey Ningbing hurriedly stopped him. Later, you fell out with Moling Takshu because of me. Mainyong too. At the very beginning, fortunately, I didn't have the strength to kill you. Otherwise, later on, we fought and quarreled, and now it all seems natural, but Chun Hao changed the topic. Is it really natural? Is it because of my luck with women, or my talent and potential, or is it because enemies always meet? If I didn't have the luck with women, and if I didn't have the talent and strength I have today, and if I was just a mediocre cultivator, would you still be with me? You would. I know, all of you would now. For more than 10,000 years, when I had almost no hope of returning, all of you never gave up. I believe that even if I was worthless now, all of you wouldn't leave me. But before I met all of you, I was very mediocre. Chun Hao, what are you trying to say? Is your assumption valid, or is there any meaning to it? Hu Mainyong couldn't help but ask. It's not valid. There's no meaning to it either. I know all of this, and I know all of it, Chun Hao said. Then why are you still saying it? Hu Mainyong asked. To make you dig out your hearts and give me the truest feeling from when you first met me. You don't have to say it, just condense it into the light of memories and give it to me. I want the truest, the most primitive feeling that can't be affected by my current emotions. In your dreams. I don't care about them. I won't tell you anyway. Chen Shui suddenly said, little Shui, distance is also a kind of beauty. Hu Mainyong smiled faintly. Mainyong, I don't seem to have any secrets. Long Ting frowned and thought, yes, little sister Ting is still the best, but I can't give it to you just because you want it. I'll be the same as little Shui and Mainyong. Long Ting said, me too. How? Thank you for being responsible. Tantai Lien stared at Chun Hao and said, if I didn't cry and shout and desperately look for you, would you have never discovered my good side? The endless cycle of reincarnation. Should I consider which me to choose? Ahem. Enough, stop talking. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Brother, I wanted to give it to you, but it's fine if you don't want it. Chun Yen suddenly said, what's the point of giving it to me? Think with but I know everything about you. Brother, actually, I know you're doing this for Brother Lon and the ancestor, but, brother, I think you're overthinking it. You don't want Brother Lon to be hurt, especially because of yourself, right? Chen Yin suddenly said. Everyone's expression changed slightly. How could they not see it? It was just that no one pointed it out and said it out loud, because they didn't know what to do. To be exact, this really had nothing to do with Chun Hao. However, if it was really as everyone expected, and it was indirectly because of Chun Hao, what should they say? What should they do? Liking someone was a person's freedom. Love was mutual. Just like Xiao Feng said, would you accept anyone who had feelings for you? That was impossible. They couldn't force Xiao Feng to be with Lan Feng. However, a woman's intuition was very frightening. When Xiao Feng first appeared, they called her sister-in-law and exerted pressure. It wasn't as simple as Lan Feng asking them to help. Xiao Feng's sudden outburst didn't seem to be because of Chun Hao rejecting Lan Feng, but the way she looked at Chun Hao and the way she spoke made the women intuitively feel that something was wrong. Perhaps Xiao Feng didn't even notice it, as the people involved. How could Chun Hao and Lan Feng not feel it? Not to mention that Xiao Feng had subtly revealed some kind of hidden desire. Even if Xiao Feng hadn't, the disappointed Lan Feng might have had some thoughts, let alone the girls who could sense it. Right, Chun Hao said. Actually, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. We, the core members of Proud Heavens, have many women. Unfortunately, they're all brothers, cough cough, so I think this is a good opportunity. They're all cultivators of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. We can make friends with more beautiful and good-natured women. If we can recruit them into Proud Heavens, we can create opportunities for Brother Lan, Brother Pan, and Second Brother Nan. Perhaps everything will be solved. However, brother, before they confirm their relationship, you shouldn't appear. At least, don't meet with any of the women. What do you think? The women looked at Chun Yen. Chun Hao's eyes widened. He was speechless. Is it not good? Brother, have I reached such a terrifying level? Yes, I feel that as long as Big Brother is here, any woman will only have you in their eyes, regardless of friend or foe. You also said that you are soft-hearted, and then, just like us, they will all be yours. Being your brother is really quite pitiful, Chun Yen said seriously after thinking for a while. What do you think? Chun Hao looked at Qin Shui and the others. You're so annoying. Fortunately, you're not a pervert. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen. Qin Shui glared at Chun Hao. No one knew that Qin Shui said to Chun Hao telepathically. For example, Dong Lu, for example, Ling, Chun Hao's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. Second update, very difficult to write. Very slow to write. Chapter 1100. I know what to do now. From today onwards, just send me a message whenever you need me. I'll be your invisible firefighter. I won't appear in front of others anymore. Of course, don't expose my identity. Please call me Red Scarf. All right, dismissed. Let's begin. Let's begin. Oh, you can consider Xiao Yan's suggestion. Qi. After Chun Hao finished speaking, a bright light appeared, and he turned into Gao Kuan, the commander of the dark demon race. You can go. I'll use this identity. Qi. While the girls were still in a daze, Chun Hao's figure flashed, and he took the lead to leave. You can also make people flinch and look up to you. You're like a god, and they don't dare to hope for you. You can't keep a low profile. Sometimes you can't keep a low profile. Red Scarf. At this moment, Nurse Lu Hui's voice sounded in Chun Hao's mind. That makes sense. If Red Scarf can't make it, I can consider it. Chun Hao's great teleportation technique was as fast as lightning. He shuttled back and forth in the vast extraterritorial battlefield, capturing the aura and waves of the cultivators. Half a month later, early Hongmeng State, dark demon race. What a powerful aura. Gao Kuan. A group of thousands of alien race allied forces suddenly sensed a cultivator's aura rapidly approaching and entered their field of vision in an instant. Cultivators from other galaxies were shocked when they sensed the other party's realm and aura at close range. However, they didn't panic because they had already sensed the other party's aura. The cultivators of the dark demon race in the army became excited when they saw the other party's appearance. Greetings, Commander Gao Kuan. Greetings, Commander Gao Kuan. Almost instantly, the cultivators of the dark demon race bowed to Chun Hao. They had already received the news that Gao Kun had replaced the previous commander and became the new commander of the extraterritorial battlefield. The former commander would be the deputy commander. When Gao Kun didn't take over, he would still be in charge. Commander? You call me commander? Commander Gao Kun, the ruler has already given the order. You are now the commander of our dark demon clan in the ancient chaos battlefield. It's just that you came in a hurry and didn't bring your token. Asterisk crash. Asterisk, the cultivators of the other foreign races were surprised and looked at Chun Hao. It was no wonder that his aura was so strong in the early stages of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm. Oh, Chun Hao seemed to be slightly stunned. Then he looked in a direction, and his eyes lit up. TSK, TSK. What a beautiful girl from the elf clan. I've been stuck in the 10-direction territory for more than 1,000 years. You can come and help me vent my anger. What no one expected was that Gao Kun would suddenly say such unreasonable words. His eyes were incomparably lustful as he stared straight at the girl beside a powerful elf cultivator. Shameless. The female elf, who was still surprised by the other party's identity, immediately cursed with a red face. Impudent! What did you say? The elf tribe cultivator with a powerful aura was instantly enraged. He pointed at Chun Hao's nose from afar and shouted angrily. Although he was shocked to learn the other party's identity and felt the other party's terrifying aura, he couldn't stand such a blatant slap in the face. Even an idiot could see that the girl beside him was his cultivation partner. Commander Gao Kun, this is the leader of our alliance army, and this is his cultivation partner. The dark demon clan cultivator said to Gao Kun awkwardly after being stunned for a moment. He was speechless. How could Gao Kun be like this? However, they only dared to reveal the other party's identity and ask Gao Kun to restrain himself a little. They didn't dare to say anything too extreme. Nonsense. Do you think I'm blind? I've taken a fancy to this girl. Oh, and this one isn't bad either. All of you come and serve me. If you serve me well, I'll let you live. If you don't, you'll die. You say that again if you have the guts. Mother asterisk cur, you've gone too far. Where did this idiot come from? You still call him commander? Brothers, go kill this scum for me. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Chun Hao's unscrupulous and shameless behavior angered the cultivators of several galaxies, especially those of the galaxies where the girls were pointed by Chun Hao. So, what if he was a commander? He wasn't their commander. If they admitted to such humiliation, they would lose face for their clan. Everyone, calm down, calm down. I think there must be some misunderstanding. Gao Kun is the direct disciple of our master, the #1 genius of the Dark Demon clan. Shut up. Didn't you see that they insulted me and wanted to kill me? Go, all of you. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. What made the Dark Demon clan cultivators want to vomit blood was that Gao Kun wasn't afraid at all. He stopped them like an idiot, and he directly attacked. What #1 genius? I think he's just a scum. Kill. Boom, boom, boom. Chun Hao took the initiative to capture the first female elf he had picked, and the rest of them attacked in anger. There were many people of the Dark Demon clan, but only 1/9 of them who dared to attack them. Furthermore, Gao Kun was far too brainless and arrogant. Chi, 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 boom, boom, boom. Gao Kun rushed into the crowd and killed in all directions, showing his terrifying strength. However, he had incurred the wrath of the crowd and was faced with the violent attacks of countless people. F***CKU, this is an order. I'm the commander. Do you think my words are bullshit? Go, all of you. Otherwise, I'll kill you myself. Chun Hao, who was as fierce as a beast, cursed the Dark Demon clan cultivators as he resisted the countless attacks. Go, if Gao Kun dies, none of us will live. The master won't let us go. The junior leader of the Dark Demon clan transmitted to the others. At the same time, he quickly reported to the senior leader through the token. Sorry, you killed our commander. That's the same as killing us. Sorry. After saying that, the junior leader took the lead and attacked the cultivators surrounding Chun Hao. At the same time, the other cultivators of the Dark Demon clan also moved. Commander, we'll cover you. You run first. Run? I haven't vented yet. Run your mother. Kill them all. This was a madman, an unreasonable madman. The Dark Devil Race's people all knew that if they didn't handle this properly, they would be finished. They were unable to persuade him. Their only hope was that a higher-level leader would arrive in time to stop this battle. Otherwise, none of them would survive. If they abandoned Gao Kun, they might be able to live for a while, but only for a while. When the time came, it might not be them who died. What? Gao Kun appeared and had a conflict with the Alliance star system? The token sent the message up the chain of command. The leader of the Dark Demon race naturally didn't dare to mention the reason for the conflict. He could only say that Gao Kun had a conflict with the Alliance star system. After all, Gao Kun's actions were completely despicable. Even if the Dark Demon race rushed over to save them, they would probably be killed by Gao Kun. All members of the Dark Demon clan listen to my order. Immediately rush to the location indicated by the token. All members of the Dark Demon clan listen to my order. If anything happens to Gao Kun, you will all die. An order with the location was sent out from the token of the Dark Demon clan's former commander. Commander, I didn't think that he would become a commander. Don't blame me for being ruthless. This is the cruelty of a race war. If you don't die, you die, or we die. Chun Hao thought in his heart. His expression suddenly became crazed. He shouted, Motherf asterisk Kerr, send out the message. Say that Gao Kun, said that all members of the Dark Demon clan nearby come here. Destroy this group of people who dare to defy me. Commander. The junior leader's expression became extremely ugly. He cursed in his heart. Was this guy retarded? Even if he wanted to send a message, shouldn't he send it to him? Moreover, he had already sent it. By saying this, weren't you trying to alert the other side and make them report in advance and gather the cultivators of the clan? Command your mother. Send it. I already sent it. The junior leader was about to go crazy with anger, but he still forced himself to send a message. It's good that you sent it. You are very smart. What is your name? I will put you in an important position in the future. Chun Hao shouted like an idiot. Go. Hurry, Motherf asterisk Kerr. Hurry with me. It's time for us to show off. Commander Gao Kun, do you understand? Hurry. If you don't want to die, use all your strength. Charge. Many Dark Demon clan cultivators who were rushing to the entrance of the human territory suddenly changed their direction after receiving the order. What's going on? Dark Demon clan, what are you doing? Sorry, it's our commander's order. We will meet up with you after this matter is done. Boom, boom, boom. The Daluo Golden Wonderland is actually so strong. What? Dark Demon clan, what are you doing? We have so many people, and we can't take them down. Why are you running? Sorry, we also want such beautiful human beauties. Unfortunately, our commander summoned them. We gave them to you. F asterisk CK. N. Retreat. All of you follow me. What are you doing? Retreat, retreat. Follow me. Somewhere, an alliance of several super geniuses from the Daluo Golden Wonderland was fighting excitedly. They wanted to reap the fruits of their victory and taste the geniuses of the human race. However, after the Dark Demon Clan took the lead, they all retreated. What's going on? It was Chen Shui, Hu Meinyang, and the other girls. They had finally found a foreign army to fight, but they didn't expect the enemy to have the absolute advantage and retreat. Let's go and have a look. Our speed is enough to escape anyway. Okay, kill. Lan Feng seemed to have gone mad as he charged fearlessly into the midst of the Grand Mist Realm cultivators. The sword in his hand was sharp and terrifying to the extreme. Even though he was covered in blood, he didn't retreat in the slightest. At this moment, he seemed to be possessed by a coiling dragon. Coiling dragon, Du Jing, Lin Xia, Chen Nan, Chen Ling, and Li Yang were also fighting crazily. This was a battle beyond their realms. They, who had been lonely in the 10-direction territory, finally found the feeling of being suppressed to their heart's content. There were a few times when they wanted to escape and then launch a surprise attack. However, Lan Feng insisted on fighting. Everyone knew that Lan Feng wanted to vent his feelings, so they could only continue to fight with him. However, almost at the same time, the girls encountered the same situation. The foreign army, which had the absolute advantage, retreated quickly. Third update, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 11:01. Swish, swish, swish. Rumble, screams filled with unwillingness erupted from the mouths of the Dark Demon Clan members as they perished one after another. Gao Kuan, however, remained unmoved as if he had gone mad. His body was already heavily injured, but he still had no intention of escaping. By now, everyone present, whether they were members of the Dark Demon Clan or cultivators from the other galaxies, had realized Gao Kuan's terrifying strength. If he wanted to escape, no one present could stop him. However, despite being forced into a desperate situation, this fellow was still holding on bitterly, as if he was waiting for the Dark Demon Clan cultivators to arrive. Before long, the hundreds of Dark Demon Clan members who were outnumbered were all dead, leaving only Gao Kuan. Roar! Gao Kuan suddenly let out a roar that reverberated through heaven and earth. His voice was filled with anger, despair, unwillingness, and madness. Sky Demon Clan! Sky Demon Clan! Ha ha ha! To be so vicious in order to kill a peerless genius like me, Gao Kuan! You even dared to kill the tyrants. So, what if you control my mind? Good, good. Even if I, Gao Kuan, am only a supreme being of Hongmeng, I will drag all of you Sky Demon Clan down with me. Ah! The crazy, shrill, and piercing howl suddenly cut through the endless void, echoing with his figure for billions of miles like a thunderclap. Countless Dark Demon Clan cultivators who had already approached and were rushing over with all their might-revealed looks of horror at this moment. Even an idiot could tell that this was Gao Kuan's final outburst and madness in the moment of life and death. Sky Demon Clan. Countless Dark Demon Clan cultivators who didn't know the situation were convinced by Gao Kuan's last words without a doubt that the Sky Demon Clan was trying to kill Gao Kuan, a true monstrous genius. In particular, those who were more advanced and were aware of the terrifying strength Gao Kuan had displayed before he entered were even more certain that the Sky Demon Clan, the sworn enemy of the Dark Demon Clan, must be trying to kill Gao Kuan, an existence destined to be a great threat in the future. After all, the alliance of the 9 galaxies was only temporary. After the human race was wiped out, competition between the 9 galaxies was inevitable, and the Sky Demon Clan and the Dark Demon Clan had been the fiercest rivals since ancient times. Now was undoubtedly the best time to kill a genius like Gao Kuan. On the other hand, the foreign race cultivators present were all dumbfounded, especially the Sky Demon cultivators. Kill him? What the F***CK is this? Boom. Boom. However, before they could think any further, Gao Kun suddenly erupted like a volcano. He burned his soul, his life, his true essence, his mortal body, and everything else. Suddenly, a power that was many times stronger than before seemed to want to destroy the world. The unimaginably majestic and terrifying divine power swept through the entire sky in an instant. Endless pressure, and Tao laws sealed the entire space. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying explosions occurred one after another, turning the surrounding hundreds of millions of miles into a living hell. Energy raged, and the floating meteors were destroyed. Countless shrill screams were contained within until they were annihilated. Gao Kun was dead. He had self-detonated, taking down all his enemies with him. Everyone present died with extreme shock. None of them were able to escape, and none of them were able to send out any information in time. This was because they, who were confident of victory, had never imagined that Gao Kun's eruption of power before his death would be so terrifying. There was only an imperceptible breeze that flashed and disappeared without a trace in an instant. No one knew that he had come, and no one knew that he had left. Crack! At almost the same time, in the Dark Demon Clan Master's mind, Gao Kun's longevity tablet suddenly shattered. In the outer realm, there was no Hongmeng Qi to shield heaven's secrets. A cultivator's life and death could be reflected in the heavenly Tao in a mysterious way. What? Buzz. Rumble. The entire planet in the Dark Demon Clan's Dark Star system trembled because of the Dark Demon Clan Master's sudden rage. There was no need for the Dark Demon Clan members in the Outer Realm battlefield to send a message. The Dark Demon Clan Master's true body charged directly into the Outer Realm battlefield. A storm was coming. I wonder how effective it will be. It's a pity that I used Gao Kun as a puppet back then. If I had used the God race or the insect race to obtain the title of commander, the effect would have been better. The tyrant race's golden dragon won't be able to use it. Chen Hao, who had left the scene of trouble in an instant, thought to himself. Although he had used Gao Kun's identity to stir up conflict, he had never thought that it would cause such a huge commotion. However, things were different after learning that Gao Kun had become a commander. Chen Hao knew that the effect would definitely be better than he had imagined, especially if Gao Kun died and the Sky Demon Clan was blamed for it. Chen Hao believed that the Dark Demon Clan cultivators wouldn't be stupid enough to expose his evil deeds in the first place. The Sky Demon Clan and the other foreign races had probably sent out news of his evil deeds. However, that wasn't important anymore. Everyone was dead. Moreover, Chen Hao had said some misleading words at the end, saying that the fate of the other races was up to the heavens. The Dark Demon Clan and the Sky Demon Clan were bound to fall out, and how far they would fall out was up to the heavens. Chen Hao wanted to frame the tyrants the most, but the tyrants were too strong. If things went wrong, the Dark Demon Clan might just swallow their anger and suffer a great loss. Therefore, framing the Sky Demon Clan was undoubtedly the best choice. Phew, that felt good. Only the Supreme of Hongmeng would be interesting. Too bad. This small army doesn't have any elites and can't enjoy to the fullest. Let's find a place to recover first. No elites enjoyed themselves to the fullest, but Chen Hao's final blow had wiped out everyone and left him completely exhausted. Swish! Chen Hao abruptly charged toward a huge floating meteorite and disappeared into it. All sects heed my orders. Grand Miss Supremacy Realm, all send out 2 of your elites. Fight the Sky Demon Clan to the death. Kill. Not long after, the furious Dark Demon Clan Master issued a powerful order. Just as the news of the framed Sky Demon Clan's master reached him, the Dark Demon Clan cultivators on the extraterritorial battlefield had already broken away from the Allied army and formed an independent army to begin a massacre against the Sky Demon Clan. The news of their deaths enraged the Sky Demon Clan master, and he didn't bother to explain himself. Similarly, he ruthlessly sent out the true elite supreme of Hongmeng to the extraterritorial battlefield. At the same time, the Sky Demon Clan temporarily stopped their advance toward the human race's entrance. Move one and all. The sudden change in the extraterritorial battlefield infuriated the Tyrant's clan master and the Gene clan master, and they once again called for a meeting of the upper echelons of the Nine Galaxies Alliance. However, this time, both the Dark Demon Clan and the Sky Demon Clan refused to participate. The Dark Demon Clan Master issued a strong demand for the Sky Demon Clan Master to hand over his strongest disciple to be killed. They could temporarily stop the meeting, or they would fight to the death. But how could the Sky Demon Clan Master agree? The Gene Clan Master mobilized all his forces, but it was to no avail. Both sides fought for 10 years, and when the casualties were great, they barely succeeded in a temporary truce and turned to attack the human race again. Aside from the great casualties, there was also another important piece of news. More than 10 freakish geniuses from the human race's Daluo Golden Wonderland appeared and disappeared like ghosts in the extraterritorial battlefield, where only the Supreme of Hongmeng dared to appear. From time to time, they would reap the lives of some foreign race cultivators. Although they didn't reveal their true faces and had disguised themselves, the summary of the information and the characteristics of each person led the foreign race cultivators to a shocking conclusion. They were Aotion's core generals from the vast universe galaxy. It was also this news that forced the Dark Demon Clan and the Sky Demon Clan to compromise and stop fighting for the time being. It was already a miracle that more than 10 Daluo Golden Wonderland cultivators could survive in the extraterritorial battlefield. It was even more unbelievable that they could kill the Supreme of Hongmeng. But the most unbelievable thing was, how could Aotion's core generals come out of the 10 Directions domain? The Alliance of the Nine Galaxies had sent their strongest and countless geniuses to follow Aotion's members into the 10 Directions domain. How could Aotion's people still be alive? And who had ascended to the Hongmeng realm and brought out more than 10 core generals who had yet to ascend. Some people suspected Gao Kuan. To be more precise, even the master of the Dark Demon race suspected Gao Kuan. Gao Kuan had come out after 1,000 years. If Aotion's core generals were all dead and Gao Kuan had refined the prototype of his great world to perfection, it would be fine if he came out. But Aotion's core generals had appeared here. Even if Gao Kuan had refined his great world to perfection, he shouldn't have come out, right? Moreover, Gao Kuan didn't report to the clan master when he came out. He had charged directly into the extraterritorial battlefield, and the conflict between the Dark Demon Clan and the Sky Demon Clan was because of Gao Kuan. This made the clan masters of the Nine Galaxies, especially the Tyrant Clan Master Gene and the Shao Clan Master, feel deeply uneasy. What had happened in the 10 Directions domain? What was the situation now? At least one thing was certain: it wasn't as perfect as they had expected. Or rather, it was a failure. Aotion's core generals had escaped, which was the biggest failure. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that Gao Kuan might really be finished, but the other 8 commanders, the Golden Dragon, and the other experts should be fine. The members of Aotion should have been forced out, and it was very likely that they had controlled Gao Kuan and brought him out as a puppet. After this news was exposed, the human cultivators who had gathered at the entrance, ready to fight to the death, were shocked and excited to the extreme. Aotion, the founder of Aotion, the god of slaughter Chun, how was only an organization below the grand Luo realm in the vast universe galaxy, but the reputation it had now was unmatched by any of the top sections. Monstrous geniuses emerged one after another, and their future potential was absolutely heaven-defying. Most importantly, they had the backing of the top experts. Who would dare to make a move? And now, they had killed their way into the extraterritorial battlefield as Grand Luo realm cultivators in such a short time. This was really too shocking. What made all the human cultivators even more dumbfounded was that Etoda, who was known as the #1 monstrous genius in the vast universe galaxy, howled to the sky and shouted, "Master!" excitedly. He left the human entrance area and rushed into the depths of the extraterritorial battlefield. Fourth update, 12,000 words. Dark Mountain continues, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1102. Master? How could a genius like Etoda have a master? Who could be his master? Who was powerful enough to be his master? Undoubtedly, it had something to do with the core warriors of Aotion. However, no one could figure out who could be Etoda's master. The only possibility was that Etoda coveted the current #1 goddess in the vast universe galaxy. She was not related to Chen Hao, the god of killing, and was one of the most talented core warriors of Aotion. She was Humain Yang, the saintess of the Misty Rain House. She would never find a Taoist companion and would only have a guardian. However, the possibility was very slim. After all, Etoda was known as the disciple of Yi Lan, the strongest controller. How could Yi Lan allow him to recognize a woman as his master? It was a bit ridiculous. Of course, if Etoda was a decent person, it would be absolutely ridiculous. However, it was also because Etoda had no moral integrity at all. He would sleep with beauties with big buttocks as soon as he met them. He was so unreasonable that it made people's hair stand on end. Therefore, everyone thought it was possible that Humain Yang was his master. It had to be said that Etoda was now the spiritual pillar of the human cultivators. However, it was only in terms of strength. He was also the object of admiration, but he was definitely not a role model. Such a person, no matter how strong he was, couldn't be a role model for normal people without moral integrity. However, Etoda was the favorite of loose women, especially beauties with big buttocks. It was because they didn't care about reputation. They only cared about realm and cultivation. Etoda's abnormal talent and his forthrightness could give them what they wanted. Although they all knew that Etoda was just fooling around and wouldn't be responsible for any of them, that was enough. But that was enough. They were both taking what they needed. However, not long after, a smart person thought of a possibility. Soon, it evolved into a consensus of everyone, the most likely possibility. God of killing, Chen Hao? Absolutely. It must be. When we gave him the title of God of killing, he turned against us directly. When we gave him the title of God of killing, Chen Hao also turned against us and called him by his name. However, he didn't respond at all. If this isn't taboo for God of killing, Chen Hao, what is it? It's been more than 10,000 years, and the boundless power of faith has been gathered. I believe that God of Slaughter Chen Hao has returned. Yes, I remember now. That time, Edo Ta was heavily injured and was surrounded by tens of thousands of alien warriors. When we thought that he was going to die, he suddenly burst out and broke the seal. At that time, didn't we hear the roars of 5 ferocious beasts? Didn't the godly exterminator Chen Hao acquire the successions of the 5 ancient godly beasts when his cultivation was still very low? Etoda, perhaps he is the human form formed by the fusion of the 5 divine beasts. Good boy. Ha 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 ha. Deep within the sacred hall, Yilan was first stunned when he received the news. Subsequently, he fell into deep thought before bursting into laughter. He, who had been immersed in nervousness, finally breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the dark demon race's Gao Qi would return, and no wonder he would be sacrificed upon his return, causing a war between the dark demons and the sky demons. So it was all because of this brat, possession, and control. Aren't those his best skills? Motherf asterisk Ker. Brother Yi. True, immortal Shui Mei suddenly frowned. Cough, cough. Shui Mei, I'm so excited. I can't help it. I can't help it. Ha ha ha. I thought that the humans would have to sacrifice countless Hongmeng supremes and hold out for hundreds of years before they could return. I didn't expect this brat to do so much better than I expected. So much better. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough. Brother Yi, can you inform Tianxi, Nan, Yan, and Shui to come back first? I want to see all of them. Are you still uneasy? Not recently, but I'm worried. I want to see every single one of them. This war won't last a day or two. Coming back for a while won't affect anything. All right, I want to see how terrifying this brat has grown as well. Itoda alone is enough to turn the world upside down. Even if he hasn't ascended to Hongmeng, he's probably close to a Dao-severing true immortal, and not just any Dao-severing true immortal. Ha ha ha. Yi Lan's gloominess was swept away, and he was in high spirits. Outside the entrance of the human race, a figure sat cross-legged in front of countless human cultivators. The surrounding cultivators automatically distanced themselves from him. With just a glance, one could tell that this cultivator was the commander of the human clan's cultivators. A woman, to be exact, a woman. Although she exuded the beauty of a mature woman, the clear aura of primordial Yin told everyone that she was not a real woman. Si Xian, that was her name. She was one of the vice temple masters of the divine palace. No one knew how old she was. However, they knew that she had existed for at least millions of years. Time did not leave any traces on her face. It only made her more mature. Countless people wanted to pluck a mature woman, but no one succeeded. Logically speaking, she, who had not aged for millions of years, should have more room for improvement, and should have reached the Dao-severing true immortal. However, she had not done so. She was still at the peak of the Grand Miss Supremacy realm. No one knew how strong she was. They only knew that until now. She had been guarding the entrance and had not made a move. She only gave orders to the human cultivators. Even a demon with no moral integrity like Itoda had not approached her. She did not praise or express any appreciation for Itoda's amazing achievements. Similarly, she had never criticized Itoda for sleeping with beauties with big buttocks. If Itoda was the spiritual pillar of the human cultivators, then Commander Si Xian was the greatest reliance in the human cultivators' hearts. The Supreme of Hongmeng present and countless former disciples of the sanctum had more or less been trained by her. To many people, this woman was a legend or an immortal legend. She was also a mysterious existence because no one knew her true strength. They only knew that she was unfathomable. At the same time, they also knew that even the current leader, Chen Wuliang, was very good to her, or rather, very polite. Buzz. At this moment, Commander Si Xian, who usually sat cross-legged with her eyes closed like a statue, suddenly opened her eyes. The crystal light that bloomed from her eyes immediately made the surrounding cultivators look at her with respect. Everyone knew that this was the time for Commander Si Xian to give orders. The 10th to the 30th legions, listen to my orders, immediately split up and enter the depths of the extraterritorial battlefield. If you encounter any members of the proud heavens, inform them immediately. Ask Killer God Chun how to bring everyone back to the sanctum immediately. Commander Yulan and Snow Plum Blossom True Immortal summoned them. Voila, the human cultivator's tokens were passed down, one by one. In an instant, the news had spread to everyone. It was like an atomic bomb had exploded, causing a huge uproar. Their previous guesses were directly confirmed by Commander Si Xian's orders. The killer god Chun, Hao, who had collapsed more than 10,000 years ago, had returned. The core general of the proud heavens Daluo Golden Wonderland was able to kill the Grand Mist Supremacy Realm's army in the extraterritorial battlefield. How terrifying would the killer god Chun, Hao, who had returned more than 10,000 years ago, be? If Edo Tai was already so terrifying, then how terrifying would the killer god Chun, Hao, who was determined to be Edo Tai's master, be? Commander Si Xian watched as the uproar of discussion drowned out the cultivators guarding the entrance. She rarely changed her expression. Her statue-like, expressionless face actually revealed a faint smile, and she slowly closed her eyes. My third life is with him. Master said that he has great luck with women. I'm his master, so I shouldn't fall for him, right? I shouldn't. Although the third life is like a new life, and I've been separated from all my memories and experiences outside of the boundless world, there should still be some influence. Moreover, my cultivation realm, state of mind, and will are linked. I believe in myself. Master must be overthinking things. Because of the impending return of Chun, Hao, Si Xian's calm state of mind was slightly disturbed. She had seen Chun Hao before. She had been present when he battled Xiao Yan and the Xiao family ancestors' 10th life. Killer god Chun Hao was indeed a heaven-defying, monstrous genius. However, she, who had lived for millions of years, wouldn't be moved by a little brat. At most, she was a little surprised and admired him. At this moment, even though her master had told her that there might be problems with the third life, she didn't believe that her resistance to the third life would be so weak. The third life was her limit. The reason why her appearance hadn't changed after millions of years and blocked the traces of time was because of the birth of the second and third lives. The first and second lives had already fused. As long as she ascended to the Hongmeng supremacy in the third life, she would fuse her 3 lives and sever her Tao to become a true immortal. If she fell into a tribulation of love in the third life, it wasn't something she wanted to see. However, I'm really curious about this little guy's strength. Itoda ascended to the peak of the Grand Mist Supremacy realm, so he definitely won't be any weaker than me. If I fuse my 3 lives, then I'll be stronger than Itoda. He will definitely be stronger than Itoda. I just don't know if he can be stronger than me. Maybe he can. Master thinks so highly of him, and he has truly obtained Big Sister Yi Xian's bloodline inheritance. Phew, I'm really looking forward to it. Si Xian thought to herself. She was like an ancient well without ripples. At this moment, there was only a little bit of anticipation, indifference, and detachment. It didn't affect her state of mind. However, what she didn't know was that her third life wasn't living up to her expectations at this moment. She was immersed in the sea of blood and mountains of corpses in Chun Hao's sea of consciousness. She allowed the boundless fear to descend upon her, but she remained motionless. Her entire mind was immersed in the endless profound Tao laws that Chun Hao had condensed, the Tao laws that came from the 3 great immortal sutras of the Immortal Sutra, Holy Land. The more she comprehended, the more profound and shocking she felt. The more she admired Chun Hao, the more excited she became. In the third life, she wasn't much older than Chun Hao. At this moment, she was able to link up with his true self-state of mind, state, and will. That was why she was able to move about in the 3 great immortal sutras like a fish in water. Her comprehension speed was several times faster than coiling dragons. Most importantly, her endurance had quickly adapted to the fear of the sea of blood and mountains of corpses. It didn't affect her in the slightest, and she could wholeheartedly comprehend it. 15,000 plus words. Begging for monthly votes. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.